Yeah, baby. Back at it one more day. Good morning, Chaz. How are you? Morning, Joshua. Morning, Jake. You. Where we roam. Good morning. Tegan, good morning. How's everybody doing out there? You guys all hanging in out there? Good morning, Dio. Good morning, Fisted. Yeah, hopefully I got some coffee. I asked for some coffee. I'm going to hope I can get a cup of it. Begging for a cup of coffee this morning. My throat's a little sore too, so we'll talk about that later. Good morning, Lofi. Or Lo-Fei. Good morning, Faison. How's that spidey senses out there, Tegan? That's that old, crispy old man senses, right? Old man. It's that old man shit. Everybody doing well? Hope you all closed your calls last night. Hope we're saving some of you some money out there. Morning, Desperado. Blind Nestal, BTCCKK, Ryan, Mihai, Where We Roam, Indices We Trust, Chantsu, Billy S. Bobcat. Boy, I'm on Twitter and I'm looking around and I'm like, man, Twitter is getting slow these days, especially FinTwit. Weeding them out left and right. Trying to find out who's going to make it through all this shit show, right? Billy S., Bobcat, Bagholder, Ace Man, Samuel, Binky, good morning. Shit's gonna hit the fan, huh? Jason, my brother, good to see you. HP. All right. So we are going to switch over. We got a lot to talk about this morning. I was reading, trying to keep up on Discord this morning. Someone had a great question, and they asked about Flowalgo. And, you know, it's a great question.
We'll get some more data, January industrial production, capacity utilization.
So we're gonna quickly talk about Flowalgo, okay? And the reason that I like Flowalgo is because when I'm on some other flow sites, I'm not affiliated at all with Flowalgo. You guys don't have to buy it. It's expensive. Whatever you use that works for you, stay with it. The reason I use it, and the question that was asked was, why does he use it? And it's because I'm looking for the most direct information that's impacting the market and currently. And for me, I find that there's a story that's told by Flowalgo each day. So each day you'll see a bunch of calls. Let's say you'll see a bunch of calls come out right at the bell. You'll see a bunch of quick pumps on individual tickers, and then those tickers sometimes will fall off, right? But then you'll see a story get written throughout the day. You'll start to see specific tickers over and over and over again in the course of a day. So this is from yesterday, and you'll start to see the same tickers come up as the day progresses. You'll see the algo score here on the right-hand side with these blue bars that give it a higher score depending upon a bunch of different factors, right? And then when there's moments of weakness in the market, you'll start to see some put flow in between these moments, right? And I'm going to show you one other thing here to just try to give it to you in a more concise manner. You can see the put to call ratio up here as well, but what's key about Flowalgo is you'll see each day I'm telling you, hey, remember we looked at this? Hey, remember we looked at that? Right? And you're going to see some weird things, right? You're going to see an example for yesterday was Joby, Joby. We don't ever see call flow on Flowalgo for Joby. So we'll see, if we see something unusual like this, right, it sticks right up on our screener and we're saying, why is there so much interest in Joby this afternoon? Why is there interest in Open this afternoon? Why is there interest in SC this afternoon? Why is there interest in Roblox today? That doesn't carry, sometimes if you don't see the flow, or if you see the flow all day long, you don't see a movement in the stock, typically you'll see it a day, 2, 3, 4, 5 days down the road. But if you're seeing that action that day, you can usually guarantee that action is important for that day, right? You ever buy into a stock, not Roblox is a good example, but let's say you buy into a stock, you see some flow into it, you buy into it, and the second day, everybody leaves your stock, right? So if you start to see reaction right away that day, you trade it that day. If you don't see any reaction that day, you should then hold for a longer period of time and track those options and make sure that there's still interest in them over time. But you see space here yesterday. We had 18 orders yesterday. Very unusual for space. We don't see flow like this, right? So this is clear, concise, actionable flow. I know I've used all the flow services out there, and this is the one for me that I can key into. So if you're listening to me all morning long and you're like, why does it keep mentioning space? Why does it keep mentioning space? Why does it keep mentioning space, right? It's because it's unusual. It's because I've got multiple orders of that space flow, right? And it's something to key and target into. Now, this doesn't hit everything. You'll see some tickers fly all day long, and Flowalgo will miss it. But consistently over time, if you were to use flow me using flow services, I've had the most success overall by using Flowalgo. So when I'm calling out tickers too, it's not all the flow that comes through. I'm picking from flow that's already been hand picked over from the larger sites. When you start seeing all this information across other sites, they're condensing it, and then I'm condensing it down even farther for you from my experience with Flowalgo over time. So I'm going to keep that short. I'm sure that somebody else can answer those questions for you more clearly in a Discord or somewhere else, or you can even get a trial for it, and then just don't sign up for it. I think the trial's like $30, so you can at least get a feel for it. If you ever get this for the first time, it took me like at least a month to be able to start following along and find out which flow was worth it and which flow was not worth it. Next thing for today, it's already 9:17. Next thing for today, we had Shopify earnings this morning. No bueno, right? We've got NVIDIA earnings after the bell today, which is big. QuantumScape, Matterport, Marathon, Cisco, DoorDash, Fastly. So we'll be tracking these today. We've got Palantir on Thursday before the bell. We'll take a look at the market profile for this one again. We know Palantir, the support right now is down at $10. We got Walmart, Roku, Fiverr, Dropbox, Sunrun. We saw some movement yesterday in these alternative energy stocks and ETFs. We saw movement as well yesterday in I think it was in semiconductors. We got Yeti, Quidel as well, Redfin still. So you still have some big movers this week. DraftKings and John Deere on Friday before the open. Today, the big news. We've got some oil news coming out, I think, at 10:30, and then we've got a roll of contract coming out on oil. I believe that's on Thursday. And then we already had most of our news today. The big news today is, of course, going to be FOMC minutes. The only thing that I want to say about that is there was no reaction to PPI. We had a reaction on CPI, but we don't know if in the minutes there was a discussion saying, hey, if CPI was hot and PPI was hot, maybe we're going to use our tools more aggressively. And so that, I think, is where some of the volatility lies in the market right now. So just be conscious of that. We're waiting for that 2:30 hour. I typically end up trading FOMC minutes against whoever has more calls or more puts, whoever has the most to lose. So we'll track this as we get closer to the 2:30 hour today. Next thing we're going to go to a spot gam report for this morning. Futures are trading at 44.54, down from overnight highs of 44.83. Models continue to estimate high volatility with resistance at 44.70. And then 4,500. Support is at 44.50 and 4,400. We know about these support levels. We've seen a shift higher in the gamma tide to 4,500 and view that as resistance into Friday's OPEX. That is important to know. Additionally, it seems that despite what seemed like a bullish trading setup, markets weren't able to gain any traction once the cash session opened. IV remained flat throughout yesterday's session, as did our hero intraday delta readings. This is neutral trading, and what we deemed, thank you very much, and what we deemed a neutral zone, and anecdotally, is a signal in and of itself. Bulls unable to move the needle. Right? We always talk on this channel about we want to see call expansion much higher, not in the money, not the same day. We want to see it month, 2, 3 months out. We want to see it way outside the money. Bulls thinking that we're going to 480. We're not going to 480, but if it goes to 480 with call structure, you'll see us go to 460, 470 and higher, right? Further, we note that 4,500 is our call wall, which means our models read that as the line as the strike, the most net positive gamma, and our main resistance line. They don't make a note of this here, right? But our expiry for Friday is loaded to the tits and puts down at like 425. They don't want to print those puts, right? So that's kind of the key, right? Are we going to print those puts or not? For those puts to print, you're going to have to see today a wall a literal wall of put flow come in to print whatever puts are down there. So we're going to keep our eyes on that today, tomorrow, and Friday. Otherwise, market makers are not going to want to print that flow down there. They're not going to want to send us that low. Okay, and the rest of the flow that's out there is 4,500 for a strike. Material lack of here you go. So further, we note that 4,500 is call well, which means our models read that line as the strike with the most net positive gamma and our main resistance line. This means this seems to be more due to the attrition of call gamma at higher strikes, which suggests a material lack of demand for upside calls. To be clear, the calls listed at 4,500 aren't particularly large, as shown below. That's good. It is fairly small shifts in these levels that are registering changes to our models, which speaks to a general lack of market conviction. We agree with that, right? We know that there's bulls out there that are saying, I've heard all the stories and all about the under the surface, dark pool buying, all that shit. I've heard all that shit. That's not true. It is and it isn't true, I should say. And I've heard all the bears say, we're going to roll this market over right here, right? I've heard guys talking about HYG. HYG is sitting on support. If it crashes there, market doom, right? I've also heard people say if HYG gets bought today, we're going to rip much higher. We're at a bottom right now. We could go either way. If we start seeing some ugly shit come out of the minutes, it's going to be ugly. So I can't call which direction we're going. You guys remember yesterday at the bell yesterday, I said to you last night at the bell, it was more geared towards the speech that was given, but even so, it doesn't matter. There's no conviction in the market. I couldn't take a conviction trade either way into that bell yesterday. I was uncomfortable. It is rare that I don't take a trade in a day. It is rare that I can't make a conviction into the overnight. With the addition of calls at 4,500, our gamma flip point vol trigger now rests at 4,470. Be careful of that number, okay? 4,470, which implies that dealers do not have much hedging to do from a gamma perspective, coupled with the 4,500 gamma buildup. We see 4,450, 4,500 area is a fairly solid resistance point for today. If IV comes for sale, that will be a mechanism to push markets higher. But without large deltas coming from put sales and or call purchases, we think upside remains fairly limited. That's speaking to sideways, right? Additionally, there are about 20,000 total contracts, 10,000 K each in puts calls added to the 4,450 strike, which suggests that the 4,400, 4,500 range is less fluid than noted yesterday. 4,400 remains solid support short term. Friday's expiration is still put heavy. That is the key, right? 425, massive puts over there. And the decay of those puts should help buoy markets into Friday. When they say that, they mean it, as long as they don't get put flow pushing us down in there, right? Getting selling, any kind of nonsense in Russia news, anything like that, we should be safe. I'll scroll through this shortly for you. And what we'll do is we'll just chart out the day real quick, briefly. Yesterday we did ES, I think. So we're going to today do, I'm on Webull right now. I cleared this whole entire chart. And so let's take a look at it real quick and snap some lines on SPY, right, on SPX. Right, we're going to snap some simple lines on SPX for today's trading day. And there are some setups for long and short on today's trading day. Got the orange one out today, huh? Okay, so we'll do something like this. We'll make this straight here. I know the bulls are saying. It's somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get rid of this here. I'm not too concerned about the open right now because I want to show you what I think about what the bulls are saying here. We've got this support down here at 4,400, right? Somewhere down in here, right? We're supposedly we know that support is down here at that 4,400. Have this larger, you guys remember this larger? This actually is a larger trend line that moves way up, right? We had resistance at 460. We traded outside of the bound, back down into this lower bound, right? But this is our trading area right here. We know that we've got resistance above at 4,500, right? Remember that number, 4,500? We got another one just above it at 4,520. Right, that upper bound that we're looking for. And we know we've got volatility at 4470, right? Put that one in there. We'll change it to, we got just a few minutes left until the bell opens here. 4 minutes. So we'll take this down to a closer look here. Come here. Kind of getting a feel for it now, right? Kind of what we're looking for. We're sitting right on this support line coming into the bell here. You can see we've got some support down here at 4,400. And then there was another number down here, 4454, 4483. You could pop those in. 4483, 44, we got, let me, no, scratch that. We've got resistance at 4470. We got that one, 4,500. As 4470 is the volatility zone right up in here. 4,400 is, 4,500 is the resistance. And then support is at 4,450 and 4,400. So we're below or support. Excuse me, is that 40, let me see there. 4,450. Roughly right there. And you can see that we're below support, right? So looking at a closer chart here. Let me see if I can get this closer without the... So this is basically our trading range, and this is our volatility zone up above. We can buy longs below this and shorts above it. And I want to give you guys briefly, what time is it now? We got 2 minutes left. Sorry about this morning. I got a trying to post on Twitter, and then I'm trying to my children have dentist appointments today. I'm just going to take a look at this trading range right here, right? Should be able to figure this out for yourself this morning, where we shouldn't trade lower than right in here. If we trade below 43,755, you're full-time bear gang, right? You are going super duper bear. Anything down here, we'll try to buy a dip to run it up. We're going to be looking for, if we just trade tight all day long into that 2 o'clock, 2:30 hour, if we don't break this line right here, we don't break that line as we head into 2 p.m., that's my suspicion, right? That we're going to trade in here, and that we're going to, right around 2:30, we'll be parked like right around here. And we'll either going to get a move up, or we're going to get a move down today. If you see us trade up here, perfect opportunity for some shorts to trade it down. If we trade down, or some way over here, I should be over here. If we trade down here, and we're looking to buy some longs to get us back into this trading range today. I don't know why I'm having problems with Webull this morning, but you guys get the point on this, right? You got coffee. I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do have coffee. Okay, and then I'm going to drop this one here before the bell. We're just going to look at the volume profile, right? We talked about Facebook yesterday. 217, right? Value area low. If you guys have some tickers you want me to call out real quick before I get Bookmap rolling, now is the time. So shout out some tickers, and I will look at some tickers for you off this bell. Also note, keep an eye on JNK this morning. I think, you know who brought that up was... Who brought that up was, I think it was Mike from... shit, what's the name of his channel? But Mike, I forget his last name, but I'll bring up his channel later today. You want to see if JNK grabs a bid, as it is, and long-time support. Got calls off the bell on Facebook. SPY is reacting off the bell. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so we'll do PLTR. We know where Facebook is. I know you guys are panicking. You see all those those Palantir videos out there. Is Palantir going to $10? Okay, we've got the Palantir is on a 15-day, right? It's at value area high right now. It's high right now, right? Sitting on some nice support. We'll look at it on a time axis, especially if you're buying the dips on something like this. Look at it in 180 days, okay? And we're below, right? We're below where we should be. We'll look at it again. On a 90-day time axis. Still below, right? Undervalued stock. Yesterday, we saw that the buyers on Bookmap are down at $10, so be aware of that. But currently undervalued. If they have we know that they haven't had some good ERs, but we do know that they should at some point, right? Let me see here. Time axis. We're gonna do 15 days. We'll do 20 days for all of these. So yeah, 20-day moving average. And it's looking overvalued right now, right? But it is sitting on some nice support over a longer period of time. You can buy it at $14 all the way down to $10. Let me see what you got here. We did PLTR, Tesla, then GDX. SPY's getting a bid. They're below support. You're going to have a price target if we're trading higher right here. If you are in calls right now, your price target is 44.5.25 on the SPY. If you are long, Tesla. Tesla is sitting right on the cusp, right? There was another one I wanted to show you guys. So Tesla, you could buy a straddle right here, invariably, right? Buy a straddle right here, sitting on some kind of support, but it wouldn't be nothing to slip below and trade below back to 850. It's the same story that we've been trading a lot with Tesla. I'm going to anticipate that the market is going to decide the fate of Tesla as we move into 2:30 p.m. This afternoon. We'll look at GDX. I think it was GDX, right? Everybody's interested in gold. Where's GDX? Right there, gold miners. Gold miners over 15-day is just waiting to be sold down. Look for some support at 31.91. I wouldn't take a long here until you break above 32.91. I'd be looking for some support at 31.92. Value area low is 29.96 and 30.57. If you are looking for a move higher from here, you're going to be looking for anything above 32.97 is going to be very bullish. BA, okay. Here's BA. Value area low, 199.26. Point of control is 207. We're going to look for bumps along the way at 213.16, and then a swift move down to like 208.87. Any more bad news, easily see 200. Next one. Hey, good morning, Chris. How are you? ABMB. We'll do ABMB next. ABMB flying high, right? We'll look at, we know that Airbnb can trade much higher than where it's at right now, 180. I would be looking for a rebuy in around 160 if there's any kind of a, let me see if I can get a better time frame on Airbnb. Long-term play, right? I look at it as a long-term play. Still trading quite high here. This is a 6-month trade here, right? So just be careful. See all these single prints up here? You want to be careful here for some kind of a pullback to at least 171 and possibly even back down into this area here. This is at 155, 160. But I do like it here. It's very bullish. More, you know what I would say? I would say if you're going to look for another rebuy or buyback in, you're going to be looking for 171 and possibly some resistance around 190. MTTR. Do that one next. I'm going to try to get here earlier every day. It's hard for me to get here earlier every day. Look at that, huh? Beautiful. It's on a smaller time frame. Everybody's chewing on this one, right? Matterport, apply. Okay. It looks like it's trading down currently. The buy zone 775, right? Price target 992 on MTTR. Let's see here, CVX. Let me see here, CVX. I think today is a trap. I think today is a trap. You're going to trap in the bulls and the bears. And, ooh, I don't know about this. Looks like this point of control is down here. Maybe we have to go to a larger time frame. Looks like real support's like 130, 184. I'd be scared of this. This looks very bearish to me. I could be wrong. I get these wrong sometimes, so don't take my... I'm not the end-all say-all. If I'm going to do 20, 30 tickers, I'm not going to get 100, or, you know, I'm not going to get all 20 correct. So just be conscious of that. Don't be like, hey, Cap said this, and, you know, you got it wrong. When we're looking at market profile or volume profile, excuse me. Yeah, see, yeah, I don't know. This is a 6-month chart, man. You've got accumulation. I like it. I like the trade higher, maybe to 140, but I'd be really concerned about this because real support currently stands at 119. And you can see that, right? With how thin this is right here. That real support. If there's any bad news, expect at least 119 on CVX. Not that it's not bullish here. Just be, you know, just be careful. You want to see a move higher than this 139. Looks like there's some selling down below. Maybe a first support would be 130.26, 128.08, 125.32. Any bad news at all? Heading back to 120. Let's see this one, GME. You guys want me to do GME? Savages. Got all the bag holders out today. And here we go, right? That's what you're looking for, 232. And you've got a wall of sellers above here at 143.77. Currently trading at 135.40 or 26. Be aware that there's resistance right at 147, okay? Got some nice support here. If you grow this a little bit more, you should be able to trade higher. We'll look at a smaller time frame for you on this one for an intraday trade. Time axis. Do 20 days for you. Apply. Okay. And just looking at this 20 days, right? Last 20 days, lots of support up here. I like this. Bullish. I'm going to call it bullish for right now. So you're going to be trying to price target somewhere below 140, I guess. You're looking to trade up to 140. Looks like you got some fat support down here on a 20-day chart down at 115. So if you want to buy the dip moment to 115, trade it to 140. I had to build the volume profile. I had to build it from scratch. RBLX. We looked at RBLX yesterday, right? What did I tell you guys? Where does support lie in RBLX? 60. So we'll see if that still holds true. And sure enough, 60 was, no, you know what? It wasn't here that we saw the support at 60. We saw support yesterday on Roblox, down at 60 bucks, on market or on, Bookmap is where we saw the support on market profile. This isn't going to be a good chart for you for Roblox. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, market's actively funky up and down. SoFi is ripping. Viacom's under. Yeah, James, I've got that on my screener today, bro. I am going to probably buy some leaps on Viacom today. Did Snap get whacked too? Shop, Viacom. Oh, dude. So we were trading Viacom in December when it was at $28. So we're going to trade that one again. Okay. Ooh, nice job, Fabio. We'll look at Shop. Shop's general support is right around that 780 mark. We'll look at a larger time frame. We'll look at it on Bookmap too. We'll look at some of these tickers. Shopify, you have to kind of look at a much longer time frame. So we'll go 360 days, apply it. Okay. And it's that value area low right down here, right? 786. We will look at this on Bookmap, but I remember it being right around 750 to 800. Can't remember exactly where the real support was on Shopify, but we'll take a look at that later. I'm going to bring up Bookmap real quick, and we'll start checking tickers there, and we'll get this thing up and running and spinning. Let's see here. We have Bookmap up and running. I think it's up and running. Wait just a second here. We'll see if we're at support on. Yeah, I should get this up and running before the stream. It takes a while if I'm already streaming. Streaming is taxing. I think my microphone is taxing too. Load external data. We'll see if we actually have support down here. Not much has happened in the SPY though, huh? So we'll see. We'll see if our traditional charting matches up and the spot gamma levels match up. Check the SPY. Boy, Facebook got whacked. You can't hold anything in this market longer than a day. Remember we talked about this yesterday. I want to be clear with you, or this morning, right? You guys heard me talk this morning about what we don't want to see. And I just saw March 7th, 442p, $2.6 million. And you guys heard what I said, right? That you don't want to see the addition of puts to print. Excuse me. You don't want to see the addition of puts to print into OPEX, and we're seeing it right now. That sucks. So watching SPY puts March 7th, 442p, $2.6 million. Even if we don't go down here, I want you, it's a block trade. Even if we don't go down here, I want you to know that it will impact the SPY. So if you're long right here, be careful for the next 10, 15 minutes. I feel for you, bulls. I'm a bull. I am a bull. So I'm trading as a bear right now, but I am a bull. We'll take a look right here. Hair indicator just, of course, must have turned stupid negative with that put buying. I'll list off some more puts for you. We've got UPST puts, March 18th, 120p, $170,000. Facebook calls, March 18th, 225C for $300,000. Dip buyers on Facebook. Roblox puts, February 18th, 57p for $140,000. I don't know if that trade's even worth the money. Maybe it is. Might be. It seems like a long way to go. Or not a long way to go for not a lot of profit. I might let Roblox cool off. Plug calls, February 25th, 24C. Apple calls, March 18th, 175C for $192,000. Twitter puts, space puts, QQQ puts. That was at 9:40 this morning, February 16th, 351 P for $232,000. Calls on Roblox, calls on Upstart, calls on the banks, BAC with lots of calls. 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, sweeps, all on March 11th, 50C for about $200,000, but broken up, right? What else do we have here? More space puts, more Facebook calls, puts on Palantir across the board, and puts on Facebook too. Yeah, lots of puts on Facebook. And what else do we have here? Puts on X, February 18th, 24P for 2 sweeps for $30,000 total. Puts on SE, heads up on that one. SE, February 18th, 144P for $500,000. AMC puts, February 18th, 19P, $40,000. Okay, so now we got all that out of the way. We can see that there's support right here at 443.74. We'll take a look on a larger time frame on SPY. Remember that negative hero indicator over time, right? We've got sellers above at 447.36. We'll look for where support is below. Looks like the buyers have come up this morning, which is nice to see. Next support, 434.89, 430. See where the real money is, though. Real money is down at 425.35, 421.79. This is where the real money is down here, okay? If you're a bull and you're risk aversive, and if you think we're going down, that's the price target, probably for OPEX if the bears have their way. So get this a little bit more granular here. And you can see this support here has moved up or has been rug pulled at this moment. It's on 443.77. And just be aware of that negative hero indicator. If that hero indicator stays at like minus 18,000 and gets to like minus 20,000, minus 50,000, over time we're going to go down. Now let's say it goes to minus 50,000 and then it moves from minus 50,000 to minus 40,000, minus 30,000, minus 10,000. 0, that's bullish still, okay? We're getting bullish at that point. So you've got support and resistance. We'll see if this support holds up or not. So good morning, everybody. Good to see you all out there. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. We already have 252 viewers this morning. Very nice. Good to see you all. Everybody's asking what's going on with APPS, so we'll take a look at that next. Getting screamed at in on chat and on Discord. We'll take a look at APPS. Let that load up. Good morning, Matthew. How are you? 200 would be a good dip. 218 is bottom support in the channel. UPST on a rocket ship. We'll look up UPST as well next. Nice shout out on UPST. Have you seen any calls this morning, UPST? See what we saw on UPST this morning. UPST at 938. It was March 18th, 139C for $100,000. See any others in here? That's all I see. Yeah, thanks for hitting the like button. If this programming is helping you, please like and subscribe. If we're safe, oh, there goes SPY. Bye-bye, SPY. 443.29. There goes the SPY. You got the warning on those puts that came out, right? February 16th, 443p, $152,000 on the SPY right now. Bye-bye, SPY. Good morning, Dejan. How's everybody doing this morning? So give me a second here. I got to turn off Discord. It's got too much crap going on. Task manager. Terrible, right? Everybody wants captive. Trust me, I ain't the one influencing the SPY. VIX is on a rocket ship, by the way. VIX is like, fuck you, we're going back up to 27. Price targets below 441.43, 440.12. AMD is straight down. UPST is straight call flow. Viacom's dipping. Brr, Joey. Brr. Joey made some money. Take a look at apps. APPS. Oh, dude. Purple calls. That's an old school pump and dump from Wall Street Bets. PRPL, March 18th, 7.5C for $36,000. And you know who else is going to be purple one of these days? Fucking Piton. Puts on pins February 25th, 25P, $54,000. This is a tough one on APPS, guys. There are a lot of sellers up here. It's not a pretty chart. Well, I can't say that it's not a pretty chart. Looks like real support's at $41. 35 is buy the fucking dip, BTFD. This looks like, I don't know what this looks like. This is a tough one to call. I don't know enough about APPS. Not a pretty chart, though. There's a lot of sellers here. Just be conscious of there's a lot of sellers on APPS right now. What do you want to know about American Airlines? I'm going to do AAL for you. Can do AAL. We know that airlines and... You know my thoughts on airlines and cruise lines, right? They trade a lot. They trade a lot alike. So there's a lot of movement that opens and closes on airlines and cruise lines. You have to look at them as well over like a course of a month and not enter trades either way, long or short, without considering a larger chart. We'll look at American Airlines. SPY now trading down to 442.56. Still looking for that 441.58 or so. A little more buyers than sellers on American Airlines. Air indicator is negative currently. Walls of sellers here, unless you get some news out. Looks like profit taking, if I had to guess. But there's a lot of sellers here. Or you're looking for news that we're opening up or something. Yeah, so let's talk about Viacom real quick. My long-term trading, my long-term investment on Viacom has nothing to do with earnings. It has to do with mergers and acquisitions that should take place on Viacom this year. And I do warn you that the rise in Viacom had nothing to do with earnings. It only had to do with the interest in it being so knocked down. There were calls that were 1 month out, 3 months out, 6 months out, a year out, with zero premium on them. We had calls for like 5 cents, 10 cents, 3 cents. You could just buy them, and all that. It was a premium play. That's all it was. It was never meant to be an ER or a turnaround or anything like that. From the get-go, it was that nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted to touch it. And the reality is that it's more of a long-term trade. Let's say someone buys Viacom, adds their TV shows, their movies that they have a basket of, or a what'd you call it, a library of properties that are very valuable to not Netflix, but maybe like a Roku or something like that, to add titles to their library. So that trade, you're always looking for that trade you're looking for Viacom to shit the bed, all interest to bleed out of calls, and then you trade it for 1 to 3 months, and you keep reloading. We did the math on it one time. If there is an acquisition in the next year, that's the trade, right? If you think there's going to be an acquisition this year, then it wouldn't matter when it happened. You just buy the heavy dips anywhere down around 20 to 30 bucks. You get yourself some 1 to 3 month calls, and you reload every quarter. You just reload every time in case there is something that comes down the pike, because they will trade. If that happens, if you believe in that trade, it would trade to $70, $90 in a day. So you want to be buying and this is a trade that you lose money on until it hits. So you have to first believe that there's going to be some kind of a merger and acquisition. You have to be able to get the calls way outside the money, dirt cheap. And then you need to be able to invest into that trade. It's probably going to cost you $20,000, $30,000 to print, a few $100,000, and you're probably in the time, and it's intensive in time. Could take a year, could take 2 years. So you have to time it properly. In Viacom, the trade was in December, and we're now in February 16th. So you're looking for that trade again, and so I'm going to start watching Viacom closely. More purple calls. March 18th, 5C, $95,000. Facebook dip buyers, February 18th, 220C, $172,000. Airbnb, February 18th, 185C, $37,000. Nvidia calls, March 4th, 300C, $84,000. IWM, 2 trades on IWM here. February 25th, 210C. There's a $300,000 call and a $440,000 call. Q's, February 16th, 351C, $241,000. There were some matching puts as well. March 4th, 332P for $300,000. Looks like a split a straddle of some kind. So IWM, we'll take a look at that next. We'll look at AAL, we'll look at IWM for that trade. See if that's a valid trade. And then I'm going to take a minute here because I'm going to try to position myself for a trade. When I'm looking at all this stuff, I wasn't able to take a put on the SPY. Missed the trade. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Okay, so we got here business inventory. U.S. business inventory is 2.1% versus 2.1% expected. February NAHB housing market index 82 versus 82 expected, so that's kind of flat. Russia foreign minister, U.S. is whipping up tensions to hamper the implementation of the pipeline. It doesn't really mean shit. We'll play my partner here, Charlie.
Economic indicators point to continued weak growth momentum for the global economy amid the pandemic.
Yeah, I cover NQ. I trade NQ. I haven't been focusing on NQ recently. I was trading NQ a lot last year, and I've stayed away from NQ. I research it every day, and it's interplay into the SPY. But the SPY is the NQ makes up is part of the SPY, right? The SPY is not part of NQ. But I track NQ all day long. I track all of big tech. But I'm not trading it currently. If you want me to focus on it a little bit more, I can. So Bobby's buying MTTR calls all day long. Let's see, did SPY get halted? So IWM's just in some traffic right now. I'm not really seeing direction. There is more support currently where we are with this orange that you see. Less sellers above than there are buyers below. The hero indicator is very good right now on IWM. It looks much more healthier than the SPY this morning. So you might want to keep your eyes on IWM for a long trade if you are a bull. If you don't trade IWM often, you want to be getting in on where everybody else is in, because if you're not, and that trade doesn't always print right away. I always look at IWM like a weekly trade or a monthly trade. Even now, IWM I don't look as a let me hold a trade for 15 minutes. You're kind of locked in for a little bit longer than expected. There is put concentration right now on February 16th, 204p. There's 3,000 contracts, not a whole ton. There's a lot of calls on February 16th, 205C. And we'll look at February 18th. Lots of bears betting against IWM. They're all on 200p for February 18th. There's 12,000 contracts. I'm assuming this is a trade against the FOMC minutes. And then there's a bunch of concentration on February 22nd, 208C for $1.50. If I trade IWM, I tend to buy monthlies. I don't buy, sometimes I'll buy dailies or weeklies on IWM, but it tends to trade better. Especially like if you see, like here's an example. I see a bunch of calls right now. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like they're gone. They've disappeared, almost like spoofing. Yeah, seeing some spoofing. Okay, so an example would be for February 22nd, I see a lot of, not a lot, but I see 1,000 contracts on 208C. So I'd probably get like 206s or 205s. I wouldn't stay on those 208s. I'd take slightly closer in the money than where, because they move them around a lot. You have to really actively manage, and it's a high actively managed trade, and you're in it for a long time. See if I can find anything else farther out. Like IWM, there's interest on IWM 210C for February 25th. And after that, it's just a wasteland. Some nice calls on February or March 2nd, 209C, $2.62. Widespread on this one, 262 to 267. And right now, currently in the SPY, everybody's loaded up on so everybody is straddling the market right now. Everybody's on, the algos are on 445C and 440P for today. So there's algos think there's going to be a move today. So we've got $1. It costs $1 for 440p, and it costs $1.12 for 445C for an expiration of today. So they're expecting a move at some point. I don't know if I like that. I think I like a straddle that's dated for the 18th better. Let's see, we got 289, 1, 2, 4. Seems like there's more interest on the put side heading into Friday than there is on the long side. But you could take that trade, you know, that 448 and the 440 P's and the 445. I think it's 440 and 445 for Friday. You know, trade that if you like. Unless you're day trading like me. Sure, but that's like gambling, right? I don't know how many of you guys like to gamble. GME is moving right on. VIX is climbing. All these little downticks and NQ here, great long scalps. When is Facebook a buy, even though I can't stand Zuck? We'll take a look at Facebook next. That's a tough one, man. You guys don't want to hear what I have to say about it. My assumption is, you guys remember when Snap fell? You're going to see Facebook be heavily shorted over a long period of time. You'll see it trade sideways and down over 1 to 3 months. And then you'll have moments of, rips, and you're going to have some capitulation moments if the market falls. What you want to look for is, does it participate in market moves up or down? And that will give you the best insight. If we have a ripper rally and Facebook does not participate, that shows that it's heavily shorted, right? And that it's not participating in rallies. If you see it participating, that's a good sign for Facebook. If you see us start to ever sell off and Facebook doesn't participate in us selling off, it means that the banks are now loading up on Facebook. You'll hear people out there give you all kinds of reasons how to tell. But for me, that's been my best bellwether. That way I don't have to listen to whatever people are saying in the news. The news seems to cloud things. Facebook calls February 18th, 220C. $91,000. February 18th, 220C. We got Facebook March 4th, 210C for $180,000. Calls on BA. February 25th, 230C for $25,000. BBIG, February 25th, 4C, $27,000. Airbnb, so we've been seeing some Airbnb calls this morning. February 18th, 195C for $95,000. Hood, high algo score. February 25th, 15C, $13,000. Space calls, February 18th, 11C, $13,000. I don't know about that one. BA, February 25th, 230C for $30,000. More calls on American Airlines. That's the second or third set we've seen. So maybe somebody knows something I don't know. American Airlines, February 18th, 19.5C for $14,000. Maybe there's some news. That looks like the wall of sellers on American Airlines. So maybe there's some news that we don't know about. They're going to try to squeeze it higher today. So we'll keep an eye on American Airlines for a squeeze. I'd like to see more follow through on NDX breadth. Yeah, we'll look at a Facebook right now for some firm levels. It's tough, man, on Facebook. Some companies, it's just a matter of taking profit. Facebook does have some structural issues. Dan Niles, I don't like him a lot, but he made a good point. He made a fair point, right? They mentioned TikTok, and that was enough for us as competition. You want to see no competition for Facebook. They used to highlight and focus their growth in emerging markets, and that's really what you want to hear. You want to hear Facebook say something like, "Oh yeah, we're investing in I don't know, South America. We're investing in Africa. We're investing in Southeast Asia. Our user base is growing amongst this age group because that's what their growth is based on, right? New users, hooking new junkies that are young. And that's the only death nail that they'll stay strong as long as they're rolling kids into some form of a program, right? Doesn't have to be Facebook. Could just be something underneath their banner. Hey, we hooked them on our version of Roblox, and now we roll them into Insta when they're young adults, and then we're rolling them into Facebook when they're old and crazy. So you've got lifetime, long-time hooked addicts. We've got some firm support here at 210. Looks like we got more money. See this 64,000 buyers here, right? And we've got 93,000 buyers at 200. And that you can probably call for local support right now. The real money's at $200. So snap a line on your favorite charting software, set an alert for 210, set an alert for 200, and you guys know if you right click on your support lines, those not crayons, but the lines that you draw on your charting software, you might not know this. You can right click on them, set up an alert to email you, text you, whatever you like to use. You don't have to pay attention to Facebook each day, and you just wait for it to ring. If you do enough of those tickers, you won't chase stocks anymore. You'll end up chasing your alerts, right? You'll have like 200-300 tickers that you don't have to pay attention to every day. And if Facebook ever comes down to 200, then you come back on here and you go, hey, Cap, I got an alert for Facebook at 200. Have the buyers stayed at 200, or are they now down below it, not 190 or 180? VXX puts February 18th, 21.5p for $41,000. Apple calls February 18th, 172.5c, $60,000. Uber February 18th, 37.5c for $139,000. Man, I don't know. If I had to guess, today is going to be a lot of trapping bulls and bears. Like, I want to buy this dip right now on the SPY so bad. I'm like, man, I know how this goes. You know what today's trade is? So I usually, I love trading FOMC minute days, believe it or not. See that nice hair indicator starting to bump up here? I love trading FOMC days and FOMC minute days. But typically what I'll do is I'll wait for like a half an hour before the minute release, maybe an hour. I'll start looking at it like an hour before. And then a half an hour before the minutes, I will look to see where everybody is. Now, knock on wood, this has worked every single time. But I don't know how many people know about it now. Now you sometimes have to be fast with this because it can move. Like, as a matter of fact, the last time on the minutes, everybody, I don't know what it was, but everybody, let's say, was on the call side. So we went down, burned all those calls. I think that's not what it was. Everybody was on the put side last time. So I took the call side. We went screaming up, and then we ended up selling off. So you had to like take the call side to burn the value of the puts, right? So, and then we took the put side when the puts are finally cheap and rode those down. But it's not always like that. But right into FOMC minutes, typically, if it's going to go that way, let's say everybody's on puts and it is going down, we ain't going straight down. They're going to wreck all those puts first, then they're going to dump it. So sometimes you can wait too. You have to make both those trades. Sometimes you can wait to see which side prints. This time this morning, looks like there's a big straddle in the market. So I don't know if that holds true into the minutes today. But usually, not all the time, they'll intentionally burn whoever has the most pain whoever will take the most pain, because they don't want to pay everybody. Then they don't have the, they're not going to pay everybody. Even if you're right, they're not going to pay you. So we'll track the SPY as we head into the minutes today. About an hour before, we're going to take a look and see. They usually don't drop information before. And the other note that I want to make on FOMC minutes is it never matters what's in those minutes, because those minutes are fucking huge. It's what they focus on. You'll see two kinds of information. You'll see a bull or a bear. Doesn't matter. We'll try to push what's in the FOMC minutes, but then you'll see the real news come out and they'll highlight what matters in the FOMC minutes. Typically, the information is known before FOMC, and that is the information that is released to the news to push and pump. So whatever they release today, they'll have a presser, the kit that they hand out to the press. And regardless of what you read inside the FOMC minutes, they're going to tell you what's important inside of the FOMC minutes. And we will normally get that information prior to the rest, most of the market, from Trade the News. Trade the News should typically release that news before you ever see it on Twitter by at least a minute or two. You should have that information today before most people on social media. Not everybody. Faster than a fucking Bloomberg terminal, I promise you that. So Bloomberg terminal news is pretty fucking slow. So we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see what that is. That's going to be the move for today. If I had to guess, they're going to trap bulls and bears all day long into the 12:30 hour. That's my guess. Now, there'll be nothing telegraphed. They're going to be, I promise you, I've traded these minutes more times than I can count. And they trap everybody. Every single time they trap everybody. And then they fucking burn one side. Whatever the heaviest side is, they burn them. And then they force you to buy more in that direction. If it goes in that direction. Most times, it's gone the opposite direction every time without any kind of jankiness. If everybody's on the call side, they dump it. And if everybody's on the put side, they rip it. And they just make up some bullshit news, tell you why it's dumping or ripping. This has been, I think I'm like 10 for 10 on these trades. I don't think I've lost a single one yet. That's how consistent it is on minutes and on the FOMC. Typically, you won't see a move until the second day, but the minutes, you usually get a reaction right away. Usually in the FOMC meeting, the trade is before, leading up to it, and then you have to wait usually a day for a reaction. But the minutes, dude, it's usually right, like a half an hour before you'll see a reaction. Yeah, they are scam artists. Yeah, I saw that rally last night in European session. I saw that U.S. futures rally. And dude, I get the bear at the bull case. So if you want to be a bull in this market, right? You guys can just look at how this is right now, right? Everybody's loaded up on calls. There's a claim that the advancers versus decliners. We have more advancers than decliners.
10 minutes to our weekly DOE petroleum inventory data. Crude expected minus 500,000 barrels. Gasoline plus 500,000. Distillate minus 1.5 million barrels. Utilization 87.5%. Monitoring yesterday's API data, we saw a draw in all three of the categories.
Tesla calls February 25th, 900C. Bull calls $868,000. More more calls on airlines. So maybe something's going on, and we'll look at jets. I'm going to look at jets. There's calls on BA. There's calls on United Airlines. There's calls on American Airlines. We know there's sellers hiding above, right, on these tickers. We already looked at them on Bookmap. But there are calls on United Airlines, February 18th, 50C for $100,000. There's calls on American Airlines, April 14th, 80C for $300,000. That just came out. It's possible if we had some news that there's no war, maybe we don't know about that, or there's more flights reopening or something like that. We also have calls on M. March 18th, 33C. $122,000, $34,000, and $353,000, all with a high algo score. We'll look at M or Macy's. I like that trade to an extent. You guys probably want to take a look at Macy's. The nice turn on Macy's 2 days ago. So we'll look at Macy's next. Open up a chart on your end. For the Macy's trade. Let's have a look here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's kind of bullish. Not gonna lie, Macy's kind of bullish. Looking at a 1 month chart, it looks like consolidation for a move higher for a conviction trade. So we'll look at Macy's. Not a bad looking trade. Maybe they've got ER or something coming out. Squeeze play, maybe. Looks like a squeeze play. Real buyers are down at 22. Intraday support at 26.16. Trying to trade above 27.30 for a move to 27.82 and ultimately 29.78. More buyers than sellers. They've already touched once down below here at 27.07. Intraday support at 26.03. That's interesting here. Maybe we got some news coming out. I don't know enough about why it's trading higher like this and why people are interested in calls. Calls on Google. Someone was looking at Google on a squeeze, a squeeze tool this morning. Google, March 18th, 2900C for $700,000. Apple calls, big calls on Apple. March 11th, 165C for $833,000. Apple calls March 11th, 175C for $200,000. Upstart calls UPST July 15th, 280C for $71,000. Upstart calls February 18th, 150C for $282,000. Look at the daily lineup here and see where all the concentrations are. We got 4 orders for Apple for $1.3 million. Facebook's got Buy the Dippers in it. Baba has $1 million order on it. 9/16, September 16th, 125C. Then Tesla, then IWM, then Upstart, then Google, then the Qs, M, then a bunch of airlines, some Snap calls as well. Snap February 18th, 39C. A pair of them on sweeps for a total of, I don't know, $330,000. See if we can find anything else that looks interesting. BBIG, BA has a small amount of calls. We also have calls on PCG. Papa Charlie Gamma, PCG. March 18th, 11C for $31,000 and March 18th, 13C for $11,000. Unusual. Calls on SoFi. February 18th, 13C for $22,000. It's a trap. Here indicators going nice and green here on SPY. Back here at a nice crossover at 10:20. Heading up nice and green. Here indicators starting to turn positive here. Ooh, I like seeing that Viacom down there. I'm going to look up Viacom next. We're going to take a look at Viacom, see where real support lies on it. I really want some like a capitulation move and look for some 3-month out calls on them. I don't think there's an add-on for Hero. NVIDIA calls. That's, I think, the third set. February 18th, 260C. ER trade. They report tomorrow, I believe, after the bell. Oh, I love when Viacom's negative. I love buying this dip. Look at that. Look at those buyers down there. See these weak sellers? See all these big buyers just coming in. See if they think it's going down any deeper. Nope. This is exactly where... This is the wall of accumulation here. Just a straight wall. Look at it. 70,000 buyers here, right? And you got 66,000. Possibly trade down to $25. Doesn't matter. What you need to do is let this expiry. Let's look at the expiry on Viacom. So the key would be to get this expiry in Viacom. What you want to do is you want to crush the bull's spirit. You want to destroy the bulls. So like the bulls are on 30C right now. And they're all like, oh, please go back up. I just want to print my calls. Oh, I just want to save my calls that I got for ER. Please. In reality, they're going to burn these calls down to dust. Grind them. Oh, not the reality. Hopefully they get ground down to dust into February 18th, right? So what you do is like on Friday or on Tuesday, because you know we're closed on Monday, right? You know that the market is closed on Monday. But what you want to do is see like all these calls get destroyed. You want the bulls to lose all hope, doom and gloom, right? And then you want to like look out like 3 months. Let's have a look. We're in February, right? February, March, into April. Say May, June. June's even nice too. Like June 17th. Yeah, and like you see these calls down here in June. A nice round number. So someone's playing this with me. I know who he is. I knew who it is playing this with me.
DOE petroleum inventory data, crude expected at minus 500,000 barrels, gasoline plus 500,000, distillate seen minus 1.5 million barrels, utilization expected 87.5%.
So like people are loading up on.
And in the API data yesterday, we saw a draw in all three categories.
Like there's some dirtbag out there with June 17th, 50C, 13 cents. Perfect strike. Because if it goes to 90, what does that pay off? Let's look at it. Look and see. Someone's out there gambling. Look up what it would. We're not going to include the premium, right? Or the interest in those calls.
The DOE data in just a few seconds.
Let me take a look here. Someone's out there with the long trade. Where's the options profit calculator?
Crude at plus 1.1 million barrels, gasoline minus 1.3 million, distillate minus 1.6 million barrels, utilization dropping 2.9 percentage points to 85.3%. Cushing crude inventory down 1.9 million barrels at 25.8.
USO with a bid. Ticker USO.
Total domestic production flat at 11.6 million barrels.
Calls on XPO March 18th, 72.5 C, $300,000. Let's look at Viacom, and we're going to look at the option for June 17th.
WTI crude futures a little higher after the data, just below $94, up 2%.
And let's see. Hold on here. I got to do some math. So you ready? Don't follow me on this shit, okay? But this is what someone's out there. This is what I had a discussion with a trader out there back in December. So you've got June 17th, $50 calls on Viacom. Now you roll these out every 3 months. So 100 contracts. I shouldn't be telling you guys this. So let's say you buy 100 contracts of every 3 months. You buy 100 contracts way outside the money calls. For this example, you've got 100 contracts that cost you $1,300, right? I know you guys lose $1,300 all the time. So that's cost $1,300, right? If there was a merger and we traded to $70 in this time frame, you'd make about $200,000. This is old school Wall Street bets, just so you know. This is old school Wall Street bets. If it went to 90, you'd make $400,000 on that trade. You'd probably have to set an alert, like all Viacom news, come to your phone, so that you could sell those calls the moment that a merger or acquisition was announced. But for $1,000, I bet you have a better chance of trading that for 4 quarters than you do of winning the lottery. You make that trade for 4 straight quarters. Probably going to get in trouble telling people this. So the Viacom trade would be, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but there's a huge trade out there. I know you guys piss money away all the time. So let's say you make a big win, take $1,000, and you throw them on some outside the money calls on Viacom. And that doesn't include premium. Just the fucking premium kick would be insane. You'd make a lot of money. It's a nice round number too, like $50. Here's another example. If it only hit 50 between now and like May, you would make $50,000 in that trade. Oh, good question. Why not just do leaps? And I'm going to explain it to you why. If I spend $1,000 4 times, right? I spend $1,000 4 times, my payout is much larger than leaps. No one cares about leaps. The only thing people care about is what is going to happen now. Well, that's the good way of asking a good question, right? So I want to answer this question for a lot of you out there, and that is that with any trade, there's risk. So you have to do your own due diligence and say, what are the chances of larger or companies on the rise acquiring other companies, right? Like which companies would want to acquire another company and what are the reasons for that? So we got calls on, I'm going to answer that question in a second. TTD, so Tango Delta, February 18th, 74C, 3 sweeps, 26,000, 57,000, 78,000. February 18th, 74C, TTD. Facebook puts, February 18th, 215P. SPXS, July 15th, 26C, $207,000. Loads of Apple calls coming in right now, off the chain. Got BA calls too, February 18th, 220C for $75,000, but banging on Apple calls. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at Apple right away. This is the market warning for a positive. Apple, February 18th, 172.5C, $41,000. Apple, March 11th, 165C, $833,000. Apple, March 11th, 165C, $882,000. Apple golden ticket, March 11th, 165C, $1.6 million. Apple, March 11th, 165C, $800,000. Calls on SPY for a pair trade, I guess, February 16th, 445C. Apple, February 16th, 447C, $30,000. We're going to answer that question. That's a good question. Why would I trade? We're going to look at Apple too on Bookmap. Big money coming into Apple currently. Apple trade down to 170. So we're going to talk about how do you come to that? First of all, you can't ask me or anybody that question. Why do you think that's going to happen? You have to go and do your own due diligence, and you, as a trader and as an investor, have to see if you have that conviction or not. It's not up to me to tell you, hey, you should buy Palantir because of this and because of that. You have to say, well, why is he saying that? Why is this trade so lucrative? And I have to look into this, right? So a key example of this, though, would be Peloton, right? Peloton's out there, and someone wants that badge, right? We know somebody wants the Peloton badge, regardless if they're going to sell or not. Then someone's going to want to roll that badge into their products category, their basket or whatever. And so you're looking right now, and for me, I know that people are not watching TV anymore. I know that people aren't watching cable TV anymore. I know that kids and young adults are focused on Hulu. They're focused on Roku and Apple TV and Netflix. And I know, being young enough to end with kids, that there's content limitations. When you see a company like Netflix say, hey, we're only going to run a show for 1 to 3 seasons and then run a different show, it only has to do with one thing. And it has to do with the fact that they're trying to build content. They want to build Stranger Things, set it down for a little while, come back to it in 5 or 10 years. It's a property that they own, that they've developed. And people complain all the time, hey, Netflix doesn't have any content, right? So now they've got German content, Korean content, anywhere they can get content. But in reality, they want to have their own like our Netflix produced this. We look forward to seeing this show, and they have it in their stable, right? So a company like Viacom is famous for making TV content over the past 10, 20 years or whatever, even longer, right? And they have all these properties. And an example would be, let's say they owned Friends, right? Not that they do, but if they had owned Friends, they could say, hey, we're going to relaunch Friends again on our network, or we own Friends, right? So let's say Roku acquired it and say, hey, we're going to relaunch Friends. And because they bought Viacom, they can play that show on their platform, right? On their channel. And so if you're a Roku, or if you're a Hulu, or if you're a Netflix, you're an Amazon TV, you want to gain the rights to those properties. And if there are companies out there that are looking very weak, Viacom is on that list. Now, they're not the only ones on that list, but they're definitely on that list. If I was a headhunter out there looking to snipe and take a properties from a company, I would have Viacom on my list to be like, you know what, I'm going to buy that company. I'm going to take all those properties and roll them into my channel. And all I got to do is find somebody with a bunch of money to help me do a takeover. So I'm going to start a short operation. I'm going to beat the shit out of the stock, right? I'm going to pay this government official off. I'm going to ruin Viacom. I'm going to make everybody out there think it sucks. And then I'm going to do a corporate takeover. I'm going to accumulate all that stock. And then one day I'm going to announce and say, hey, we're buying Viacom. So in my view, as a trader, and in my research, I think that Viacom is a prime candidate for a takeover or a merger down the road. Now, does it guarantee that it happens? No. And there's nothing guaranteed in this world. You can't guarantee that it's going to happen. But if it does happen, right, and we come back here to discuss this in a year or two, or you don't see me ever again, I disappear with my glasses and my mustache on like some of these pumpers out there. You're like, damn it, Captain Jim always told me to buy all these crazy outside the money calls on Viacom, and piss away $4,000. And the funniest part about this trade, right, is I guarantee that 80% of you out there would say, I know that 80% of you would be like, oh, fuck no, I ain't making that trade. And next week, you'll trade some SPY or some Apple or some fucking AMC and lose 4 or 5 grand and think nothing of it. Think nothing of losing that money. And you'd be like, oh, good luck, or next time I'll get them, right? But to tell most people, this is what I mean. That's why I don't recommend you trade this, because it's a losing trade unless it prints. So you have to say to yourself that $1,000 is gone. Like, I never get that money back. It's never coming back to me. But the payoff on that trade is stupid huge. If you guys got a better trade than that, let me know, because to me that's my trade of the year. Let's even look at, like, you guys are like, oh, I want to buy Hood, right? You know what you need to have happen for Hood? You need to have Vlad step off, and he just reaffirmed in his last ER. He said, "Fuck you, I ain't going nowhere. I own this company. There ain't nobody doing a hostile takeover of this company." Have they released like an entry level charting software, maybe like Webull or something, like just basic? Fuck no. People are out there saying, oh, it's going to be taken over. He's going to sell. He's going to be this, and there's going to be that. If you want to look someone on their last leg, I'd take a Viacom on their last leg over a Robinhood on their last leg. Right? So I hear all those arguments out there. Oh, I 100% agree that it's a binary event. The thesis has to be, is Viacom going to be acquiesced or merged into another company? So if you believe that, or believe that there's a high possibility of that happening, you have to do your own due diligence. You have to look into it, because I've done mine, and I think that is on the table. Now, and even some high rollers have said that as well, but they haven't named the companies that are on that block. And I personally believe Viacom is. So I don't want to hear, I know you guys piss away money all day long. I don't want to hear that you don't want to piss away $4,000, because I know you piss away $4 grand all the time on shittier plays. Anyways, I'll move on from that rant. SPY calls February 16th, 445C, $63,000. Apple calls. Apple's moving up too, by the way. It's bouncing off right here. We'll put up the hero indicator. Sometimes it'll dip or move up on a big trades like that. So, but it looks like, on a chart, it looks great. Yeah, so I always hear that from people that are like, you don't know if it's going to happen. I'm like, shit, you guys take trades on fucking all kinds of nonsense tickers out there, and it never happens. No, my target is that they get acquired. So if they're trading at $30, if there is an announcement, you'd see a spike up to probably at least 70. I'm not even looking for 50. I'm looking for 70 or 90. You guys are like, I hate you. You're welcome, son. I love you too, Josh. Pain on BA puts. Yep. On 40. This 40K Viacom Weekly is done. No. Hey, Hazlu, how are you? Yeah, the trade is that you piss away $1,000 every quarter, and it's a $4,000 trade. Let's say it should print you anywhere from $50,000 to $400,000 if you hold the viewpoint that Viacom is going to merge. But I have to admit, this is an old school Wall Street Bets play. Like, this is some shit that you'd find on not now, you wouldn't find it on Wall Street Bets, but back in the fucking day, this is a trade that you'd find on Wall Street Bets. Apple's now moving up $170.97. Apple's trading higher. Here indicator is green, more sellers than buyers. I'm going to assume that the sellers are freaking out right now. This could be a good squeeze play here if they can get above 172.39. If I was short Apple right now, I'd be kind of worried. Not too many sellers until you get above here to 176. Cap is just front loading, pumping his front loaded Viacom calls. Ah, Winky doesn't like me pumping his stock. Trust me, it's a good play. I ran this trade against somebody that I trust. Very well-known trader. I ran it against last December, early December. And as a matter of fact, when we took that trade in early December, it printed fucking fat. So it's now back down, trading down to its support level. So if you guys want a winner, it's already printed once. No, it hasn't printed that big, but it's printed nicely. So, it's a gamble. It's a pure fucking gamble. But I'll tell you what, there ain't no fucking spy calls out there they're going to print to. Fucking, I don't even know what the percentage win on that is anymore. I didn't look. But I'm assuming that the percentage win on it is like, 100,000% or something stupid. I don't know what it is. It's in the thousands. It's in the multi thousands. And this is not financial advice. Do not listen to anything I'm telling you about this. Do not take my advice. Do not buy Viacom. Do not follow me on that trade. But the truth is for me, do some due diligence. Matter of fact, there's a guy from CNBC that mentioned a prediction about that this year. I don't think Viacom's buying anybody. Like, nobody gives a fuck about Viacom. You're not going to be like, oh, yeah, look, you guys renting Viacom every month? Like, nobody's out there getting Viacom. They're like rolling between Apple, Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, talking with their friends at the water cooler. Fucking HBO, whatever the fuck it is that's out there that you're watching. But no one's like, you guys, I know you guys, none of you guys have friends and they're like, hey, did you sign up for Viacom this month? There's none of that going on. Viacom is part of a dying breed, and it's eventually going to get sold out. In my view, it's going to get sold out and parted out to the highest bidder. Or whatever ruthless shark out there is going to get them for the best price. Brad's saying he heard that on radio, Apple patent for car dash screen was filed. They would have to partner up with the car manufacturer and presume that's anyone here with this shit. It also could be a trade into the Sell the News Apple event that's coming up. I missed the Viacom trade suggestion. Yeah, their content is big. Like their content is outstanding. Ripe for the picking. If I owned a Hulu and I saw their stock price down at $28, it's a juicy, it's juicy. It's juicy to make an offer on that. You don't even need the offer to go through. All you need is the offer to be made public, and that stock is going to the moon. Go into the moon. They counted with a reverse mortgage. So not financial advice. Apple ripping higher right now. Keeps printing. Called out Apple calls 10 minutes ago. Apple calls on the move, going up. SPY just trapping buyers. SPY's just scooping them in. Come join the party. You guys want some calls? Who wants some puts? You want some puts? You want some calls? Jump on in. Fucking Apple's moving like my fucking... I don't want to say it. I know. Who stands at the water cooler? Hulu ain't acquiring shit. I hate Hulu. They fucked that all up, right? What if YouTube bought it? If YouTube bought Viacom's content for YouTube TV, there's some buyers out there for sure. EXPE calls high algo score. 240C, $83,000. Tilray, March 4th, 8C, $21,000 high algo score. Hook, February 18th, 2.5C for $16,000 high algo score. Second calls on Hook. February 18th, 2.5C, $22,000. You know, some firm calls just came in, and I noticed someone was looking at a squeeze thing this morning on a firm on a Discord that I'm in. So we're going to look at a firm, see if it's squeezable. I think someone was talking about that early this morning. Hero indicator moving on up on the SPY. SPY trading slightly higher. 44.3.52. Looks like it's in a bear flag right now. Just heads up on that. If the bulls can't put it together on the SPY, you will see another drop. So we'll look higher here and see if any sellers step in. Look to see if there's anything sneaky Pete's above. Right here at 447.29. This is nice to see, by the way. We didn't have these sellers here before. We didn't see the sellers that high yesterday. And that's interesting. We haven't seen those sellers there. That is interesting. We didn't see the sellers move that high until today. They weren't there yesterday. They were down on 445, I believe. See this right here? We didn't have these sellers there before. Interesting. Calls on Tesla. February 18th, 950C, $100,000. Calls on the Qs. February 16th, 351C, $185,000. Calls on Snap. And I'm not going to talk about those. Nike puts. February 18th, 130P. Sneaky Pete's, baby. Oh, Jess called that rocket launch on Tesla. Right on, Jess. Good job. Weed. SPY don't give a fuck about Tesla mooning. I know they pinned SPY yesterday too. As the market moved, they pinned SPY intentionally. There are shit tons of shorts on the SPY right now. More affirm calls. February 18th, 42.5. Where's Jets? Jets is trading higher as well on whoever was. I didn't think Jets would move this morning, but there's calls all over airlines. Jets is now up from 23.20 at the open to 23.70. Those tickers on Bookmap looked like they were squeezable. They had lots of sellers above. So if they get higher, they could squeeze. Tesla bounced off 902 and now trading at 914.30.
ECB reported yesterday that Italy was going to seek an extension of their
AFRM crashing through resistance above. More calls on AAL. March 18th, 19C, $79,000. Firm cranking higher. Not many sellers here. Price target for a firm, $45. Nice bounce down below at 42. Now trading at 43.50 or 43.46. Calls on Oxy, June 17th, 42C, $240,000. Some SPY puts coming in. February 16th, 443P. Man, I'll tell you what, there's a huge fucking short on the SPY. If any good news comes out of those minutes, we're going to get a fucking rocket ship. Guaranteed. Any good news comes out of those minutes, and SPY is going to fly. SPY is heavily shorted right now. That's a squeeze setup, believe it or not. It's been pinned for 2 days solid. We'll look at the Tesla chart next for Jess. What am I looking for here? Hood just cranking right now. Just peaked out. Firm. And JNK. Take a look at JNK. And HYG too. Yeah, Mike Da Silva talked about HYG and JNK to keep an eye on them. They're still trading sideways right now. I'm going to look up JNK. Look at Tesla first, then JNK. The SPY puts, no shocker, right? February 16th, 440 CRP for $49,000. EXP keeps getting a bid. We'll look at Tesla and see if there's any resistance here. Tesla's been a pretty good trade. If you're buying the 850s and 900s and trading them up to 935, 950, Tesla's been pretty consistent for bulls and bears. Traders have just been dominating Tesla. Like, investors are just like, what the fuck is going on? Tesla's just been a ragdoll, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Traders just trading it back and forth. Apple trades like that, or used to trade like that. You just get traders just trading it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for weeks, like 2 weeks at a time, 3 weeks at a time, and just infuriate investors. So we'll look at Tesla. We'll let that speed itself up. Just getting ragdolled. Yeah, my trade today is somewhere in the SPY trade into the 2:30 hour. I'm not trading anything but SPY. That is one key warning to you. If you are a stock bull or bear, to be conscious of that move at 2:30, right? You can stay in any trade you want. Just know that if the market turns south or north, you can easily get smoked. The downward move, so if the market gets smoked, downward move is no less than 435 and probably targeting 420. And the upward move is only 450. So there's more money on the downward move than there is in the upward move. So if you are a bull, right, have some prophylactics on. What you could do is, let's say you wanted to stay long in your stock. We should talk about that too, right? Let's say you're a stock trader and you're like, hey, I'm long in this stock, or I don't want to sell. I don't want to panic into OPEX, and I don't want to panic into anything like the bullshit that's coming out at 2:30. Let's see here. Get yourself some spreads, some far out spreads. Get yourself a putback spread, right? So when you buy outside the money puts, and you sell in the money puts, they pay for themselves. They don't cost you anything. They'll actually make you money if we trade higher. We'll protect you for a move down to 420. If you don't know what those are, just Google search them. Put back spread. If you want to stay long the market, if you're like, hey, I want to stay long, I don't believe the bullshit that's coming out at 2:30. At least put some prophylactics on. Piton calls. January 20th, 2023, 50C, $637,000. Almost $700,000 or $637,000 in that trade. So SPY 445s are now 90 cents. SPY for today expiry, 445s are 90 cents. 450s are 8 cents. SPY puts, February 18th, 443p, $286,000. February 18th, 443p, $286,000. Those are $1.75. Let's look at Tesla. Oh yeah, Tesla, baby. Look at that. Tesla's looking real bullish. So if you guys showed me this chart, this would be trade of the day right here. Let's see trade of the day. So you've got more buyers than sellers. We have a slightly negative hero indicator, but that's okay. You've got some beautiful intraday support here at 900. Your flight plan is to trade to 950. It's a beautiful chart right now for an intraday trade. Sitting on beautiful support. If things got gnarly or ugly or anything. Hereby the dip is, of course, still at 850. But this is a beautiful chart. I can't lie to you. So if you buy below VWAP, it's at 900. Hopefully you can get a dip to 900, but you got beautiful fucking support here. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a nice trade. What you should do is take a snapshot of this. I'm going to post this on Twitter for you guys, so you guys can show this off to Twitter gang. So I can see if Twitter with the Twitter pump going. You guys want to do the Twitter pump? Let's see here. Make a pretty picture and post it on Twitter. More calls on Hook. Okay, ready? Hold on here. Hold on here. A nice trade on. It's a nice looking trade. I like it. So I'll snip this and I'll post it to the main Twitter page so we can get we'll get all the fucking Tesla fucking bulls all pumping out there. Fire up the Tesla bulls. Nice looking trade. Not gonna lie. I like it. Customize it. We'll customize it. We're gonna customize it. We're gonna make it lime. And we're gonna customize it. Price target of $9.50. We're gonna save it. Save it. I'm going to try to post it to Twitter so that we can pump up the bulls in the feed. We're going to pump up the bulls and get them all sweating. Get them all fired up today. We're going to get the bulls all. We're trading to 900. That's where we're going. Nice support. I like it. And that's honest. I like it. So we'll switch over here to the main page. Tesla bulls get all fired up. Tesla bears are all pissy right now. Winky's like, I'm out, taking a day off. Hold on here. See if we can switch over to shorter. See if we can, I don't know if I'm getting slow right now. The computer's slowing down. It doesn't like this. I'm on Twitter. Here we go. Okay. Tell the Tesla gang. No, it's a nice looking chart. Not gonna lie. Nice looking chart. We'll see if we can get over to Twitter, and we'll post this real quick for Tesla gang. Nice setup. Was that Jess that called that out? Right on. Nice break above. Resistance, found nice support. Tesla. Nice break above. $900 now support. Price target $950. Tesla. Tesla. Okay. We'll upload this real quick. And oh yeah, baby. There we go. Tweet. We'll tweet this out. We'll get the bulls all fired up on Twitter. See if this actually works or not. This fires up the bulls on Tesla or not. One of the better setups I've seen on Tesla recently. See if we can get the bulls all fired up. Let's see. Yeah, Jess likes it. NATO General Secretary, Secretary General Stoltenberg, Russian coercion is the new normal. We have no plans to deploy offensive systems to Ukraine. I want to ban you so bad, but I won't. I didn't even see that conversation. I wasn't looking at the chat, so I missed a bunch of this, but I bet it's hilarious. See that spoofing is rampant. I didn't read anything you guys are saying. Winky face. That's cool. I'm just messing around. I really don't care. But I always love how Winky talks in chat. If you can somehow make money trading Tesla, God bless you. I love it. IWM call or SPY calls 216-443C, $192,000. Airbnb calls 3 March 4th, 200C, $192,000. IWM calls February 25th, 210C, $156,000. SPY calls 216-444C, $74,000. I'm still not trading that. Google calls March 18th, 2900C, $690,000. We can look at Google real quick, I guess, too. A lot of Google calls coming in. I saw, I was looking at some squeeze tools this morning, and Google was on there. Firm was on there. I'm assuming there's some interest. So we'll take a look. SPY hero indicator is very positive right now. Buyers overwhelming sellers on SPY as well. So we do trade higher. I don't know. I'm not going to take it though. I know how this goes. They just suck you in, right? And then you're just sitting there. You get sucked in, and then you get trapped. I'm a big Tesla bull. Oh yeah, Zach Burton, baby. Thank you for tipping. Yeah, let me take a moment where the market is right now, just to let you guys know that this is a free sub. We have at Captain's Alpha is a handle that we have, and then we've got CaptainJimJames on Twitter. I don't think that's my handle name though. Just the at Captain's Alpha is a private handle. You just request friendship there to follow, and you can get in there. We've got a website that we're trying to get up and running, and that's all my fault. I've got the intern working on it, believe it or not, right now. It's gonna take probably another week or two, and then we've got a Discord with a great trading community. The chat box inside this live stream every day is very active. There are some very strong traders that are mods in here and inside the Discord that'll help you along. There's a lot of traders of all different backgrounds and experience levels. If you're a new trader, ask for help. People are always willing to help. Backtest your trades with other traders. You don't have to trade along with me. You can trade against me. You can trade with me. You don't have to follow me in every single trade that I do. This broadcast might just help you, and the people in this broadcast specifically are here to help you in your trading journey. But this is user supported, so if you're a new trader, a poor trader, please support the stream and the work that we do by liking and subscribing. If you are becoming a better trader, not losing all of your money. I know some of you all last night, I told you not to take calls into the close yesterday, and some of you all were going to take calls into the close yesterday. So if you're not losing money, if you're making money, please try to help support the channel. It does cost a lot of money to run this stuff. It takes a lot of time for us to put this information out. And so we're here most days of the week. We try to be here 5 days a week. It's a long broadcast. Between the internet and the services that we pay for, the equipment, the hardware, the upgrades, the cameras, all that other stupid shit, does get expensive over time. So please consider donating if you're making money, though there is no requirement. So I want you to know that. We started this for people.
Stoltenberg saying Russia's failure to withdraw can be confirmed through commercial satellite imagery.
Oh, shit. Got more bad news from Russia. So this free sub is an answer to the fact that there's private subs.
Saying that we're moving toward a time when COVID is not a crisis, but a manageable illness.
Hold on a second. I want to read this to you. Fed's Kashkari, a dove, a non-voter, is saying that we will do what we need to do to bring things back into balance. Be careful of that news, okay? Kashkari is a dove, okay? And they're saying that we will do what we need to do to bring things back into balance. That impacts SPY, TLT, SHI. So just be careful of that statement that just came out. Oh, I'll turn it up. I'm sorry about that. If you guys, if the volume is low, just yell at me. Hold on here. I'll turn the volume up right now. Apologize for that. That help me? Well, I think that was going to help. Is that the mic? All right, I turned up the volume for you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just turned the news up for you guys. You're welcome, son. I pumped up the volume. I got you guys. So he's saying he didn't talk about you guys are hilarious. So Fed's Kashkari is a dove, but Kashkari is saying that we will do what we need to do to bring the things back into balance. There's some news about COVID. The COVID crisis is manageable, right? We're moving toward a time when COVID is not a crisis, but a manageable illness. That's all bullshit. Comes from the White House. Impacts PFE, J&J, mRNA. And then the NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg is saying Russian coercion is the new normal. Basically, and that there were satellite images that the Russians have not left yet. So some more negative news out of Russia. I don't think anything is going to move the market on Russia anymore unless there's an announcement of war. I think that's the only thing at this point that should, unless they use some bullshit news. V-Ray, V-R-A-Y, March 18th, 4C, suspect, like totally suspect calls. 4C, somebody dropped $300,000 on 4C. Okay. CCL, April 14th, 25C, $123,000. Look at Google. Look at Google and see what's going on with Google. I wonder why so many calls are coming in on Google. It looks like there's a lot of sellers on Google. Maybe there's some news that it hasn't been announced yet. Oh no, there's more buyers. Google is nice. I can see why people are buying calls. Nice support here on Google, 2,700. No real sellers until we get way higher. Now I see why. Let's look higher. Price target above, 27.67. Slightly more sellers than buyers, but that could be, for all these calls coming in, could just be dealer hedging. Slightly negative hero indicator, but the buyers are there without a doubt. If you really wanted to buy the dip or wait, just set a snap a line at 26.52. That's where the real money is. If there's any weakness in Google. I got you guys. I got you, brothers. It's not really bad news. The bad news on... Am I still in here? So there's no real bad news. There are satellite images that were released today stating that... Let's see if we can break above this right here. This trend line. These usually make pretty good shorts, by the way. Just heads up to you if you're a trader out there. If you're a new trader, I want you to know that, now not this is going to happen, but if you guys don't know these setups, that SPY right now is looking like a short. Now, it doesn't mean it is. A lot of calls coming out on Apple, a lot of calls coming out on QQQs right now and on SPY right now. But I want you to know that bears are looking at setups like this to short this for a big red bar down. Just be conscious if you're trading this. If you're trading the SPY here, that bears will be trying to step in at some point. Let's be careful here. There's a bunch of different hot calls today. We'll talk about where are the bulls today. You guys want to know where the bulls are, where the bears are? The bulls are on Apple, Google, Facebook, Tesla, Baba, UPST, Piton, Nvidia, UAL, the airlines, and some sympathy plays in the cruise lines. Sympathy play or a sister play or a brother play on the Snap. Calls on Airbnb, V-Ray. BAC had some calls on it. Uber, TTD, BA, Firm, Purple, American Airlines, AMC, EXPE, SoFi, BBIG, Hook. Lots of interest there. So that's everything. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. And I'll be back. I'm going to take a break for... It's 11:19. I'm going to take a break for just like 10 minutes till like 11:30. I'm going to go get a cup of water or something. So if you guys want to take a break, take a piss, something like that, I'm going to leave the stream up, of course. Looks like a little bit of sellers here on SPY. Talked about that just about 5 minutes ago. When you guys should look at the chart on SPY right now when you see stuff like this. See this rising wedge right here. If bulls can't put it together quickly, it's usually a sell. Euro close in 15. I don't know how, Nat, I agree with you on Piton. Piton's a $10 stock. That's what it is. I'm sorry, man. That's what it is. Yeah, some weakness in the SPY currently. I'm going to bet there's two moves here, right? There's either trade inside of this little box or, I mean, is that what bulls are doing? Just trading this box? Or is there, because it looks to me like at some point it's going to dump. It's like a perfect dump scenario, just so you know. All right, so I'll be right back in like just 10 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. And I'll be back for 11:30 for the Euro close.
That's Kashkari saying the experience with COVID shows that this will be a while before we can be comfortable living with COVID, before supply chains come back, and before workers on the sideline come back to work.
MRTX, Mike Romeo Tango X-ray, 9/16, February 16th, 130C for $1.9 million.
That's Harker saying that you'd like to see 25 basis point increase in March, not 50.
Dip buyers on SPY, Palantir, Tesla, and the Qs.
That's Harker saying we'll take a couple of years to get back to 2% inflation target in the U.S. So the Fed needs to walk a fine line addressing inflation without damaging the economy. Comments from the Fed's Harker.
Kashkari goes on to say the Fed can soften demand by raising rates and tightening financial conditions, but that won't address supply side issues.
Are you guys able to hear that now? Is that still too low? Can you guys actually hear the news feed? Josh, can you hear the news feed fine? Is it louder now? Volume's better? All right, good. All right, right on. Those MRTX calls were interesting. If any of you are biotech bulls, it's MRTX. It was trading at $250. It's now trading down at 91.98. The low on it is $66. You probably just set some alerts on it. between 90 and 60 bucks, right? 65 bucks, set an alert on it. Looks like it's almost finished with its retracement. The calls are MRTX 916 130C for $2 million. Might be a nice buy and hold. Probably need to do some work on that and check on it. Also, Shopify calls April 14th, 1000C, $250,000. Might make a nice spread. Not so much just naked, not naked, but, single or just calls. But Shop might be a nice trade for 1000C on spreads heading out to June or something like that. You'd have to check and see if it's got a dividend or not. I don't know if Shop's a dividend. You don't want to buy spreads on anything with a dividend on it.
For about 90 seconds now, 90 seconds from the European cash equity close. The DAX, the CAC Current now in the red. The Spanish IBEX up 0.2%. The FTSE 100 down 0.1%. Bond yields near the lows of the day as we head out of European cash equity trade. 10-year gilt down 6 despite the inflation data earlier in the session. The 10-year Bund lower by 3 basis points.
Note that Walmart bottomed at 132.70, and they're now ripping higher. Calls coming in across the board. March 18th, 140C for $80,000. March 18th, 140C for $75,000. March 18th, 140C again. All block trades. Well, one sweep and 2 block trades. Again, it's March 18th, 140C. I paid $1.49 for those calls. I'll look at Oracle right now on Bookmap if you like. Let me take a look at Oracle real quick. I still haven't taken my break. I was trying to mess with some stuff. Take a look at that spot, that Walmart chart, by the way. And I'll bring up the Walmart chart next for you. Real buyers are down below at 420 on Oracle. That's where the real money is. It's bullish today. There's more buyers than sellers. I'm not going to say that it's not bullish on the day. If you find weakness in the market at any point, remember that 420 target. So if you want to look for a price target for today, some sellers hiding it. The real sellers are hiding at 445. Bullish though. I'm gonna look higher. You think it's going higher, maybe? Sellers at 445.40 and then 446.09. More sellers at 447.60 and 448, but blue sky is above. Any of this black area, if you're able to get above 448, you're going to make a move much higher. Some sellers at 449 and 450. The ultimate price target would be 452.60. We'll get the Walmart chart. And Walmart's got an ER coming up, I think, tomorrow. It's been trading down heavy. So I used to trade Walmart. It's a really weird ticker to trade into their ERs typically. They tend to have distribution like they do right now. They're trading down. Walmart's trading down on the year. They've almost given back everything since March 2021 and June. See here. So let's look back at, so basically back in 2020, they were trading at like $110. That's a good trade. I mean, if you keep an eye on Walmart heading into their ER. The best part of what Walmart is just owning the stock down here, like before ER, owning the stock is good. If it even trades down, let's say it has a bad ER and trades down to $100 and you have to dollar cost average down. Walmart's like Amazon, right? It's one of the companies that keeps America running. You can hate Walmart as a company, but it's used as a market hedge. There's nothing ever wrong with. Just think about if you own Walmart at $100 or $130, and you're at dollar cost average in, and you just sell puts down at $80 on Walmart, you're gonna make money. Take a look at the Walmart chart on a 2-year cycle. Over the course of 2 years. Almost done. Not quite. But almost done given the rest of its money back. It'd be better to buy Walmart at like $118 or $110. But it's starting to get to that point. Keep an eye on it. I wouldn't say buy it today, but I would keep an eye on it between now and Friday. And not Friday, Thursday, I believe. I don't know when their ER is. I think it's Thursday. But keep an eye on it as it trades into. And what's really weird about Walmart is even if it misses, it gets scooped right back up. So let's say it trades down, it gets accumulated by banks. Might even be a trade that you wait for after ER on. Maybe there's a dump, like one last capitulation dump. But it's worth watching. Either way, we'll keep your eyes on Walmart. And even when they beat, sometimes they don't trade higher in print until an expiration or two later. They're a really good company to buy spreads on, like in the money call spreads or slightly under the money call spreads. So there could be like a fishing expedition. They have a bad ER. Ooh, they trade down $10, $20, and then it gets all scooped back up, and then it trades back up again over time. I like the Walmart trade right now, believe it or not. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm willing to buy it at $130, but it's getting close, man. It's getting down. Like, you see Walmart at $125 or $110 or $90 or anything like that.
Kashkari repeating the Fed will be watching the data over the next 6 months to make sure inflation is going in the right direction.
Hutch is like I'm underwater in my shares. It's Walmart. Take a look at the Walmart. Take a look at the Walmart trade or the Walmart chart for the last 2 years. Problem, it's hard to trade options on Walmart, though. It's a fucking slow mover. Slow mover. It's hard. I've traded it and made money on it, but you got to get in with like Walmart traders. You got to like meet
Start
other
on the
Walmart
upcoming
traders
budget
and know
report
exactly when to
circulating that the
buy
Biden
and when to
administration
sell.
expected to seek more than $770 billion for
A
the
lot of Walmart traders
2023
know when to
U.S.
buy and
defense
sell
budget.
Walmart. I'm not a Walmart trader anymore, but I used to be. And it can be very lucrative. You just have to time it properly.
Funds to go to
They
modernizing the
burn.
military,
They don't make a lot of
according to
moves. So when they make a
sources.
move, it's usually big, and you want to be positioned usually in a spread to print them. I always like to see that I love that, Hutch. Yeah, I'll check AMD, bro. Let me go take my break. I'll be right back. Also of note, this morning we talked about BAC, right? I remember BAC from this morning. We're seeing now more calls on BAC. May 20th, 50C, $800,000. We highlighted that trade this morning at the open, when we also talked about Flowalgo and what they're targeting. So May 20th, 50C, $800,000 on BAC. AMD, a day trader or a new trader's paradise. If you guys ever want to learn how to trade stock options, AMD is a great ticker to trade. Always looking for a buy-in. AMD typically trades in cycles. If you look at a year chart on AMD, trades pretty consistently. Looks like buyers are sitting down there at 100. They want to take it to 150. I think it's been trading in this range for years now. As a matter of fact, AMD was the first ticker I ever traded options on. Very easy ticker to trade long calls on, long puts on. A great way to learn how to time the moves in a ticker.
Kashkari is saying the Fed is taking very seriously the risk that high inflation could get embedded in psychology.
Kashkari saying his caution to his colleagues is, let's not overdo it. If we raise rates really aggressively, we run the risk of putting the economy into recession, says Kashkari.
Just want to make a note that Fed's Harker, right, is a voter. That's key to know. And Harker's saying that he wants a 25 basis point, would vote for a 25 basis point rate hike in March. Very supportive of starting the process of raising the Fed funds rate, which is our primary tool of monetary policy. Start to raise that, and I would be supportive of as early as March, a 25 basis point hike in that rate. We need to walk a fine line at the Fed. I know. It needs to be higher. It needs to, 25 points ain't enough. I'm a bull, and I know 25 points ain't enough. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Wants 50. Yeah, wants 25 basis point hike, not a 50 point hike. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. We're gonna have runaway inflation. I'm a bull, man. This is insano. You know, all this talk out there, they should just peel the sticker off the wound. It can fuck up this market if they don't peel the sticker off, right? If they don't peel the Band-Aid off, they're not going to crash the market. I don't think at this point we've become numb to some of it. We will dump the market, but we wouldn't crash it. Like all these like 25 basis points, shit's nonsense. He's a voter.
Update from an Ukrainian government official saying that latest intelligence reports show no evidence of Russian withdrawal. That Russian forces near Ukraine's border still number around 140,000. Also notes this week's cyber attacks on Ukraine did not hit defense command control systems, even though there were some directed at the Defense Department.
Man, SPY is brutal. Just trade inside that box, right? Bam, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Carrefour reporting net income for the year at 1.16 billion, free cash flow 1.23 billion euro, up from 1.06 billion. CA trading in Paris, France. Sales were 81.3 billion euro versus 78.6 million in the year ago period.
Yeah, Tesla's got some nice consolidation. I got to give it to Tesla. You got one since January 24th. Not to be trifled with. More UAL calls. February 18th, 50C, $58,000. UAL's been coming in all morning. Someone asked about it. Not much movement. I wonder if there's some news that's coming. Kind of left scratching my head. Do any of you guys, because like me looking at a UAL chart, I'm like, what's the trade here? I get there's a reopening trade here, but me looking at this trade, I get the point that there could be a squeeze higher. It's been trading up since January 24th from $39. I understand all that. There's a shit ton of money and interest in UAL today. Got to be some kind of news, right? Jay's saying that GGPI is moving. Yeah, we can look at Snap. Usually when I see these calls, no movement in the ticker, there'll be movement in a day or two. Sometimes you can't follow them. I've gotten burned on airlines before. I don't trade them anymore. I don't trade the smaller airlines. I don't trade RCL, CCL. Sometimes I do, but it's rare. But there's a lot of calls coming in. Well, we know that, Lucy. Even I know that the Fed can't control. Well, the Fed can. Yeah, that's a mixed bag. That's a mixed bag of an answer. I can't. Well, the Fed does have an impact on inflation, but doesn't in the long view. The problem with the Fed is that they're not going to cut off. So I always talk about it, Lucy, like a bathtub, right? You got the faucet with the water pouring the money into the tub, and then you've got a plug in the tub in the bottom. And what they're talking about doing basically is slowing the water flow, but leaving the tub plugged up. What they need to do is, well, a bunch of shit they need to do. It's more complicated. It's not a conversation for here, but Jem is somewhat right to an extent, and I do agree with that statement somewhat, but it's not 100% right. Or there's a gray area, I should say. The conversation is way longer than making that statement. But I agree with him to an extent. No evidence of Russian withdrawal. Yeah, we just heard that. My price target on Tesla is somewhere down around 750. My outlook on the market right now is that I'm still of the opinion that the market is set up for. There's some complications in this statement too, right? I can't be absolutes. My view, though, is that the market trades down at least once more between now and May. And my viewpoint is also that there'll be a larger move down later in the year, a significant drop. I don't know if they're trying to manufacture that not happening, though. With growth stocks already being taken, so many growth stocks being taken down, it could just be the indexes. Like if they were to chop off Apple and some of the big tech stocks that are holding the market up, it wouldn't impact the entire market. We've already seen like tickers like SQ get hammered, which is unusual. Usually you'll see all of it happen at once. And currently it looks manufactured like they've knocked down, think of it like a house on stilts. They've knocked down all the major stilts. Now there's only like 4 or 5 stilts holding up the indexes. So if you just drop those 4 stilts, you'd lower the indexes to a more reasonable price. Everything else wouldn't participate hugely in a massive way like they did already. It wouldn't hurt as much. Everybody'd already be long in a bunch of these speculative growth stocks anyways, so it wouldn't be too bad. Market would be okay. As far as the long and short-term growth cycle, I don't know what the impacts of that are long-term, 1 to 3 years out. If it would be somewhere you wouldn't know until it happened, and then you'd see if you could drop rates at that point, and then you'd try to jumpstart growth again by end of year. Now, if you can't jumpstart growth by end of year, if there's too much of an impact, then we would be at least in a short-term move into a short-term debt cycle low where it could last 1 to 3 years. Nobody can predict that really, what the impact is on growth. But the longer that they wait, the worse it makes, is my point. So they have to attempt to, slam it down, and they basically have a year to do it. And if they don't, things could get wild. Look at Snap right now. I've seen Snap calls coming in this morning. Also, some Palantir calls coming in this morning. February 18th, 14C. February 18th, 14C, 15 Cs for 50, 60,000 each one. Affirm more calls coming in. February 25th, 48C. Zoom calls coming in. February 25th, 155C. And I get the argument. Where you can buy some of these growth stocks now. I understand the logic behind that argument. My assumption is that we currently, until I'm proven wrong, the market is trading like it's going to dump one more time at some point between now and May. Could be this week, could be next month, and you'll see one more major dump by end of year. So you pretty much have 3 or 4 good opportunities to trade this market up. Could end the year up 9%. I mean, it falls in lines with what the banks are saying that they expect. But there's a whole bunch of other paradigms in there. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, mechanics that go on outside of that. You've got unknown news. You've got an election. You've got ramifications from Russia, believe it or not, in the election. You've got growth, right? You don't want companies to fold. You don't want, you want to be able to give cheap loans to growth companies at some point between now and end of year. You just can't have things go wild. You can. I mean, I guess some of you out there probably know, right? How expensive are your rents? How expensive is your food? How expensive is it to get a vehicle? I just went shopping physically, right? Shopping for goods this week that I haven't done in some time since winter. And there's still shortages. There's still scam shit on the shelves, right? You go into an athletic store and it's like, oh, there's a bunch of yoga shit, but there's no goods geared towards what you want to be doing. You know, it's like filler everywhere. I noticed some clothing that was not to spec, or no selection. Like, you know, hey, what kind of great t-shirts you got? What kind of great dress shirts you got? That kind of stuff. So I know you guys noticed it out there. So you have to get that shit under control. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done for us to trade higher. Like if you're a bull and you're like,
Fed's Kashkari saying he would be surprised if he stays on the job as Fed president until he's 65.
That's interesting. So Kashkari is a dove. Make note of that. You know, it's weird because like I hear arguments from bulls like we're going up from here, and I get the idea that we're going to turn into a super bubble. If you're not one of those bulls and you're just a legit bull, like I want to buy this market and I want to stay in the market for a long time. And I don't, you know, people that talk about dollar cost averaging on my horizon is a long time. Well, I'm telling you, if the market doesn't pull back, right, you can't buy for 5, 10 years because it will only get worse. If you're a real bull, like honest, if you're like a real honest bull, you know that the market probably needs to give back some of this trade. It needs to give back part of the 2020, 2021 trade. Everybody knows it. Anyone that's been in the market for like 5, 10, 20 years, anything like that knows it. Anybody that's been in the market for any amount of time knows that we go through cycles. And if we don't go through a down cycle in this market and we just crank higher, it'll end badly. Like bad. Like there's nothing that's going to save you from that either. It's not going to save your job. If you're a professional, you know, it's not going to save your job. It's not going to save your house. It doesn't matter if you're not on a variable rate mortgage. If everyone was like, oh, a variable rate mortgage, you'd be fucked. I'm like, yeah, I know. I remember back in 2007 when they weren't in variable rate mortgages, but they owned a home with a note. It was like, you know, back then it was like $500,000 home. And now it's worth $100,000. I'm serious, like $150,000. Your neighbor just dumped their house, and the house next door to you, you can't sell your house for the $500,000. You're locked in. Can't even sell it. Can't move. Can't go anywhere. You're under a mortgage. and you're fucked. There are people that were foreclosing on homes that had a fine mortgage payment. There were people that back then that are still living in those homes today. I remember back then people losing everything. They lost everything. Wrong time to be retiring, right? Like 60 years old or something retiring, and they lost all of their investments. Let's say you're 20, 30, 40 years old, 50 years old right now, and you get fucked. You don't want to be in that cycle. So there should be some hope from bulls that we try to, even if it's through modern monetary theory, try to attempt to wrangle in the market a little bit, to extend a bull run. I think that's the hope. I don't know if that works or not. It might not work. I know that inflation can run no matter what. I get Jem's argument. But I'll tell you one thing for sure, right? That argument that you can't, I'll tell you one thing. In 2007, they did the same thing that they did in March 2020. And I remember bears saying in 2020, they can't save this market. It's going to crash. I remember the same argument that they couldn't do what we did in 2020. And we did it, right? So we did it. We raised the market up obscenely. And they're going to attempt to dump it back down to a reasonable level and then pump it back up again. And they were successful. They were successful in 07, 08, and they were successful again. And in 07, 08, it took I think it took a year or 2 or 6 months. No, I think it took 6 months for them to implement. They implemented the same policy that they did in 07 in 2020. And they're doing it again. They did it again in 2020, and it only took them a month, not 6 months. So I think we do, we do follow history, but they are using different methods than they have in the past. So they're going to attempt to wrangle the market back in and try to extend the bull run as long as possible. I think if you don't see the bull run end, though, if you see like a ripper, face ripper rally like we did in 2020, 2021, I think you're going to see the devastation from that will be the damage done to our economy, the damage done to Main Street, the damage done to people that don't think it can touch them. It will. It'll wreck them. It'll wreck jobs. It'll wreck people in your family's jobs. It'll wreck. And it's funny. Everybody out there thinks that they're rich. I'm like, I don't. There's no real middle class anymore. Like there once was. There's wealthy. Millions. We better have millions. And there's the poor. There's people that think they're middle class and they're not. You got like less than $1 million in the bank, like you just free cash.
UK Health Secretary saying that the government will offer Pfizer COVID vaccine shots to all kids aged 5 to 11 in the UK.
Then you're just middle class. If you don't have that, you're poor. Whether you know that or not. And so if this bubble gets bigger, it's going to get even more glaring. So, and I'm a bull. I want to be able, I'm not willing to buy most stocks where they are right now. Oh, these crypto kids are rich. No, they think they are, but they're not. Until you've had money, you think you are. It's weird. When you don't have money, you think, oh, if I have this, I have that, I'm rich. And you'd be surprised how many people run off credit. You'd be surprised how many people have massive debt. And most people that, you ask an older person. I know, because when I was a kid, I would look to older people and I was like, I don't believe anything they're fucking saying. But, so, some of this stuff happens cyclically. You'll see it happen cyclically. And you want to buy that dip if you're a bull. If you're a bull, you want to wait for that nice fat dip. The people say you can't time it. That's bullshit too. You can time it. And we'll know if it doesn't do that. There are moments in this market that if we aren't going to have a deeper dip, let's say you're a bull and you're like, well, there's no way we're trading down lower. There's a moment in this market where you can tell that we're not going to do that. So yeah, I'll go long there. I'll buy it when I don't want to buy at that price. You can drag me in kicking and screaming and I'll trade it higher. But currently where we are in the market, all signs are pointing towards one more move down and then another move deeper later in the year. Yeah, so there's Snap right there. Buy the dip, 39 bucks. Sell a rep on 42, 44, and 45. Okay, get rid of Snap. Not that matters either. Not that matters what the market does. If you're trading it as it is right now, you'll probably do better than buy the dippers, and you'll probably do better than bears. Traders tend to make out best in these environments, better than bulls and bears. So the hair indicator is slightly negative right now since 12 o'clock, now 12:04. There were some sellers above, hiding above here at 444.30. I haven't looked at the Viacom for a minute. Yeah, still sitting on 28.10. Look at my chart for Viacom here. I've got a long-standing chart here for Viacom. So my long-term chart here in Viacom, 27.84. Is it still down there? 27.84? I didn't see that. Thanks for that heads up right there. I'm going to take a look at Viacom. Thanks for the heads up on Viacom. We had some puts on pins earlier. Now we've got calls. January 19th, 40C, $225,000. Calls on Misfit, SoFi. SoFi, a couple racks. February 18th, 13.5C, $11,000. SoFi, February 25th, 13.5C, $53,000. Calls on Cisco. That's a trade for ER. February 18th, 56.5C. Sweeping a block, $118,000, $53,000. See this new support down here at $27 flat. I'm gonna set an alert for that. Thanks for the heads up on Viacom. I'm not really concerned about an emergency rate hike. There are charts you can go right to Trade the View or Trading View and look up what's priced in right now. I think we have 50 BPS priced in the market. That doesn't mean we will get shocking reactionary moments to the market if there's words, and also in March we'll get shocking reactionary moments. But in terms of just stock prices, you should over time see recovery even if there is a shock to the market. My concern is that there's verbiage about if inflation comes in hot, that they'll move from 50 BPS to higher, to 100, 75 to 100. Stronger sellers stepping in on the SPY at 44.35. Buyers stepping in here as well. What happens if the minutes reveal a discussion around? Yeah, I don't know that there's an emergency rate hike. I don't understand why there would be a need for an emergency rate hike. I think that if they would have already done it, I think that they're just going to raise rates in March. I think they're going to raise them more than likely every Fed meeting except for December, maybe. I think there's a Fed meeting in December. I think you get a nice pump in the market end of year. Yeah, I do wonder if she closed those before ER or not on Roblox. UPST just cranking up 35%. Airbnb up 5%. USO is now up 2.2%. I want to look at junk bonds. I don't know that this is going to show us anything, but I want to take a look at junk bonds. So junk bonds is starting to turn up right now. There's accumulation on junk bonds right now. It's not. Oh shit! I don't know. That's a good sign right there. Just so you know, whole lot of buyers on junk bonds right now. That's a good sign. Calls on SoFi, February 18th, 13.5C. 3 sweeps, 28,000, 28,000, 15,000. Puts on SPY, February 16th, 443C or 443P. Puts $124,000. SoFi just rolling in with calls right now. Look at SoFi real quick. The implication is the market rips higher from those buyers on junk bonds. Way higher. A lot of pumping. You might see SoFi rip here. You might see a squeeze play here in SoFi. Just heads up on this. This trade that's current trade 13.15. If they can break above 13.15 or 14, should be a squeeze. There's a squeeze in the making. I can smell it. I'll look up. What else were you guys asking for? Tell you guys BA and XOM. Zoom's not going to show too much, but I'll show you BA. And if you time this right, right? If you time this right, you might get a face ripper rally out of this SPY trade. Not face ripper like we're going to fucking 480, but if the shorts get lifted.
Association of American Railroads out with their weekly traffic report. Total traffic was up 5% this week. Carloads up more than nearly 12%, and intermodal was down less than 1%.
That impacts UNP, ASH, CSX. BA looking like it's making a move to 219, 220. You think it's going higher? We'll take a look. There could be a ripper trade here. On the SPY. Just have some patience. Looks like 220 is the target. Trying to reclaim 220. River Bank got fucked in that trade. We'll do XOM. XOM. Roku, January 20th, 180C, $220,000. IWM, February 25th, 210C. More calls on that ticker we talked about earlier, TTD. Two more times. Tango Tango Delta, February 18th, 80C, $47,000 and $30,000. I don't know what the setup is. I mean, I'm going to assume that a straddle is the setup, but in the background, underneath the hood, XOM, more sellers than buyers currently. Dip buy at 78. Real buyers are down at 76.52. Trade is to $80. One problem right now is the GEX. GEX isn't turning up yet. Matter of fact, I haven't looked at the GEX today. I have to look at the GEX today. It's probably going to be a moment where the market rips. Some puts on BA currently just came in February 18th, 217P, $72,000. I don't know where the buy is on SPY yet. I'm just waiting. But there is a buy. It's either on the short or long side. I'd like to see like temporary weakness into the meeting minutes. Maybe trade down to 440. And then you grab along there to take it to 450. Junk bonds are turning up right now. And keep your eyes on junk bonds. Yeah, my GEX is as good as your GEX. Minutes are at 2:30. Yeah, I think there's a 50-50 chance that we sell down to 420. Absolutely. There are like technical fundamental reasons why we should be going up today. There's a few weird things in the background. They're saying no, but the Fed can fucking squash that in a heartbeat. And they probably know that too. So if those minutes come out and the news is the wrong news, there are a bunch of hedge funds and banks out there ready to pull the plug. A whole bunch, big ones. USO is an oil trade. They will have a rollover at some point. And they already had their news this morning. They're driven by oil supply news every day. And then they're driven by, Russia news. And then they're driven by, or their contract rolls over, I believe, on Thursday. I'm not trading oil right now. FOMC minutes are at 2 p.m., not 2:30. Let me see. economic calendar. See, Wednesday. I've got it at 2:30 p.m. Probably need to. Market Watch has it at 2:30 p.m. today. So we probably need to get a better source than whatever your source and my source is.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Here's what I've got showing it to you on the screen right now. FOMC minutes are at 2:30 p.m. So if you've got a different source for 2 p.m., we probably need to cross-reference it and make sure we got it right so we don't fuck this up, you or I. How much do the minutes really matter? You guys just look at every month's minutes, and there's always a reaction either way. Last few minutes, I want to say the last 4 or 5 minutes, we've had reactions, and they're usually immediate. Oh. I'll be right back.
Atlanta Fed updating its GDP Now model for the first quarter. GDP forecast rise to 1.5% from 0.7% after the most recent data in the U.S.
Chaz is saying that the schedule today is for 2 p.m. for the FOMC minutes. Scratch that. He's got it as the Fed schedule is 2 p.m. for the meeting of January 25th. I'm assuming that's the 25th. What he's implying is that it's for, of course, the FOMC meeting from January.
Ukraine president echoing the defense minister from earlier, who said that Ukraine is not seeing any troop pullback by Russia.
So Eric Hagar commented on Twitter. He said, what did he say? Eric Hagar said something like, go out for a walk until 2 o'clock. Spy is not allowed to move for the next 3 hours. Go outside and walk the dog, even if you don't have a dog. Hilarious. PBR with some puts PBR January 20th, 2023, $2.6 million, 10P. Market's in standby. Yeah, Viacom is looking tasty, I know. All I'm going to do is just keep watching Viacom. I'm going to wait for the goddamn bulls to let go of their freaking calls into the 18th expiry. Now watch this not work out for me. But I'm hoping that the bulls cut their calls loose between now and the 18th. Sneak in there and grab some 3-month out OTM calls. Keeping a good eye on Viacom. Now, someone was asking about USO earlier, right? If you marked the time for that oil news this morning, there was a quick trade from 65 to 65 or 65 something.
Seeing a press report saying Defense Department officials saying that U.S. and Russian aircraft flew dangerously close to each other over the Mediterranean.
Did you guys see the post that I put on Twitter
regarding this within the last hour?
Oh,
shit. The wires.
Uh-oh. And look at where look at the chart on fucking SPY right now.
And the latest report noting that the dangerous interactions between U.S. and Russian aircraft occurred on 3 separate incidents on Friday and Saturday, with aircraft flying within 5 feet of each other in one incident.
Oh, shit, boy. U.S. ain't fucking around, are they? SPY puts, QQQ puts. Told ya. Here comes a dipper. February 16th, 440p, only 50 cents. 59 cents, excuse me. We're going to get a quick dipper on this one. Quick little rip down. Quick little snort of the put cocaine. We're going to do a little dippy. Those puts are now 63 cents. Going to be quick on the draw around here, around these parts. Top Gun. SPY puts rolling in right now. Now up to 65 cents in those puts. 64 cents. Now trading at 69 cents. Currently over the Ukraine, the U.S. is giving the finger to the Russians.
Down 0.1%, Nasdaq Composite down 1.3%.
Currently, negative Ghost Rider, don't buzz the Russians. Currently over the Ukraine, U.S. Air Force pilots are giving the fucking finger to the Russians. It says there's been 3 incidents over the weekend, 1 today, flying within 5 feet of each other. SPY just selling off right now. Called out some SPY puts to you. Those 60-cent puts are now worth 83 cents. Gotta be fast. Gotta be quick. Gotta be fast. 84 cents now on those puts. Too fucking funny. Currently over the Ukraine. Fuck you. Well, a little bit of excitement in the markets. Now trading down to 442.23. Price target below, if we can break below here, 441.29. Currently testing, just breaking through the low of the day. Stick around. You guys stick around all day long, you'll get a trade from me.
Well, the central bank governor Lipinski saying the central bank will take all necessary steps for a lasting reduction in inflation.
Trading now down to 44.2.10. Fucking worth the price of admission right here. 442.06 now. Price target down below of 44128. Puts are now worth 91 cents. 93 cents. Come on, touch the PP. Touch it.
This Biden administration's EPA
All right.
leadership
I'm
set
out.
to reinstate waivers
Out at 90 cents.
to California's tough auto rules.
Not bad. They're pretty good. Those puts were like 50 cents earlier.
Turkish President Erdogan announcing
I didn't get
a
in at
support
50 cents,
package
though.
for wind and solar investors in Turkey.
Oh, yeah. That was nice. There's a trade for today. Here's a trade. Sweet. I love the SPY. If you wait, it giveth. There you go. Nice little trade. Beautiful fucking trade in the SPY. Beautiful little SPY trade. Now all the bears are going to jump on board. They're late to the trade. They're like, come on, trade it down some more. Let's get it down to 441.40. Bears like, I want to get paid. I missed the trade, damn it. Tune in every day. Captain Jim James Daily Brief. Trading the SPY 5 days a week for a move. Is this all marketing for the new Top Gun movie? Yeah, I hope everybody didn't go walk the dog. Good point, right? Slapping that 441.94. Hero indicators turning up slightly. We could have a rejection and come back down. Might have another trade here. If there was a rejection, maybe around 442.59. We'll look to see if any sellers step in. There's a little bit of ice above here at 444.33. Might get another whack at it. I doubt it though. I think that was a one pump move. That was a one pump scam, right? We're gonna buy a bunch of shorts and we're gonna drop some news on the market right now. Been saving this one for a few days. We're gonna tell them that we've got some Top Gun advertisement in the middle of the day on the Spy. Pay attention. Focus out there, Vishal. Sit here shit talking all day long and then a move happens. That was a nice little move right there. Nice little sniff. See if the Bears can put it together. This is why you don't listen to Twitter. This is why you don't listen to social media. Trade's over by the time the move is made. And, you know, Trade the News, you see that news came out before the drop on Trade the News. So be listening to the news from Trade the News. They'll usually give you at least one or two plays a day. They're impactful. Nugpot. Well, we got bears that are saying 439 should be the target. There's usually another trade in this. I'm unsure that there is though. That news seemed like bullshit. Seemed like a dump. It's like the reverse Trump. Trump comes out and pumps the market. Biden comes out and dumps the market. I don't know that we get another trade down here. Maybe, but that news isn't big enough, I don't think. Maybe. If you want to re-enter again, I'll play it with you. If we see sellers come in up here, you guys want to be looking for like a big fat red line up here. You want to see the hero indicator roll over, and we'll look for some more puts to come into the market. Normally if you're a bear, you miss the first move, there's a second move. But that looked like a pump or a dump scam. Just like a pump scam, looked like a dump scam. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter that CNN had it. It matters who is telling who, right? It's a good point. So who made that point? Because it's a good point. So Quantum Leap saying CNN had that story an hour ago. Which takes me back to a post that I made on Twitter this morning, which was, you want to be paying attention to the news that is fed on the minutes, right? I said this morning you'll have people that'll be, some people will be talking about what the minutes are, and what you really want to be paying attention to is what's specifically like leaked as a presser to the markets. And you just heard that news released on Trade the News right before the market dumped. So this is the market manipulation in practice that you're witnessing. So if you were long calls on SPY then, and you'd be like, what the fuck? And so now that you see underneath the layers of the scam of the market, you see that when the news matters to the markets, that's when it's released. Doesn't matter what you know or I know or anybody else knows. Has no bearing on how the market moves. Which is bullshit, but that's what it is. That's the fucking scam. Calls on the Qs, calls on silver, calls on M. We talked about them earlier. March 18th, 33C, 30C. Calls on AMD, February 18th, 114C, $413,000. So we're coming back into VWAP here. We'll see if there's a rejection off VWAP. We'll take a look higher. I get what you're saying, that the news is old, But it ain't old until the financial markets are told about it. Oh, yeah, look at that up here. Those sellers have come down, right? They were up above at 448 earlier this morning, and they're now hiding 444, 446. They were up here earlier, and now they're lower. The hero indicator is starting to flatten out a little bit where we're coming into right now, so just be conscious of that. Yeah, it's a total fucking scam. Whole fucking market's a scam. Whether it's trading up or down doesn't matter. It's just one big scam. Question is, are you able to get the information about the scam before other people? Yeah, exactly, Josh. Just one big fucking pump and dump scam. That's all it is. It's kind of disgusting, right? Can't say it's not disgusting. I remember once there was some news that I knew. I'm trying to think back at what it was, but I knew some news, and I tweeted about it, and then nobody listened, and then I tweeted about it, and then nobody listened, and then the market went up or some shit. And then 2 weeks later, it was impactful. 2 weeks later, and I was so irate about it. I couldn't get over it for a month or two. It just ground me wrong. And then, of course, it sold off when it became real news. Facebook calls February 25th, 215C, $175,000. NVIDIA puts 2 sweeps. February 18th, 250P. Let's talk about I'm gonna give you guys a quick. We're gonna go through a bunch of different stuff. Not a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna talk about some stuff right here while we're here. Okay. So what's the difference between a sweep and a block? Okay. Block is often negotiated and can be tied to a stock. Okay. And then sweeps are aggressive orders filled across multiple exchanges and more likely to be a directional bet on the underlying stock. Okay. So I tell you guys, hey, this is a block. This is a sweep. The block options can usually be tied to underlying share buys, right? And sweeps are aggressive, like slamming the button, and they're usually filled across multiple exchanges, right? They're large trades, can't be filled on one exchange, and they're more likely to be a directional bet on the underlying stock. That's key to know. Is it a sweep or a block, right? So sweeps are officially known as an intermarket sweep order, ISOs. A sweep is a liquidity destruction device. Not actually, but its impact sure sucks all the available liquidity out of the market. When dealing with sweeps, it's important to understand that some market structure behind how they operate. In application, a sweep order occurs when a traditional block order is split at the exchange level. What this means is that someone comes in with an order that is greater than the price quantity than what the market has readily available at the multiple price levels. When this happens, the block gets split and is sent across various exchanges until it fills the entirety of its desired quantity, or there is no longer any liquidity available within the price confines of the order. Example would mean, say you have a market trading $1 times 1.101, you want 1,000 options, but you know that you're going to have to be willing to take a hit in the price in order to grab that kind of size. So you place a buy order for 1,000 at $1.10 instead of $1, right? In other words, you want 1,000 contracts and are willing to pay as much as $1.10 per contract to get them. So as your order hits the market, it instantly fills all the liquidity at $1 and continues to take all the liquidity from each price level until it achieves either 1,000 contracts you want or reaches $1.10, and there is no more liquidity for you to pull from. So sweeps, right? That is what a sweep is. You swept the book. Okay, so you took all liquidity across each level, across each exchange. When somebody uses a sweep, it means that they're hungry to get their order filled and that they're coming in with size. That means they're likely to move the price. Sweeps are by far the most important type of order we track. Okay, so if I say to you, hey, I've got a sweep here, that means that they're trying to get in on a directional move in the market. Okay, now if there's multiple sweeps, sometimes I'll tell you guys, hey, look, there's 4 orders, 4 sweeps, right? That means that it's a directional move that buyers are looking for. Block orders. If I tell you there's a block order, right? Some prefer to define block orders by dollar amount. Others prefer contract count. The truth is that it doesn't really matter how you define it. A block is a seriously large order getting executed all at once. It tells you that someone big is in a real hurry to get their fill. Blocks often get split at the exchange level and become sweeps, which I already talked about, right? So you're probably like, hey, blocks and sweeps are the same, right? They are the same, and while the differences between the two lies solely in whether or not the order is split at the exchange level, their meaning couldn't be more polar. A block tells you that a smart guy is in a hurry to fill, but it also tells you that there is more liquidity hidden on the BBO. If there wasn't, the order would need to be split and would turn into a sweep. As a result, a block doesn't have the ability to move the market as immediately as a sweep, which holds slightly higher value in intraday trading. Okay? So if you see a block trade come in, there might be more available contracts that you just don't see in that one exchange. Now, if all that liquidity is dried up, right, and they have to go into multiple exchanges, it means there's a panic to them. So if I just tell you, hey, there's 3 sweeps on Facebook currently, right, it means that they weren't able to fill these contracts on this one exchange. There's a hurry up aspect to it, and it'll impact the price, the underlying price, faster than a block trade. Okay, so that's the difference between sweeps and blocks. Sweeps and blocks, okay? So market impact on blocks means there's too much liquidity. They got filled quickly, right? They're not going to impact the price. A sweep means that more than likely it's going to impact quickly, like the first 5 or 10 minutes of the movement of a stock price. You guys all get that out there? So now Macy's is getting pumped on CNBC. What a bunch of scammers, dude. So we followed the CNBC fucking insider trading, huh? Disgusting. So gross. We're watching the insider trading of CNBC live and calling it out here, and then they're on CNBC pumping it. Gross. Is it really, Wiki? Does it matter? They didn't get their directional play, so now they're pumping it on CNBC. I just had more calls come in on Macy's earlier. I'm going to list them all off to you once more. It's still trading down. Let's see what the last calls were at Macy's. So now they're calling in the backups to make their calls print. Okay, 7 orders on Macy's for $664,000. They started the trade at $9.59 at 10 o'clock. And the price at 10 was, woof. Well, they got rocked. Oh, wait, no, I don't know. They bought their calls at what time? 10 o'clock? So they bought them when the price was $26.28. It started going up and then it started fucking selling off even more. So they started their trade at 10 a.m. They bought 218.27.5 C's for, it's not showing the price. But then they went back in and bought at 10:20. Where's 10:20? So they bought the second dip at 10:20, right at another bottom. They went in and bought again. They bought March 18th, 33C. Those printed for a minute. They printed between 10:20 and 10:40. So that was at 10:20. And then they went back in at 10:27. They bought some more calls. They got fucked on those. Those are a 311.30C. For $50,000. They got burned on those. Then at 12:41, at this bottom dip at 12:41, right? Dude, they're buying these dips like almost perfect timing. So 12:41, they bought March 18th, 33C for $26,000. They went up a little bit. And then they went back in at 12:41 and they bought March 18th 30C for $56,000 and it's starting to sell off. So then they go on CNBC and try to pump it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Macy's. Do you guys remember when Macy's was going to go bankrupt? Do you guys remember that whole thing? I remember all that news. I remember like Macy's. It was Macy's trading. Yeah, Macy's was trading single digits. It was like Hertz. I remember all that. So the hair indicator's turning negative again since 12:51 or so. Bears are hoping for another rollover point here. I don't know if they get it or not. It's the highway to the danger zone. I mean, that sell-off...
You're listening to Trade the News.
That sell-off reminded me of, if any of you guys are Forex traders out there, that shit happens in Forex trading all the time. That's a phishing operation right there if there ever was one. Like phishing scam. Someone released the news early. They released the news so someone knows what the minutes are and they know they're going to pump the market. So they do a quick dump story. Buy calls down at 44.1.94. They're ready to rock and roll. I wonder if they loaded up on calls down there too. I don't see them. I don't see any new interest. I see 4450s has some more interest in them, but not like huge. Yeah, do you guys understand the difference now between sweeps and puts? Not sweeps and puts, though. You guys understand the difference between sweeps and blocks now? Does anybody not understand the difference between a sweep and a block? Does anybody here out there right now listening not understand the difference between a sweep and a block? Just say something and I'll review it, and I'll dumb it down really simple. We should do this stuff every day, right? We'll go through, we'll just talk like simple concepts. We'll go through simple concepts on live if we have a lull in the day. Okay. What's a sweep? And Abraham, you don't understand the difference? Yeah, I'll dumb it down. Okay, so I'll call out options orders during the day, and I'll sometimes tell you these are sweeps, these are blocks. And there are different exchanges, right? There's a CME, there's New York Stock Exchange, there's a bunch of different exchanges out there. And let me dumb it down. So if I am selling SPY 450 calls, and let's say I'm selling 1,000 contracts for today. Let's say I'm out there and I'm selling, I own the underlying, I own SPY. And I'm selling 1,000 calls at 450 for $1. And you want 5,000. You want 5,000 calls, right? And there's not enough. But you're like slamming the buy button. Like, I want them right now. I don't care what the price is. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's $1. I don't care if it's $1.10. I don't care if it's $1.20, right? Well, if someone else, there's a market maker, dealer on the other side of that trade, and he's like, or she is like, well, shit, we got to get that guy some calls, right? And we borrow underlying stock, right? We borrow SPY stock. So I go, okay, I just filled them for you. Or I look elsewhere, try to find them available on a different exchange, wherever I can find them. And I fill your stock for whatever price I can get them for. So boom, let's say I fill half of them at, or let's say the 5,000 orders, I get some of them at $1, some of them at $1.05, some of them at $1.10, or whatever. You just provided liquidity to the buyer, right? So mine sold, and there wasn't more than 1,000 available. But there's a hurriedness to it, right? There's like an urgency to it.
90 seconds, we got results of the Treasury's 20-year bond auction.
Uh-oh. Time for the 2s and 20s. Time for the 1s and 2s. So there's an urgency to it, right? You can move the market because of that urgency. There's demand, and there isn't anything available. There aren't actual options available. And I don't care what the price is. I just want them. You have to go out there and find them. That's a sweep. Now, a sweep can be a part of a block trade, right? So it starts out as a block trade. I want 5,000 SPY calls for 450C. Now, if there's 5,000 available, no big deal, right? Everybody wants SPY 450Cs. So who cares? So it's a matter of supply and demand. And if you see that urgency, right, it will usually raise the price of the underlying up. And the another way to describe that would be if there was like a ticker that nobody's trading, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everybody wants a strike all at once. It's going to drive the demand up, right? And the price of the underlying, the share price is going to go up from that demand, right? The dealers and the market makers have to hedge. They're like, oh shit, why all of a sudden does everybody want 450Cs right now?
The 20-year bond auction drawing in 2.396%, 72.1% allowed at the high. Nifty covered 2.44, indirect bid at 62.9%, directs at 21%.
So I'm going to watch the shy right now. This is important. So U.S. Treasury, $19 billion on the 20-year bond auction draws 2.396% versus 2.065 prior. Bid to cover 2.44 versus 2.34 prior. 2.29 over the last 4 auctions. It is key, though, to note that 19 billion is down from the last one of 23 billion on the 20-year bond auction. Dealers take 16.1%. Direct bidders took 21%. Indirect bidders take 62.9% of the competitive bids, with 72.1% allotted at the high. Impacts IEF and SHY. And the SHY is dropping currently. Yeah, and I've bought them all. Like I've bought all the different. I've bought unusual whales. I've bought. Some people like unusual whales. Some people like tradie ticks. Some people like. I think Benzinga's got something. I think even. I think a lot of. I think Spot Gam might even have some kind of flow service. They might not. Don't hold me to that one. But I know they're like some. They're like other people offer flow services. For me, I just need the quickest, most direct, actionable information I can get. I go down the tradie ticks hole, and I'm spending 2, 3, 4 fucking hours trying to figure out what's going on. A lot of their indicators don't work. Like they'll be like, there's days where they got a list of like 5 or 10 tickers or 12 tickers. It's going someplace, and you watch those tickers for like 3 to 5 days. And they don't really move, and then the market moves against those tickers, and then the whole thing's fucked up. So instead of watching that, I'm just looking for what like direct right now. Where's all the money flowing into? I didn't know you could advertise for free. Unusual whales. Yeah, I was in Black Box at one point. I did the Black Box thing. I didn't like. I don't know if it was the cost or if it was the undercurrent of what was going on. I think I didn't like Black Box. I don't know exactly why. I don't know if they were just trying to sell me too much shit or something. Can't recall why I didn't like Black Box, but I've used them too. Yeah, that's interesting, Fisted. You do have to interpret what's going on, right? That's a fair point. More success following accounts posting UW than the software itself. I've used Cheddarflow. I've paid for Cheddarflow. I didn't like Cheddarflow. Seemed a little bit too weak for me. But I've paid for Cheddarflow as well. Yeah, I didn't know that the furrows used cheddar. Or not cheddar, unusual whales. Some puts coming in on ArcG, Piton, and NVIDIA. Not too big, but some calls on Open. Seen that be a very popular ticker recently. Open January 20th, 12.5C for a sweep and a block. $330,000 twice. Open. SPY trading higher. Some recovery here. Some hidden buyers above it, 443.60. Peer indicator is negative right now. Be careful of this trade. More buyers than sellers. It's the same story, right? Wait until it's 107. People are saying we've got 2 o'clock time for the minutes release. I'm watching the SPY still. It's brutal, right? They've just worn down the options chain all day long on the 16th. Just killing, murdering options today. Straight murdering. You got like a bunch of market makers and dealers just sitting there giggling, laughing, smoking fat cigars, drinking whiskey. They're like, look at these traders are in here buying all this shit. They're just going to suck like a vampire all the value off their options. Looks like the implied move is 440 to 445. We're trading right in the middle. I haven't used market action, so I can't attest to it. Still using market action. It's cheap. Think it's more like raw flow or Flowalgo. You know what I used to really like is I used to really like to use when I was buying stock. I found paying for what did I really like? Let me take a look here and see what I really liked. I liked paying for, what the fuck was it? Everybody, FinViz. I used to pay for FinViz back in the day, but I was using it for like deep dark research on companies. So I pay for whatever the professional one is on TradingView, like the top tier, and I add tickers to it and track them over time. I don't pay for data on TradingView because I'm not trading futures. I do pay for data on Bookmap, and I trade on Tasty. Currently, I have a couple other platforms of money in it, but I'm currently using Tasty as my trading platform. I have fucking accounts everywhere. I have accounts littered across the landscape.
Press sector saying January retail sales exceeded expectations.
Oh, here's the pump. Dust pump. You know, like over time, like right when Robinhood came out, I got an account over there. I got Robinhood, I got Thinkorswim, I got Webull accounts kicking around somewhere. I got like 10 different Tasty Trade accounts. I got accounts littering the landscape. Oh, right on, Binky. Did they give you any free food? Oh, I tinfoil hat prediction. I like hearing these, Doughboy. No news or good news in minutes. Market rips and dip buyers calls rip. Then war news during power hour. Oh, I see it. My prediction for today. All you guys give me your predictions out there. Doughboy gave a prediction. I like it. I think so. We're getting close. It's 1:12 in the afternoon. Rawhides. So you've got everybody's loaded the tits on 440p's. So Euroburmer's calling 445. 449 then reverses. Nothing burger here. Yeah. Dump right before meeting, then rip after. Yeah, D-Gen. That's what I'm thinking, bro. I'm thinking you're going to see a dump and then a rip. That's what I think. Oh, wait a minute. There might be some news being released. Heads up out there. Some dickbag out there. He's some asshole bought TQQQs. March 25th, 52C for $500,000. You think I'm a gambler? TQQQ. March 25th, 52C for $545,000. It's a sweep. QQQs. February 16th, 350C, $209,000. Lucid. February 25th, 31C, $33,000. High algo score. Yeah, some insider bottom. You get March calls, you're not going to care about a dip. Yeah, some creepy old man. Some like cigar smoking white guy. He's had like 3 wives. Travels for a living. Eats steak, drinks Big Reds from California every night. He's got a huge bankroll. Lonely as fuck, sleeps alone every night. It's terrible. Imagine having that life, it would suck. Can you imagine that life? I don't know. I couldn't do it. I guess some people like it. NVIDIA calls February 18th, 267.5C, $249,000.
White House Press Secretary saying that we're still in a window where an attack could come at any time by Russia.
Uh-oh.
So the Fed's daily first repo operation, 87 counterparties taking $1.64 trillion.
Yeah, that's what I kind of think it is too, Kareem. I think that's like I don't think they take the whole entire country.
White House reiterating that a Russian attack could be preceded by a false flag operation as a pretext for invasion.
I think they take part of it. I think that Biden yesterday outlined what they're allowed to do, and that the Russians will run with that and just try not to, break any of the rules that the U.S. has set out for an annexation of the least part of the country. Now, how does that relate to the markets, though, is the next question, right? And it's bad for the markets. Usually there's, if there's an invasion, there will be weakness in the market anywhere from 1 to 3% if it doesn't involve anything from anybody from the U.S. You'd see a 1 to 3% drop more than likely and a recovery over the course of a month. Now, there are risks. Like if a rocket was to strike anything like an airplane, civilian aircraft, or a naval ship, if there was shots fired that wounded Americans anywhere, you probably expect bigger dip just on fear and maybe bigger sanctions, and then you probably look for a 3-month recovery on a move like that. So there are risks there to the market. Just be careful of this rip here, okay? This looks very bullish to me. Like if I was looking at the chart on its own, I'd say yes, it's bullish. There are a lot of puts coming into the market currently. The hero indicator is flat to down right now. We'll try to spread this out and see if it's actually moving up on a different time frame. Yeah, if you look at the hero indicator, it's still dropping off since about I think it's 12 o'clock. It's been going down. Just be careful in here. This is where you separate the women from the girls. This is where you can lose a fortune and still be correct in your call. If you're going to trade this event, I also want to recommend, let's say you have, I don't know, $100. Then you trade with, like, start your trade with a $10, right? And then $20 and then $30, so that if you need to, let's say the move is still going in the direction you think it's going in, if your conviction is, hey, we're going up, but we get a dip, you have to be able to account for that.
Saying that they remain open to diplomacy with Russia.
Yes, sir. Ukraine does have an implication for Taiwan. There are lots of other implications as well, but there are implications in our market. You have to be aware of those. If at any point there is an invasion of any kind, you will see an impact in our markets. I looked at a chart. I should bring it up. I don't know where it is, but I had a chart that showed events like this. I looked at like 20 of them, and they were all negative. There was no positivity to our market from these events. So this would be a first. Like our market going up. If it happens. There should be an initial shock, and then we're looking for any implications down the road to see how long it would take to recover from it. Yeah, Josh, like oil and semiconductors. I don't think it matters when it happens too, right? What do? They can park 140,000 soldiers there and just wait us out, right? Until it passes the news cycle and they roll in there overnight. Doesn't matter when it happens. But I understand why they want it to happen. I understand why they want it to happen. I'm going to snap another line in here. Some sellers hiding above at 444.12. Looks like they're going to want to feed into it. Right up here, 4430. 445 calls are now 73 cents. They were down in like the 60s for a minute there. Keeping my eyes out to see if there's any call premium. I don't see any as of yet. Been pretty stable all day long. Puts are now back to 60 cents. 58 and 60 cents. So no real change in the premium on the put side of things. Hell yeah, Viacom is ripping. Yeah, it's a strong it's a strong use of the word ripping, but close enough. Spy calls February 16th, 446C, $25,000. Day trader probably trying to take it up to that 4440. Probably trying to take it up here. Oh, I'm not willing to take a trade yet until I see the hero indicator turning up. Got 275 viewers today. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to have a make or break day here. So if you are tuning in to the broadcast, thanks for joining us, Captain Jim James. We're here trying to trade the moves on the FOMC minutes. In the past, just from past experience on FOMC minutes, you can actually check, go back and take a few minutes. We have a half an hour until the expected release at between 2 p.m. and 2:30. Usually you'll start to see a move around 1:30. In the past, what I've seen is whoever has the biggest, no matter what the direction is, let's say we're going to go up. If everybody's loaded up on puts, they'll just dump it and go up. If we're going to go down and everybody's loaded on puts, we'll typically rip higher, then go lower, and destroy all the puts first so they don't pay them. If that makes sense to you, I don't know. So let's say we're going up here. There's a big argument for us going up. There's been a lot of accumulation at this point. The SPY has been actively shorted, heavily shorted. You see tickers all over the place moving up, and yet you see the SPY just trading sideways. So we know there's a large short operation on the SPY right now. There's a big heavy thumb and hand on the SPY. The implication is that if the news isn't absolutely terrible, that we should trade much higher, at least 44.50, if not 448, 450. We'll look higher if you're new joining us right now. We can show you where the price target above is. We've got some resistance here, right? But the real price target is above, somewhere around 448. Got some resistance here at 447.55. Real price target above is 447.90, 448.99. Now, underneath there is no hell of a lot of support, right? So if we get some negative news, the price target below is, everyone's saying it's 435. Real price target down below is more like 420. So we'll show you guys that real quick.
Update from Canadian Police saying access to Emerson, Manitoba U.S. port of entry has been reopened after protests have been cleared.
Just want you guys to see this down here, okay? I want you to be aware of this. 422.19, okay? Let's say I didn't tell you. So this is where the real money is, down below. There are banks down here saying if there's any problems, this is where we trade to, okay? You also have 425 down here, but the real buy the dip is down below at 420. So just be conscious of that. The hero indicator here is showing you where people are placing bets on options, calls, and puts. There might be some unknown talk inside of the minutes that are a part of if inflation is high. We didn't get a reaction on PPI. We did on CPI, but if there was any kind of talk about if those prints come out hot and that they might take more aggressive action, I don't think that it includes like an emergency Fed meeting. I think it would more or less include pricing in a higher BPS, maybe going from 50 to 100. And, at the end of the day, does it really fucking matter? What really fucking matters is the market, right? And they're going to trade this any way they want. regardless of what you think it should be. So keep a clear mind. We could trade it up from now into Thursday. We could trade it down, not to the depths of hell. Let's say we trade it down to 435. Then all of a sudden we put 2% on the board tomorrow for Thursday, right? We come sideways for Friday, and then we start selling off after that. You know, looking now towards the FOMC. So a lot of moves that can be made in the market right now. So what we're doing to trade this, what I would recommend for you to do to trade this, if you want a recommendation, like not financial advice, is to not trade it at all, because you can lose a lot of money here. My plan, I think I'm going to take a straddle on the market as we get closer to the 2 o'clock hour. For me, at least, probably get some puts and some calls, and I bet both sides print a little bit. There's a lot of interest today on 440Ps. Those are 62 cents currently, 63 cents. 445s are 68 cents. Those are dated for today. You could also get some Friday strikes as well instead, so you don't get fucked, right? So you don't, maybe nothing happens, and the move isn't until tomorrow. We've got some calls coming in on Tesla, February 25th, 900C. It's a split, $860,000. That's between two exchanges. So I guess that's my point, right? Is that how do you trade this? I don't know. I can't tell you where we're going. There are some indicators saying that we're going down. There are indicators saying that we're going down. Okay, just clear as day. And there are some definite indicators saying we're going up. I think Mike DeSilva brought up something about junk bonds. Junk bonds are at a huge low right now. If you look at junk bonds over the course of a year, snap a line right where it's sitting right now. And if it dips below the line that it's sitting on right now, we've had some very ugly moments in previous history.
Deputy Governor Lane commenting that the BOC will be nimble and, if necessary, forceful in using monetary policy tools to address inflation.
I want you to don't open a year chart, open like a 5-year chart, right? And scale it out and just
Saying that to be more focused
on
upside inflation risks and be forceful, if necessary, in using policy.
If you look at a chart for JNK going back to like 2018, 2015, 2011, like just got a big ass chart, and junk bonds measures risk that banks are willing to take on junk bonds, right? They're going to buy junk bonds that are high risk investments that they're going to make money for them, right? So if they don't pay off, right, or if they're in a risk off environment, they're not going to buy junk bonds, right? It's pretty simple, right? And if you look at previous moments in the past when we've traded lower than we are right now on JNK, they are in some huge risk-off environments. No bueno, right? So if you want to look for a crash indicator for today, or just the past week or two, right? Just look at a crash indicator for the market, and look at JNK, open up a big-ass chart on it, and you can see, snap a line right where we are, and look back 5-10 years, and that is saying two things, right? Either we're going to catch a bid on junk bonds and move higher. Then we know the DIX is higher right now, but we know that the GEX is not, right? So that's conflicting information for a move higher. We know that the bid into the market, the advancer decliners, is not what it should be. It's not bullish. It almost looks like banks are just forced to buy, right? It's not like we have participation from the rest of the market thinking we're going long. We know that there's no calls out there for 480, 470, 460. We know that there's a bunch of puts, though, sitting down at 425 for OPEX. We saw this morning, I just want to give a heads up on this too, right? This morning, we did see a large block come in against the SPY at the open. We saw, what do we see come in? We saw March 7th, 442p, $2.6 million. I don't know if that's to pin the market right now, if that's what that was used for, to and tend to pin the market. But somebody's got a large bet against the market right now. If we see a cascading of those puts come in to match up with the 425 strike, it's not going to be pretty. If we don't see that cascade waterfall of puts against the market and equity selling, then the market makers are not going to, the dealers are not going to print those puts that are already down there. There's a very low concentration of calls up at 460. So they prefer to print those than they would print the 425s, right? The millions and millions of dollars that are down there.
From Carrefour in France saying they see food inflation in the low to mid single digits.
So a lot of mixed signals inside the market right now currently. And, there's probably some out there that are going to say, hey, this is going to be a non-news event. It's going to be nothing. Most minutes do have an immediate impact on the market. Unlike the FOMC meetings, they tend to be a day later. FOMC minutes tend to be almost reactionary immediately. And there's another idea behind this too, that this is the trader's point of view, right? That doesn't check too much on the news, doesn't care what everybody says it should be, where the market is set up to just spring higher. Like the market is just set right here to spring higher. They'll manipulate the news to fit the narrative for the market to go higher here. So there's a bunch of different arguments. I know you guys pay attention all over social media, you watch YouTube videos, and you guys have to make your own convictions of where we go. Easy trade, probably some Friday straddles, probably an easy trade, not too shabby. If you really wanted to get weird, you could get some, if you think we're going to go to the depths of hell, you think the easier and the more profitable trade is lower, get yourself some putback spreads. They're free. And if we reverse and don't go down there, they're going to pay for you. And then you can get yourself some 0-day calls to ride it all the way up. You'll break even or get paid for that trade. Whether it goes up or down, you'll be protected, and then you can trade it long on a dip. I would expect some weakness into the minutes being released, unless someone knows something that we don't know. I'd expect some weakness, and then we trade higher. I think we trade higher today, if you wanted a conviction from me. But do not trade against what I say, ever. Junk, baby. You're getting killed by big dicks? Me too. Yeah, if you guys see junk bonds, and junk bonds have a bid today, which is kind of nice to see. You want to see a bid in junk bonds. If you see that bid in junk bonds, if junk bonds move higher, you can expect the market to move up regardless of what the GEC says. $282 viewers. Woo! Everybody wants to tune in during a market pivot, huh? Good job. Maybe we'll post something on Twitter if we can get more watchers or followers or whatever. What should we write? Would like to trade the SPY. The S&P minutes. Please join us. All right. See if we can get some weirdos in here. You guys got your band hammers out? So you can band hammer some people? We'll get the trolls coming in here at some point. Okay. Be like, oh shit, here we go. We're gonna make this a party, right? You got your band hammer out, Josh? Winky, you ready to go? All right. This is gonna be too funny. All right, post this. Let's see what's going on. All right, so let's just have a informal poll, right? Ultimately today, just heads up, we got some SPY puts. These are from a little while ago. Don't mean much. Let's get an informal poll going. Ukraine is mad about recognizing republics in Eastern Ukraine. We are the weirdos. I want to ride the dicks with you. This is better than watching the talking heads on CNBC when they tell you after the trade, right? All right, so get just an informal poll real quick. Ultimately today, not where we swing high and then swing low or swing low then swing high. Ultimately, which way do we go? Let me know in the chat. Just say we're going up or we're going down, and we'll all take just an informal feeling of the group. I think we go up. I shouldn't have said that. Let me know. Hey, Mike Guilford, thanks for supporting the channel. Appreciate it. Deanna, thanks for subscribing. Tech4, thanks for subscribing. Jill, wonderful to have you support the channel. Well, up, down, down. We're going up, coming up, going up, down, up, then down with bad news. Past tense of dicks and decks. Rocket up on bad news, up on bad news. Down, baby. Down, down, up first. Up, down, burn like the clap. Up, ultimately up. Okay, big green candle, then bleed the rest of the day. Hey, that's a weird, Paul, that would suck, huh? Paul's got it right. Paul's like, big green candle, then you trap everybody. Thank you for playing. Close by red. Got more talk about QT, please. Oof, John knows what's up too, right? You have that talk about QT. If they say, forget the emergency meeting. If they just mention, Zach, thanks for Zach, thanks for supporting the channel. Appreciate it, Zach. Karen, thanks for subscribing. Leaf, Kershaw. Actually down, then up, then tank. Wow, that's a good one too. Down to Satan's basement. Thanks for subscribing, Warren. They can change, yeah, they can. Yeah, that's the thing. You guys are all like, what about emergency Fed meeting? I'll tell you what. There's like two things that'll drop this market, right? QT. QT will drop this market faster than an emergency Fed meeting. And you know what also dropped this market is, what's the other one? Yeah, we didn't show up to the bond market today. The day, this is a fact, the day the Fed doesn't show up to the bond market, good night. Close the gap, then up. Yeah, what about VIX? I haven't even looked at VIX in a bit. We haven't closed the gap on the VIX, have we? I gotta look at the yeah, there's that gap just sitting there. 28.25 is a gap. I thought there was one that was higher. Well, there's one that was higher than 28.25. And you know what? Looking at the VIX, man, it's right in the middle, right? See it just trading right in the middle there? Yeah, VIX is high of the day. We haven't closed that gap yet. No panic selling yet, which is what we want, right? Either way, VVXY calls. Paul's got a great point. But it's not the high of the day. I see that gap up. Oh, no, this is today's gap. I'm talking about the gap from the other day. There was a gap higher, right? In the 30s or something, I thought. I'm not looking at it right now on a large screener. I'm looking at it on a small screener right now. Accelerate the ending of bond purchase and rate up after followed by QT, but we are data dependent and need to account for other central bank actions. That's a fair point too. Yeah, zero volume today. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Sorry, dating bond purchase or VIX low of day and calm. There will be zero volume. There is zero volume. Yeah, there was no volume yesterday as well, right? I think didn't Joe sell the puts? He should have. Yeah, I agree. Main Street hasn't shit a Twinkie yet. The VIX gap is at 3160. I'm going to turn all this off and get set up for this trade. SPY calls February 16th, 443C, 900 contracts at $1.38. It's only a block trade, though. If anybody's just joining us, we do usually get information sooner and faster than Twitter does. We've got Trade the News up and running. You are correct out there, Chaz. The minutes are expected at 1400 Eastern time, so 2 p.m. We usually get the information faster than most people get it. Not everybody, but enough people out there that get the information, so we should get the FOMC minutes. The key about Trade the News too is you'll get a clean idea of what is important about the minutes. Usually faster than Twitter and without the biased. This is good. This is bad. You want to hear if it's a negative or positive take on the minutes. Yeah, it's a fair point. We should look at the volume today and see what the difference in volume will be into the close. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that number, on that VIX number, to see if it trades higher to that 3160 before we go up or... Yeah, hey, Josh, what's your take? Winky, what's your take today, man? I want to know what Josh and Winky think we do today. I want to know what Josh and Winky think the moves are today. They usually have pretty good insight into what they think is going to happen overall. Because I think we get some weakness. I think we get a little bit of weakness, and unless someone knows the news already, and then we trade higher. Johnny, what are you saying, brother? John, you're looking to reload. We had some puts come in on SE earlier today. More SPY calls. February 16th, 443C, $148,000. 35 million on SPY. I think we close in 445, 445.80, yeah. Trade on ES, I swear it feels like 250,000, yeah. I think that the sentiment is bad. So yeah, it's 2 p.m. Usually you'll start seeing moves right now. You should see some market moves between now and 2 p.m. And we'll start to see some flow. We'll track the flow as it comes in and see where everybody stands here. We've got some calls coming in at 443. 2 sets of calls on SPY for the 16th. 443C, $124,000, $148,000. More calls on MNST. Mike November, Sierra Tango. I know people are interested in that trade today. March 18th, 90C, $126,000. I would like to see some weakness, though, first. You get that initial reaction, nice big fat dip, have your finger on the buy button, and then trigger. But matter of fact, I'm going to set that up. I haven't set that up yet. Look at those I want to look at those 445s. Unless we have a huge dip. I'm not going to be in the short side yet. I should get the 440Ps too. I bet both sides print. So I'm just going to watch them right now. They're at 58 cents in the 445 Cs. If I can get them down to like 34 cents or something. TLT is in the low of the day. Thanks for the note, Azul Blue. Yeah, so Tesla has a nice support at 900. Yeah, so this is the information that I give to you guys out there is not raw data or not raw flow. It is from Flowalgo. So they have to hit certain data points. They have to be all buys. There's no sells. They have to be at the money or higher.
Lincoln to travel to Germany between February 17th and 20th for a conference.
SPY puts February 16th, 443P, $169,000. So bets are starting to come in. Roughly between, right? Basically, everybody's doing straddles on 443. Yeah, so all of this flow that comes in, it's like picked from, let's say you go to a normal flow site, you'll see a big, vast amount of flow. It's very directed. They usually match it up to dark pool buys, equity buys, signature prints. You guys want me to bring up TLT for you? I'll bring it up right now. Show you guys TLT. Yeah, there was a at the bond auction today. What did I see with bond auction? 20-year bond auction today. There was it's down. It was $19 billion is down from the last $23 billion in the bond auction. So less Fed buyers. The FOMC January minutes expected at 2 o'clock. At the January 26th meeting, the FOMC left rates on hold as expected, but it said it would soon be appropriate to raise rates. That set up the March meeting for the rate liftoff. Since then, the debate has grown to whether the March hike would be 25 or 50 BPS. We know today that some of the voters and non-voting members of the Fed came out stating that they would support a 25 BPS increase, but not a 50. One voter said they would support 25 BPS, but not a 50 BPS rate increase. That was Harker. Harker said that she wants a 25 BP rate increase in March, not 50 BPS. Very supportive of starting the process of raising the fund rates. She's quoted as saying this. I mean, he's quoted as saying, the Fed funds rate, which is our primary tool of monetary policy, start to raise that now. I'd be supportive of as early as March, a 25 base point hike in that rate. We need to walk a fine line at the Fed, was how that ended. SPY is starting to move up to 443.09. We have some hidden sellers above at 444.29. The hero indicator is starting to turn up in the market since 135.
Less than 10 minutes to the top there. We'll look at the FOMC January minutes. Under the January 26th meeting, FOMC left rates on hold as expected, but said it would soon be appropriate to raise rates. That set up March for rate liftoff. And since then, debate has been over whether March rate hike should be 25 or 50 basis points, with the leading hawk Bullard calling for a 50 basis point hike, though deferring to Powell, who tends to be more moderate. and would likely favor a 25 basis point hike. We'll be looking at the minutes for any discussion of plans for quantitative tightening after rate hikes begin.
All you bears hear that out there? Be looking at the minutes for any kind of QT. Don't want to hear QT. Don't want to hear QT, do you? Guys don't want to hear QT, do you? Oh, look at that TLT just falling off the side of a cliff. Look at that, just dying. Here indicator's green. More sellers than buyers on TLT. Here indicator's green, though, on it. Some support down here at 133.80. Currently some strong support you can see in the dome over here. You get 9,000 buyers, and we moved almost double the buyers at 133.20 on TLT. Oh, that QT, man. You hear that guy? Charlie was just like, QT, brother. Look lower. It's like 130. Bears out there all itching, scratching themselves. They're like, did he say QT? Did he say QT? Yeah, we can do gold. You guys want to look at gold? Price target above on TLT, 143.71. That's where all the real sellers are. We've got 6 minutes until... Look at gold. If you gold bugs out there, all you bears. We'll load that up, see what gold looks like. Oh yeah, QT is good for bears. QT is like bear crack. Straight bear crack. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you hear a whisper, if they fart, QT, if you just hear a whisper of QT and the news drop, this market's going to hell. John. The only thing buyers are at 130, sellers are at 145 on TLT. That's all bears. If you hear, trust me, if you hear any whisper, a fart, like just a in the wind, QT, even if we're not considering QT, just QT spoken, the algo is gonna pick right up on that, and they're gonna fucking sell it until some old fat guy calls downstairs in the basement and says, "Wrong way, asshole, wrong way." That's like what was the shit they were pulling yesterday with Russia? They're like Putin and Biden are on the phone with each other, and Putin's like, "I'll just say genocide. It's the worst I can say. We'll drop the market. I've got puts right now. We'll just run with genocide." You know, like just some shitty words to pump and dump the market. So look at gold right now. So you don't want to hear that word. Not the word you want to hear. More sellers than buyers right now on gold. I feel like there's a bull out here going, ask him to look at gold. Sellers at 175. Oof. See who the real buyers are. Man. I don't know, man. Gold's looking a little, it's either looking like it's going to squeeze. Better hope for some QT out there. Here we go. Buyers down below at 172.60. Some SPY puts coming in. To February 16th, 439p for $30,000. Looks like a day trader, retail trader. Down at 170. Much more firm support at 169. look lower. Hair indicator is kind of neutral right now. 166. Big dip buy. Hey, Merrill. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you in the stream. How are you doing, man? Yes, so if anybody's just joining us, just a heads up, we did review the FOMC minutes. We reviewed expectations, trades to take on the FOMC minutes. I want you, anyone that's just joining us right now, we have Trade the News on with us, and they usually report sooner than you'll find on Twitter. You should get the minutes and any if they did bring up that if there's any the people are looking for any discussion about QT, and so that's what the guy Charlie said from Trade the News, and so we should have that information sooner than Joe Public or most people out there trading, at least before Twitter, right? We should get that information faster so that you can make a faster trade. So we're going to be covering it live. Yeah, Miro's saying bulls put on fresh diapers. We've talked about both sides of this trade here, and also JNK is now starting to sell off, just as a heads up out there. JNK is slightly rolling over junk bonds, so there is some de-risking as we move into this time of the day. It's 1:59. We got 1 minute left.
And half a minute to the FOMC minutes. Equity markets are edging lower ahead of the minutes.
So here we go, guys. We have a negative hero indicator currently. We got more buyers than sellers, slightly more. Hero indicator is neutral. We have a price target below of 420, believe it or not, and above at 448. We have some shorts lifting currently on the SPY. We have more premium coming into the call side currently as well in 445C. So we're going to trade this live here. A nice big bid on the call side, which we did not have earlier. More premiums sneaking into the call side right now. It doesn't mean we go up here, but just be aware that there is more premium finally kicking in. The put side is very heavy on 440p.
Still waiting the release of the minutes.
Call side is just ripping right now, and we're not moving it. It's now over $1.03 on call side 445Cs. Put side's bleeding off in premium right now, down to 47 cents on the put side in 440Ps. Calls now ripping $1.25 on February 16th, $1.37, $1.38 on 445C expiring on February 16th. Junk bonds now catching a bid. Wildness inside of the options chain of the SPY 0-8 options. Bango, look at that ripper high on the SPY. Short covering operation. Apple calls out there. QQQ's calls out there.
Saying that data showing continuing tightening of labor market conditions and elevated inflationary pressures policy maker communications were perceived as pointing to an earlier and faster removal of accommodation than market participants had previously expected. Fed saying participants continued their discussion of topics associated with potential adjustment of policy tools, reaffirming changes in the target range for federal funds rate are the committee's primary means of adjusting policy. Participants noted the indicators of economic activity and employment have continued to strengthen. With regard to economic outlook, participants agreed that Omicron wave of the pandemic would weigh on economic activity in the first quarter. Participants noted supply chain bottlenecks and labor shortages have continued to limit businesses' ability to meet strong demand. Many participants noted the onset of Omicron wave had dampened consumer demand. Participants noted that district contacts were reporting labor demand and labor supply remained constrained. Participants remarked that recent inflation readings had continued to significantly exceed the committee's. Participants agreed that uncertainty regarding the path of inflation was elevated and that risks to inflation were weighed to the upside. Participants agreed it would be appropriate for the committee to keep target range for federal funds rate at the current level at this meeting. Anticipated it would soon be appropriate to raise the target range. Participants discussed implications of economic outlook, the likely timing and pace for removing policy accommodation, comparing it with conditions in 2015. Most participants suggested that a faster pace of increases in the target range for the Fed funds rate than the post-2015 period would likely be warranted. Most participants noted that if inflation does not move down as they expect, it would be appropriate for the committee to remove policy accommodation at a faster pace.
Just made some good money on that dip and rip. That dip and rip was paid real nice. Jumping in and out of SPY calls. And dropping as low as 40 to 60 cents.
Equity markets pairing losses after the release of the minutes. The S&P down less than 0.5%. NASDAQ down less than 1%.
SPY call 0 dates keep trading down to like 40 between 40 and 60 cents. As high as $1, $1.20 on each dip and rip. Now up to 84 cents. Puts are getting cheap. They're 43 cents currently. Yeah, no QT discussion, right? Definitely no QT discussion there. The market's waiting for a reaction. Currently trading flat right now, 443.60 or so. Still watching the put side. I'm not seeing any more VIG coming in. Not watching any calls or put flow on the options flow and the options chain. Here are indicators starting to turn green right now. Watch this purple line down here. If you see a huge dip in this purple line, the implication over time is that it would be negative for the market. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've got way more buyers than sellers right now. 377 to 330 on the CBD. Looks like the market's going to go up. Can't guarantee it, but you can see that we've got more buyers than sellers at this point. This was a low volume day. Watching a bid now on junk bonds. You can see a hammer candle green on junk bonds. Can't tell you exactly where it's going. USO is catching a bid. Tesla's catching a bid. Hood catching a bid. Affirm's catching a bid. Whoop, here we go. SPY's starting to head up now. Those calls are now trading at $1, $3, Yeah, junk bonds are catching a bid. That means it's risk on in the market currently. If you guys open up J&K on your own software, if you're a bear out there, just be careful of being short right now inside this market. It looks like we are going to trade higher. There is money coming into the market currently, so just be real careful out there if you're a bear. Be real careful out there if you're a bear, okay? The underlying mechanics of the markets are saying that we're going up. 445 is now trading higher at $1.15. The market does look like it's going up. Tesla catching a rip, 911 now. Now, be careful here if you are a bull, too. One last thing I would say to you is the initial pump up. Someone had mentioned that we got lots of SPY calls coming in, SPX calls coming in. SPY, February 16th, 443C, $214,000. SPX, February 16th, 4435, $625,000. SPY calls, 218, 442C, $300,000. SPY calls, February 16th, 445C. SPY calls, February 16th, 447C. Be careful here, though. You'll see an initial reaction up, right? We trade back down slightly. They pin buyers for the day. And then what they'll do is they'll overnight sometimes do a gap up into tomorrow. Just be careful here as you're trading this. If you're trading this as a day trader, you're in, you're out, take your money and run. Wait for the market to cool down, then take a trade into the close. Just be careful of that as we trade forward here. Overwhelming buyers right now. Here indicators turning up, just cranking. Be selective in your trading as you trade this. Usually the rip lasts for 5-15 minutes, calms down, and then the better buy is closer to the bell typically than it is as soon as everything is adjusted, okay? So that first couple rips that you get, you make your money, you walk away, you wait until it trades back, traps bulls, they have to get long again, and the trade will continue into the Friday trade. Hello, ladies. I just made a shit ton of money. Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, baby. That was a nice trade. Yeah, baby. Denny, you take your money, brother? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's 2 trades today. That was a short trade we took earlier, and we just took a long trade. That printed fat. Wait for a little bit of a cool off here. It might trade higher, but usually there's a cool off period, and then we'll suck all the bulls got to buy now. They got to buy, and then it'll continue on into tomorrow. Could wind up with a gap up into Thursday unless something changes. You guys just open. You guys want to look for risk on, risk off? You just go to J&K real quick. Take a look, and you can see that the market is risk on right now, even if it's only temporary. So there you go. How's that? How's them apples? How are them apples out there, huh? How are them apples? Rate Futes is now showing less than 50% chance of 50 BPS. Thanks, QoS Max. Thanks for that update. Be careful. This is a bull trap. It'll go higher, but it is a bull trap. They'll lock you in right now. You'll be down 20, 30, 40% in your trade, and you're going to have to add more money into your trade. Normally, not always. Usually there's a dip, right? You don't want to catch that dip the 3rd, 4th time and get trapped in there. Give back all the money you just made. Hell yes. Just be careful now. You get that real quick pump in the market. Grab those bottoms, trade it up higher. We're gonna look for a little bit of a dip here, right? Don't fuck with the February 16th 0 dates anymore. You're gonna be looking to grab a nice buy for Friday. Okay? And you're looking for a gap up into tomorrow unless something changes. Unless there's something out there that we don't know. Forget what Twitter's saying. Forget what fucking everybody else out there is saying, right? Just sit back for a minute, look for another buy-in for Friday to go long. The market was looking for talk about QT. Critical to know that, okay? Market was looking for QT. There was no discussion about QT. There might be some more dog shit or some bear shit smeared all over the place out there. It's going to make the market, they're going to blame it on the market going down slightly right now.
Canada's Lane saying they'll have more to say about the balance sheet on March 2nd.
Roger that. Next date for news, March 2nd for the balance sheet. That's your next date. I'll read this to you guys out there if you want me to. January minutes. Most participants suggested that faster pace of increases in the target range for the funds rate than post-2015 period would likely be warranted. Most participants noted that if inflation does not move down as they expect, it would be appropriate for the committee. So talking about to remove policy accommodation as a faster pace than they currently anticipate. So that means right now that there is no change, okay? There's no change. Status quo right now. Participants observed that in light of the current high level of the Fed Reserve security holdings, a significant reduction in the size of the balance sheet would likely be appropriate. Many participants commented that sales of agency MBS or reinvesting. Oh, hold on a second here. I'm not getting the entire thing.
15 minutes or so, we'll see the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures have moved lower, giving back some of the daily gains here in the wake of the up 1.33% at 93.34.
USO
some modest steepening at the long end of the U.S. Treasury curve. The 2-10-year spread now back above 50 basis points. Short rates have fallen a little bit here in the wake of the FOMC minutes.
Patience.
Bank of Canada's Lane saying that he hopes blockades won't last long enough to have a major impact on the economy.
Here comes the SPY roaring back again. Hero indicator starting to go up once more. We'll look for a price target higher today for sellers. Those sellers have either come down here or they're no longer here. Seeing blue skies above. Here we go. Some sellers up here. A little bit of resistance at 449, 448. And we've got new sellers above at 455.25. This was not here before. Watching the hero indicator pick up, you can see the purple line just growing larger and larger. A bid coming into the market. Vishal is noting that there's a crazy drop in the 10-year. Just be careful here. Just be careful here to the close. I mean, you could buy some calls right here where we are. I prefer to wait, typically on Fed minutes. I give it a little bit of time, some digestion. Wait for this rotation to take place. Typically here you'll see market makers, dealers in the background. They'll be like, oh yeah, buy calls. And then they dump it heading into the close, then rip it up higher into tomorrow. You want to get some other bulls to jump on the sword for you, right? And they put the bid into the market, then you take it long. Tesla, February 18th, 920C, $326,000.
Estonian Foreign Intelligence Service chief saying Russia's success in Ukraine would encourage it to pressure the Baltic states.
Sounds kind of bearish, Captain. Sounds kind of bearish. So what do you think? You think you got bear panic right now? I'm looking at some bears are still buying 440Ps expiring today. Got some bear, not a ton, but we were at 171,000 contracts on 440P. Those have now since been annihilated. They're now down to like 26 cents. And so you got a bunch of bears jumping on, not a bunch, like 5,000 new contracts on 440P at 26 cents. But the premium is wearing off on them, so I don't know. Even if we traded lower, they might not gain too much value. I'm going to take a look at the options chain for Friday real quick and see what's going on Friday. Still have a bunch of puts on 440P, 65,000 contracts at $1.93.
Bank of Canada's Lane saying that Bank of Canada does not have to move in step with the Fed on rate hikes, but Fed certainly has a big impact on economic condition in which we make our own decisions.
Okay, you can believe that if you want to. 445C is now up to $1.16 for a moment there. Looks like market's catching a bid. There is also some calls on Friday for 450C at $1.09 with some interest on them. U.S. interest rate futures show less than a 50% chance of 50 BPS rate hike at March meeting after the Fed meeting minutes. Vanna rally, baby. Yeah, that was pretty dovish. No, I don't think we're down tomorrow at all. I think that you get a quick dip here, possibly into the bell. You would be lucky if you see a dip. And you probably see some shorts trying to cover at some point today. And then you'll see, after the short covering, you might see some sellers. And then a rip higher into the bell even tomorrow. I would expect a gap up tomorrow. Not guaranteed, but pretty good chance. Just don't give away your money, okay? That's the one thing I want to tell you. Don't give away your money. No reason to give away your money. Hero indicator's off the charts right now, 171. It was at minus 5,000 at one point today. Rejection real quick off 444.96. Lots of grinding right here. We're going to take a closer look. We'll look higher and see where real resistance is for today. A little bit of light sellers above up here at 446. Yeah, some sellers up here at 446, so be careful of 446. Light resistance to 446 as well. We'll see above here. These are all hidden orders of sells above. Some hiding orders above at 447.55. And then again at 448 and 449. Such a tease, right? When you're a bully, you're like, oh, I just want this so bad. Just want to jump in and ride it up to 449 today, baby. Take us up to 450. Take us to Valhalla. Real Fed chairman saying he's covering partial shorts in my future spread on stalled dips from now through Friday. No blabber about QT. Should be good for a bit of short-term optimism. Yeah, I'll look at APPS. Yeah, so keep mark down on your calendars March 2nd. They did leave that up there so that there would be a little bit more. Those 445s are now up to $1.44. We're ripping higher now. 446 was the first place where we found real resistance here, so be careful of 446. More SPY calls coming in. 216, 447C. $41,000, $82,000, $41,000. Now three ways on blocks and sweeps on SPY. 445C now up to $1.62, trading higher. $1.64 on those calls. Huge buy orders. Hero indicator now off the charts at 258. Smashing and grabbing SPY calls February 16th, 447C. Just cranking. Those calls have gone up and down like 3 times now, 4 times. Just wiling inside of the option chain of the SPY. Nice fat print day, boys. Nice fat print day. Here's that area we were talking about up here, right? These mystery sellers up here at 44598, 44609. You see the thick red line above here. We'll look slightly higher here. See what the next price target is above. Have some more ice. Yeah, it's that same place, 446. Next price target above is 44752. Boom, baby. Boom. Ripping. 44760. Nice next price target. After that, we're looking for 44756 and 44901. Start to go from like 20,000 sellers to 50,000 sellers by 449. That is also a note for you. When we get to 447, we hit the volatility trigger. So just be careful as we get up here. We got another $1 to go in the SPY. But just remember, right, that number, volatility triggers at 4470. 445 is now trading at $1.78, $1.72. $447 is the volatility trigger. Be careful of 4470. TQQ calls.
Standard coming here from the U.S. State Department just once again saying right now there still remains a window for diplomacy and it will remain open until or unless Putin makes a decision to go into the Ukraine.
We have TQQ calls February 25th, 57.5C. High algo score, $151,000. February 25, 57.5C. 649 contracts at $2.33. Now gaining support here at 445. If we do trade back, look for a bounce off of 445.20. Pump it, baby. Woo! Sorry about that. Yep, now looking for a revisit back down to the congestion level. Maybe some bears will set and push back down for another run at this. The real Fed chair is speaking up about this. Look for a price target below if you're a bear at 445.40. Google calls. We talked about Google this morning, right? Kind of unusual flow on Google. You guys ready for it? Google, February 18th, 2800C, $199,000. Google, February 18th, 2800C, $81,000. Google, February 18th, 2800C, $73,000. Google, February 18th, 2800C, $91,000. All sweeps, no blocks, all sweeps. QQQs, February 18th, 357C, $111,000. The Goog. We're going to look at APPS. APPS smashing higher. Trying to break through, right? More buyers than sellers on APS. That was a call out from earlier. See if we can get a better handle on it. Price target above on APS, 5703. 5703. Some little bit of ice above at 5577. Boy, I tell you what, those fucking market makers don't mind taking your money. Those market makers are crazy. They're like, you want to buy, it's 75 cents. You want to sell, it's 70 cents. It has to go up another 10 cents for you to make 10% profit. I got to take my cut. Got to make my money no matter what. More support kicking in now at 445.80. Hair indicator very strong right now, but going a little bit sideways here. It's up around 30,000. What's going on with Kevin? Is he okay? Was he doing something live today? Did he help you guys trade and make money today or no? 4470. Look for that, okay? We are looking at the VIX dropping. It is going to look to tap out at 24.55. So we are close right now. Be careful out there. You're going to find some form of support on the VIX at 24.79. Okay, and now you want to see it break through that 24.79 for another leg higher. Just be conscious, be watching the VIX as you're trading the SPY. So 24.79 is the beginning of some form of support for the VIX. You want to see a break through that number for the SPY to move higher. How's everybody doing? Robert, good to see you. All day was a grind. We made two good trades, though. We made the trade earlier for the short on SPY and the long trade on the SPY later today. But standing around for 8 hours sucks. Usually it's way more faster. You do nothing. Why? It's the SPY. We can't pump the SPY or dump the SPY. It's not like we have any influence over what happens on the SPY. It's not like we're pumping penny stocks around here telling you to buy NEO at $5 or something. Nice quick bounce real quick on 445.80. Nice bounce on the SPY. Hey Joey, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
S&P moved into positive territory, up 0.1%. Nasdaq down less than 0.2%.
Please like and subscribe. This is a free sub. If you're making money, please donate. Help donate to the cause here. We've got a donate button down inside of the description of the video. Donations are greatly appreciated. It does cost a lot of money to run these streams for the services that we pay for to have this information available to you. So if you are making money, if you are learning how to become a better trader, please consider donating. If you're a new trader, if you are just joining us for the first time, just liking and subscribing is fine. We have a Discord open and free to the public. There's no paywalls here. We live stream every single day. We also have a Twitter handle you can request to follow. Let everybody in there that wants to be in there. It's at Captain's Alpha. We do appreciate the likes and subscribes. And if you are making money, please consider supporting the channel. Currently trading at 446 on the SPY, 446.80. We are looking for a reversal up here at 447.0. We're going to take a look here and see if they're going to reverse off the top here or not. See these guys? Those are the sneaky Pete's are up here. I'll show you guys these guys up here, right up here, 448.03. We'll look to see if these guys are actually here or not, or if we're just going to blast through resistance. See if we'll blast through, move higher. From the low today, we were down at 441.97, now trading at 447.06. Tesla's entering, J&K is catching a huge bid in the market right now. Huge bid. Huge bid. Just blast off right there for the SPY. Blast off. If we break through 447, next price target above is going to be 449, I think, 450. Take a look higher and see where it is. Yeah, next stop is 449. We've got some sneaky sellers up here at 447.48 and then 448.97. Beautiful move on the SPY. AMD calls, SPY calls, February 16th, 440C, $700,000. SPY calls February
Crude
16th,
futures settling
448C.
93.66, up 1.7%.
SPY calls February 16th, 448C, baby. Tons of them coming in on the SPY right now. Tons of calls coming in on the Apple as well. 448, new price target. See if we can get there today. No, we won't miss it. We'll probably push up and through it. Volatility trigger starts at 447. But the ceiling, the call ceiling is at 450 currently. We want to see more calls, expansion of calls into the market with farther out dates higher, right? Like 460, 470, 480. It doesn't mean we trade that high, but you need to raise the call wall so that you can trade to 460. If you don't raise that call wall, if you don't see calls coming in, call expansion, you'll potentially see us trade to 4470, 4500, and then trade sideways into expiry. So they're not paying out as much money into anybody that's holding all those puts way down deep at 425. So you're looking for call expansion. If you don't find call expansion, we will trade sideways at some point. Yep, nice big fat support formed here at 446 and 444, 445.80. Josh says I called bad news and then jumped to 450. You guys all making money out there today, right? Hopefully. Hopefully should be making some money. It's a good day today. So we'll look to see. I'm out of calls right now. I'm going to look to be trying to grab some calls here. If we can catch a bounce down here. See right where we are right now? Looking to catch a bounce down here. See this wall over here? Buyers, 60,000 buyers at 446. So if we can catch a little bit of a nice rip up again, we're going to look for another rip higher. Take another shot at it. So we'll look to see if we can catch one more on the ride up. Look for a bounce down here in 446. See those buyers down there just waiting? Just praying and waiting. In pray right now. The buyers just waiting down there to grab some. Just waiting for an opportunity to go long here. I'm going to snag some more calls at 447. If we don't break through right here, we're going to look right here, okay? I want to see that we don't break through right here, the support area. Keep your eyes on these buyers here where they were at 80,000 and they're down at 60 and 70 and 80,000. So look for the buyers to swoop in right here and see if they take this thing long once again, okay? You don't want to see a rug pull down here. You want to see buyers just swoop in and start buying. You're looking for like $80,000, $90,000, right? No, not dollar, blocks of buys staying here, okay? Just keep your eyes forward. Look at the market right now and look to see if we can get a nice dip buy. Good heads up. Who said that? Was that Mary that said that? Who said something about NVIDIA? Thanks, Zezzy, for saying something. NVIDIA earnings are after the bell also. Looking for a little crash through here. A little bit of rug pulling going on. There's about 80,000 buyers down here at 446. We want to see if this can hold. If this can hold, we're going to probably buy a call into Friday here. See if this holds. Watching the VIX, looks like it's starting to break through that support. If we can get some more breaking of the VIX here, we should get another leg higher. All you know is Tesla's green, baby. Right on, Dylan. Yeah, Christian's like, pull the rug. Pull the rug. Pull the rug. Christian's like, pull it now. Pull the rug. APP calls coming in February 18th. I don't know if that we were looking at APPS earlier, weren't we? Not APP. We'll see if this support holds. Here indicators trending down right now. Watch this purple line over time. See this purple line going now. We're looking for this to turn back up again to grab calls. Always focus on this purple line when I'm talking to you guys out there. You want to see that curling up. You want to see the numbers over here turning up. They're right there at 80,000. You want to see them get back to that 50, 60, 80,000 buyer zone. Yeah, PT for Friday. I'm going to give a PT tomorrow of 450. And then I'll look for a trade sideways or down into Friday. How about that? 450 price target. Here indicator's starting to turn back up slightly. Let's see if it can hold it. Buy program is on. And J&K is ripping, just so you guys know. Doesn't matter what SPY's doing right now. J&K is ripping. It's all a scam. It's about to get flushed. Just keep your eyes on J&K, okay? Keep your eyes on J&K. We are in risk on right now. Even if there's temporary weakness right now, we are in risk on, even if it's for the day. I don't know. I've got our OPEX guesses here. So we'll wait and see for tomorrow and we'll bring it up. Josh wants mod status. Where's Josh? We'll make him a mod. He's been in here long enough. And the original founders of this stuff, they're all going to be mods. Like the original 100. Everybody's a mod, banning each other. Everybody's a mod now. Bam. All right, you're a fucking tool, Josh. You're a fucking tool now. You're gonna have to change your name, Josh. We have a double tool now. We'll see if we break through here. Looks like there's a little bit of a rug pull in here. You want to see this kick up higher. If you want to look for, if you are a bear and you want to look for a trade lower from where we are, we'll look at that. VWAP is down at 44.3.84. And see if we can find. There's a lot of buyers down here. I'd take it to VWAP if you wanted to take it that low. A lot of traffic down here. See if we can look closer here and see where VWAP is. See if there's a better, maybe a VWAP trade. VWAP's at 44.3.87. Probably the best guess on it right now. We'll keep it right here so we can watch what the hair indicator is saying for when to buy the dip. Buy the dip. Toolbox Josh. I love the Joshes. Seems to be more of a FOMO chase and vol crush than real buying. Not sure what fundamentals have changed. Well, the volatility in the market has changed. There's no, right now we've been told that There's nothing unexpected that to be stated at this point. Also, that there's no hey, we're going to 100 BPs. That question has been removed at this point. That we've priced in where we're going has been reaffirmed at this point. Now, we will look back on March 2nd. I mentioned something earlier. I'll bring this up for you guys, especially you bears out there need this date for sure. Let me see if I can get a date and what they're trying to say on the. They said something about the 2nd. I'm not seeing it here, but there is something about the 2nd that we need to know. Let me take a look at this for you guys. Something about the 2nd. I'm not seeing the actual date, but he did mention something about maybe possible policy change. Don't hold me to that. And now trading down to 445. I'll be looking to buy something. I don't know if it's now or if it's 2:44 in the afternoon. We have another hour and 15 minutes left. I'll be looking to buy some longs into Friday for sure, wherever we wind up. We did pin strike above at 447.21. We know that is the volatility trigger, right? 4470. We discussed that ad nauseum today. The call wall is at 4,500. So we're going to be looking for a bid into the market to see if we can trade up to 4,500, excuse me, into Friday. Yeah, Putin bought the fucking dip, huh? Jesus. It's terrible. A little birthday surprise from the Fed for me. Right on, right on. Hope you guys made money today. It should be a fairly simple trade into Friday. Doesn't matter if it's a spread. There should be a fairly simple trade into Friday. Or at least into Thursday. I wouldn't say Friday. I would say it's only into Thursday at some point. Probably a gap up overnight. Lots of it. I mean, even where we are right now, the interest alone on 450Cs. So 450Cs were $1 earlier. And they're now up to $1.44 just on premium kick. So we could trade back from here, but there are bulls out there. I think we're going to 450 at least on a gap up tomorrow. And that's when they'll do it, right? They won't do it in cash market. They'll do it inside of the after hours, not after hours, inside of the overnight. They'll push it up where cash can't get it done. Yeah, exactly. Exactly the real Fed chair. There we go. Thanks, Tom, for setting that up, right? Balance sheet is on March 2nd. Thanks for the heads up, Tom. Yeah, they did say something about the balance sheet being an important date. VIX is starting to dump a little bit through right here. Hair indicator is kind of wonky right now. I'm not sure if I would trust it as a bull. You want a little bit of a better hey, we're going up from here. Don't give your money back to the market makers. This is where they take your money away from you. Like, this is the place, right? They're like, oh, we're going to take these guys' money, these women's money. We're going to take all their gains back. We're going to suck them dry. And just give it a chill, let it chill for a little bit.
Iran's top nuclear negotiator is saying that after weeks of intensive talks, they're closer than ever to an agreement. And that echoes comments out of some European officials earlier.
Don't give away your gains from now. Remember that the interest will burn off calls. It could be going up into the bell, and you'll still see the price of your calls go down. The initial excitement starts to wear off. You've got traders out there like me that are waiting to buy the close here. And so we want to get our calls as cheap as possible. Right? So the money was made in the initial move down below. And so you've got some sharks out there, and you've got market makers that want to suck some money off. So just be careful. Even if we trade higher tomorrow, just take your time. Keep your eyes on the hero indicator. Right, you'll be waiting for a dip buy. We're in the army. Just need some tanks to control the casino. Yeah, the Iran nuclear deal is bearish for oil. Well, I don't know. Is it? Do you think that Iran nuclear deal has something to have a different pipeline other than Russia? You think that's part of that deal, Jeremy? I haven't been paying too closely to the Iran deal. My thought would be that it has something to do with Russia and Ukraine. By scam, do you mean free money? Some spy dip buyers stepping in. February 18th, 450 Cs, $64,000. So that's February 18th, 450 C, right? They're buying them for $1.24. I think you can get them cheaper. I'm not sure if I'm a buyer here yet. I'm waiting for bargain basement prices. And whoever called this out earlier, whoever was you guys look at this, right? Look at the SPY down here. We had that bullshit Top Gun sell-off down to 44194. And sure than shit, where was the dip buy the second time? 442.04. Utter horseshit. Just like a Forex fishing expedition, right? Like some bank says, "Oh, we got the minutes early, and we're gonna buy here, no matter what happens." Scam, baby. Yeah, Miles making a good point. Everybody's long oil, right? There are so many people. It's like a pyramid scheme at scam at this point. I think it's going higher. No. My point behind Iran is that they'll use Iran for oil instead of Russia in case the Russian pipeline is put on hold. Another source. Yeah, the Top Gun sell-off was the call, wasn't it? Was that you, Cowboy Up, that did that? Somebody in here, we traded that play, and then someone shouted out. They said, "I bet that was the dip buy for the banks." Sure enough, it was, right? Pretty good day out there today. Good money making. Piss off all the Twitter traders out there. Crazy. Hold on here. Crazy. Okay, we got some support down here. What are we looking at here? Support down here at 445.12. You guys want to have a whiskey? You guys want to have a beer? Smoke a doobie? Drink some water? Wifey's pig folio is under fire. You're a boomer, right on. What do you say, Maverick inverted look did it? Yeah, time for a doobie. Hot tea here for Mary. Yes, that was my question. Is the Iran deal is the Iran deal tied into Europe getting oil or not? I'm not familiar with it. That's why I'm asking. Is shorting the UVXY same as buying TQQ? No. Rice boyfriends, I could smoke something. Robert's already been drinking at dinner. That sounds delicious. I want a fat steak tonight for dinner, but I haven't had a steak in a long time, and I want one tonight. All this news is noise for crude. It's going to find something to drive it up. Iran, China, Russia next week. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to. I should be paying more attention to the oil trade. Thanks, Lovey. Oh yeah. You know what? I've tried gummies. Those things floor me. No, it's not about Russia. We should get one of you guys on it. Do any of you guys trade oil a lot? I should get Stepping Stone Trader in here to talk about oil. Sweet cowboy. Yeah, I haven't had a steak in forever. You enjoying the sea wave? Yeah, I've got some great steaks. I've got a great butcher. I've got them sitting in the refrigerator right now waiting for me. Some New York strips. They are like this thick, like an inch and a half thick. Are we getting it was warm today. Well, no, it was blowing. It was cold yesterday. Are we getting a foot of snow tomorrow? Are you shitting me? I might take the day off tomorrow. Is it really going to snow tomorrow? Because I'll ski tomorrow. What do you guys think? You going to take the day off tomorrow or no? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, so I like my favorite steak is New York strip. I like them out of Chicago. Get my steaks out of Chicago, and what I'll do is I'll not quite Pittsburgh them, but I blast them on like 800-degree heat. Just char the fuck out of them. I'll serve them with some white truffles, some brown butter, cracked pepper and salt. I start with some champagne, believe it or not, or some bubbles. The market makers are bad. Is it 50s tomorrow with heavy rain and freeze up? Oof. If I can get my hands on some fresh mushrooms, saute those bad boys. Well, not saute them. I try to brown them. Just brown them. Deglaze the pan. Hit it with some beef stock. Oil industry got its ass handed to it during pandemic. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree they're out for blood too, Crit. That part I know. Parts of the oil trade I know. I don't know all of it. Lucy, you do the sous vide? I used to do sous vide. I love sous vide. I like sous vide steak to an extent sometimes. But now I just blast it. 60s with rain. Man, that's a nice weekend. I love morels. I used to pick morels up in Colorado and in Santa Fe of all places, believe it or not. VXX puts May 20th, 16p, $840,000. Hero indicators starting to pick up slightly. Some calls on February 16th, 447C, $29,000. There we go. A little bit of a bid back in the SPY again. Am I able? Yeah. Of course. I got you, babe. Whatever you need. I love you. Oh, yeah, man. Sous vide tri-tip is butter. I love duck sous vide. Yeah, I gotta finish it on the grill. Gotta finish all a beef or grill. Nope, never heard of it. You know what I reverse sear is I'll reverse sear prime rib, like roasts. Yeah, here comes the spy back again, just beast mode. Buy every dip on the spy. I like taking a rib roast, right, and I'll reverse sear it. I don't reverse sear it. So I've reverse seared steaks before. What I'll do in a rib roast is I'll sear the shit out of it, right, and then I'll cook it at a really low temperature, like 205 degrees, forever and ever, and then I'll sear it one more time, let it rest, let the juices rest, and then I'll slam that bad boy again. The Q's is lagging the spy, huh? Nice heads up, Winky. Yeah, 1500 degrees is where you want it. Like 800 to, sometimes they can get up to like 1200, but most of the time I can only get it like 800, 900 degrees, somewhere in there. I've been short day short oil at all morning highs, and the next of the afternoon. Yeah, I like ribeye. I like ribeye. I like the ribeye roast. Doesn't it sound good to have steak? Have some more resistance coming in above. Just be careful of this trade. I don't think this is the end of the day trade. 446.86. Excuse me. Hey, Mary, cheers to you with your tea. Cheers to you, Mary. Hey, Hacktrend, you know where the best steaks I've been getting right now are at? I kid you not. Better than butcher steaks. I've been buying steaks at more Apple calls, Spy calls, NVIDIA calls. Winky made a comment. There's a lot of calls coming into tech right now. Lots of calls on Apple. You buy the roast? Oh, yeah, doesn't it, Wizard? You know, I used to like the Costco steaks, but not for the price. So what I've been doing to save money on steaks is I buy the New York strips and the ribeyes, the Angus beef steaks from Aldi. Like, I'll load up on them, throw them in the freezer. They're like $15 for 2 steaks. And they're some of the best steak I've had from a store. Not a butcher, but a store. So go to Aldi if you can and get their New York strips or ribeyes. You'll be shocked at how dang good they are. Very expensive, greed driving, got to make their money back, capitalism and overdrive. Yeah, I agree with that, Christian. Yeah, like the Aldi New York strippers are amazing. First, I don't know why they're so good. A lot of the meat from Aldi I don't eat, but like during the pandemic for some reason, I bought some steaks from Aldi. I don't know who did, or I ordered them online. I don't know exactly what took place, but I'd never had them before. So I had them and I was shocked at how delicious they were. Trust me. I guarantee it, they're good. And I've eaten steak at some of the best steakhouses in the country. Like, big steakhouses. Hey, Mike, I gotta say something to you, my man. I gotta say something to you, brother. We talked about you this morning. I caught your video last night, and I told my guys about what you were saying about HYG, my brother. Or not HYG, about J&K. And we got to thank you, my man, because we tracked J&K against the FOMC today, and we made bank, brother. You are the man. Make sure you're all following Figuring Out Money, Mike Da Silva, because he helped us today. He had a video out last night where he was talking about J&K. And so I went down the rabbit hole on J&K last night. And I was like, he's got it. He knows what he's talking about. I mean, talk about someone that knows what they're talking about. If you guys want to do some DD, be following and watching Figuring Out Money's videos every single night. Bro, I traded the SPY today long off JNK. Leading indicator on the SPY today. You are the man. You are the man, brother. I talked about you all day long in the feed today. Been talking about you since this morning. You are the man. Trust me. You are the man, bro. That was the indicator today. You nailed it, brother. You nailed it today. Yeah, not only subscribe, hit the alert button on Figuring Out Money. Does a thorough job of looking at the markets. SPY now trading up to 44.760. Same place as before.
S&P futures pushing up against the highs of the day here, up 44.75. The Nasdaq Composite up 7. We have seen short-term 2-year yields come off the lows post FOMC minutes at 1.53%. That we are down a couple basis points in the 2-year, and that spread to the 10-year remains wider by about 5 on the day, holding above 50 basis points in the 2 10-year spread. New highs being printed now in the S&P futures. 3 of the major U.S. indices in positive territory. The dollar index is lower by, and the VIX is now lower on the day.
Now breaking into that volatility trigger, again higher than before at 44.70. We are now deep into the volatility trigger and into it by about 68 cents. Price target above is still, this trade might be over again once more. Just be conscious of the sellers entering the market at this point. Take your profit money and run at resistance, right? Wait for the banks to do your job for you. Let them bring it over the volatility trigger, and then we'll look for another price target higher to 450. Otherwise, the trade will come back down, and we'll take that trade again into Friday. Yeah, man, I appreciate it, Mike. Dude, that was some great due diligence last night, my man. Like, I can't tell you. Like, that was insano. You nailed it, bro. You really did. You really nailed it. We risk on or we risk off, and you saw that bid come in at J&K, and it was like, boom, you knew it was happening. And so Mike posited, he was talking about the long-term charts on J&K and where support was on junk bonds. And if you look over time going back, you can go back as far as like 2015, 2018, and you can see if we trade down at our current level on J&K that we become even more risk off than we are currently, right? And we've had some significant drops below current levels on J&K have led to significant declines in the market from that point forward. So the point being is if J&K ends up dumping, there would be something in the market mechanics underneath the hood that are showing you outside of the regular equities market that the banks are risk off, right? Heading into today's minutes and then also the market in general, right? They're not going to buy risky junk bonds. But a bid did come into J&K this morning or this afternoon. They traded down at one point today. Well, they didn't trade down, but they opened the day at $1.304, and they've just been ripping. You can actually see the moments today at 2 o'clock where there was a quick dip, and then we had the reversal candle to trade higher. So again, we talked about taking your profits here, right? Take some profit here. Let the banks do the work for you to send us over the volatility level. You want to see this area right here disappear, right? All this ice go away. You want to see in the dome, you want to see the buyers, right, step up a little bit more than these sellers over here. You got 40,000 sellers, 40,000 buyers down here. You want to see a wave of buyers. You want to see the hero indicator start to move higher as well. See, the hero indicator is a leading indicator that we're trading back slightly at this moment. Yeah, Mike is the dude, man. So Mike, he talked about J&K. He talked about the mortgages, right? I think it was. I forget what the other ticker was that he was looking at yesterday. But some key information that nobody else was talking about was Mike Silva yesterday. So follow that guy. Very intelligent, very smart. Gives you the tools to use in your day trade. Part of my everyday due diligence. Justin, thanks for subscribing. Level Worm, thank you for subscribing. Mede, thanks for subscribing. Warren, Dina, Mike, Guilford, thanks for tipping, brother. Thanks for supporting the channel. Okay, so every single morning we have we start the day before the cash market open. We do a daily brief every single morning. We talk about how we layer our due diligence, how we trade through the day, right? We do traditional charting. We look at volatility levels, gamma levels. We look at the market profile. Then we look at spot gamma stuff, right? And then we tie all this stuff in to market sentiment, trader sentiment, and we trade live with Bookmap every day, trying to find out real time what the real levels are in the market and how we can trade this up and down as the market moves right now. Because we know that we can't take any kind of real risk on without protection at all moments, right? Whether you're a bull, bear, doesn't matter. This market can trade in any direction at any time. As witness to this would be Facebook, right? Facebook looked like it was recovering yesterday. You go long in calls. Can you hold those calls into the bell? No, you can't, right? It traded all the way back this morning and took away all of that money, right? It's kind of like, thank you for playing. You basically trade into a number and not a day or a time. And maybe, I guess you're just trading the days right now. Not the best way to be investing in this market and trading this market, but that's what we're presented with, and we're adapting to that. You can witness this right now in social media, right? You can see long-time traders that have built big followings that are not making it right now. They're struggling out there right now. And there's no fault to them for this, but if you're going to survive in this market and not be straight cash or investing somewhere else, this market is very dangerous. So we can see it. We can see it all over social media, that the market is dangerous, that bulls and bears are getting wrecked in this market. Right now, this is a trader's market, hands down. QQQs, calls coming in February 16th, 357C. I don't like any of these 216 calls into the bell. You can trade these. They're very dangerous. If you were going to take a long or a short here, the likely thing to take would be something for Friday at this point. Right on. Smaller trader starting out, cash counter, margin, got to be all cash right now. No margin. Do not fuck around with margin in this market right now. And you should be joining us in our Discord. We have a free Discord. We got a free website. We got a free handle. Follow us on @CaptainsAlpha on Twitter. And then I'm going to post right now inside of, I'm going to post a link to the Discord. Down inside the description, you'll see the tools that we use, links to the tools that we use. And also, if you could like and subscribe to the channel, I'd appreciate it if you're a new trader. We always like likes and subscribes. This is a free subscription. I know that a lot of you guys are spending $600,000-$700,000 or $100,000 a month to get into some of these rooms and stuff. It's insano that you're paying this for alpha coming from traders that show up in a room once or twice a day, and then you got a bunch of snark inside these Discords. So we're trying to try a different model here and see if it works better for people that you pay as you go. If you're making money, if you're saving money. We remember yesterday at the bell, we said don't hold calls overnight, right? You could get wrecked in the overnight last night, save a lot of money. Same thing with today, right? We traded the FOMC minutes today. We traded the dip today as well. We were able to call those trades out. We called both trades out successfully today multiple times. So there's a link I just posted in the chat box. We don't get them all right. You guys will see that we get trades wrong here, but the majority of the time we get some pretty decent trades in this sub. Okay, so hopefully you can join us. We have traders of all different experiences here. The only rule that we have is that you're not snarky. If you're just an asshole and a snot, we shit post, we make fun of each other, we do all that shit, right? Just fucking around. But if you're out there, you're gonna be an asshole, get the fuck out, because we're not trading against each other. We're trading against banks, right? We're trying to help each other as retail traders, so that we can go home with money in our pocket. Doesn't matter if you're a bull or a bear. We'll help each other along the way. Okay. Yeah, I gotta set up an education. I gotta try to hook up with Jason and Winky and a few of you guys out there, and we'd have a conference call. We gotta hook up because Jason's the man. He's one of the guys inside the Discord that's really running shit right now. Yeah, you can be sarcastic. You can shit post. You can like a snark that's like lighthearted or not intentional is fine. It's more like you guys know what it is. I've traded long enough in those rooms. I know exactly what it is, and there's no need for it. I'm here to make money. You guys are here to make money. There's a donation button in the description of the YouTube video right here. Right at the top, you'll see a donate button to help support the channel. It costs somewhere around 10 to 15 grand right now, plus the initial setup costs to get this going. So we're at probably 20 grand this year in costs. Then the time that we're here, and then you've got I got to talk to some of you guys out there about the time you're kicking into this as well, and see if we can help you guys out too. So I know you guys are spending a lot of time, so I got to get in touch with some of you guys. Yeah, Desperado, we got to talk about spreads too, because your yield should be somewhere around 20 to 50% max. Believe it or not. Not 100%. You don't want to be holding them that long because of time. Yeah, we got to talk about, I got to get together with you guys and talk at some point. Probably over the weekend, nice long weekend. I'll try to hunt you down. We'll talk about that. We'll do some videos on, I got to do some videos on spreads because there's some like hard and fast rules on them. Miro's letting us know the spokesperson for the U.S. Department of State, Ned Price, is saying that more Russian forces, not fewer, on the Ukrainian border, and they are moving into combat positions again, which is concerning. Thank you, Miro, for the update. Thanks for the update here. Fangman plus MNT still weak. Now Google trying to reach for 1%. Apple's still good. The rest of them not in this party. Oil is dumping. Let me do some spreads videos. Sometimes spread videos are really complicated and they don't need to be. They get overcomplicated. There's some hard and fast rules you have to pay attention to with spreads. And we'll talk about buying and selling spreads too. Yeah, oh, hey, by the way, it could be related to the contract rolls. They start anytime from now to Friday, right? You'll see the roll take place. You want to move to the, is it April contract, right? Desperado saying that this is scary. Who's putting the news out? Spreads are, it's funny is when you trade them wrong. See if we get some confirmation right now from Trade the News. Putin loaded puts. Ukraine Fed straddling the bell. Thanks for the tip. Did somebody just tip? Otis, brother. Thank you for supporting the channel. That was big, bro. Yeah, there's rolling going on the oil contracts right now. Who do you guys have on news on Tesla 925? We said buy the fucking dip earlier in Tesla, didn't we? We said buy the dip on Tesla, didn't we? Tesla. You guys got a news on who's saying that news? Do you guys remember that, Fizzy? Fizzy, do you remember that shit? Did you see that, Fizzy, when we called that Tesla call last summer? That was insano. That was insano, Fizzy. That Tesla call was stupid. Watching some puts come in right now. SPY 216, 446p. That's for today. QQQ's puts for today. February 16th, 356p, $72,000. Localized weakness into the bell. We've got 318 in the clock. Where are you guys getting that news from? Is it on like CNBC? Is it on who's putting it out there? Tesla. Do be careful there too. One last thing I want to say to you guys, right? There's only 300 people left in here. Just one thing, okay? Remember, as we trade this up, you want to put some prophylactics on. No matter how excited you get in the money call put spreads or putbacks or putback spreads, right? Just something in the money far out. You could put like the March 18th, or maybe I'd do a week later, maybe a week later. Put some put spreads on in the money to cover your longs. It's Reuters. You don't have to post it, Miro. I'm going to check it out right now, brother. I'm going to search for it on Twitter. AA puts, March 18th, 75p. Lots of money, $800,000. AA, Alpha, 318, 75p. See what they're saying. Yeah, see, there's the president took part in an expanded meeting of the Emergencies Ministry Board. Just a heads up. The president took part in an expanded meeting of the Emergencies Ministry Board. I saw their planes flying last night. I watch a channel that tracks all the flights. There was some drones flying over Ukraine last night, and they had their jets flying through the country last night to Moscow. That report came away an hour ago. So what do you guys think in the overnight? So I guess you could take longs into the overnight and then just get some put spreads. That'll protect your put positions if we get bad news. You guys want to put another, I'll put another, the U.S. is spitting it. I'll put another link inside of the YouTube channel. Comment chat box.
Fed's daily reiterating that the March meeting is appropriate for the start of rate hikes. In a SiriusXM interview, the San Francisco Fed President Daly repeating her belief that the March meeting is appropriate to start raising rates.
Oh, that's positive. You guys hear that?
Daly repeating that the next steps following the March rate hike will depend on the data.
You guys copy that? So Daly, he's a Dove, right? And he's a non-voter as well. He's reiterating that it's appropriate to begin raising rates at the March meeting. Next Fed steps will depend on the data. This, of course, impacts U.S. dollar to the JPY, JPY to U.S. dollar, the won, TLT, IEF, the SHI, INFLX, U.S. Fed, Bitcoin USD. So keep your eyes on Bitcoin. So the won versus the USD, TLT, Bitcoin to the US dollar. The fucking day, you know, it's more thinking about, talking about. Yeah, that's what RS is saying, basically, right? Did I say he? Yeah, his opinion or her opinion is invalid. Well, the one key, though, is, yeah, we saw this, we got a dip buy, we got a dip sell on that earlier, Miro. We traded that, the U.S. military planes. The, what wound up happening was, we were expecting emergency rate hike, right? Didn't get that. We were looking for any talk about QT. We didn't get that. And we were looking for any kind of aggressive discussion about 100 BPS, 50 BPS. And we're getting a toned down report right now that to expect 25 BPS, max 50 BPS. And talking about QT and all the other bullshit, which means that the Fed is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I guess you could trade the market down on that, right? Yeah, Reuters is pumping out recycling information right now into the market. Maybe looking for a dip buy. I don't know. So let me know what you guys are doing into the bell here. We've got some. Is oil just ripping or is it crashing? Everybody's talking about oil right now. Oh shit! USO is just out. USO oil is just crashing. It looks like it hit a bottom, but oil is going down. I don't think that's a contract. Why it's going down? I don't think that's a contract rollover. Yeah, like your market, that's the thing. It's like the market view and where the market's trading is two different things. So you're going to have to separate both of them. Yeah, that's true. They are going to party. Markets
Daily
are pigs.
saying that she wants to see continued tightening up of financial conditions.
VIX broke through support. We'll see what happens there into the bell. Hey, you guys, I'm going to put some more indicators on here. I can. Thailand is really lovely. Trying to keep track of what you guys are saying right now, and I'm trying to make a trade. So 327, have a half an hour left on the cash market. We've got, so let's take a look and see what we've got for earnings after the bell and tomorrow morning. Give a quick highlight. We've got NVIDIA after the bell. We'll take a look at NVIDIA as we go into the bell here. We also, just heads up, if you are tuning in, we do get the live reports of all of the major reports after the bell each day. So you will get the earnings reports with us at 4 p.m. if you stick around with us. We typically get them faster than anybody on YouTube, anybody on Twitter. So if you want to stick around for that, we have NVIDIA after the bell, Applied Materials, Marathon Oil, Matterport, QuantumScape, Cisco, DoorDash, Fastly. We also have tomorrow Palantir, Walmart, Fiverr. I don't know if I like the Fiverr trade right now, but I love trading Fiverr. We have Yeti, Himax, AutoNation, Tower, EPAM, Atlas, Magnolia, and then heading into the close on Thursday is Roku, Dropbox, Sunrun, Redfin. Friday before the bell, we've got DraftKings, John Deere, some other big boys. I want to make a note here and make sure that everybody out there understands that the market is closed on Monday. We have a holiday this weekend, so we will be closed on Monday. NVIDIA calls coming through February 18th, 297.5C, $76,000. Yeah, then the contract's being rolled between today and Friday. I do know that. And I do think that whatever dip there is in oil, it's worth buying. Yeah, 3-day weekend, right? Get a nice invasion in there, give time for the market to digest it. Joel, that is a good point, brother. You just sell your calls and you buy back in tomorrow. Take the money and run, guys. I can't impress them. I know the people say, let your runners run. But if let's say you're in calls or puts, you have to trade outside of the implied move for them to print. Like, you need some news. Oxy puts coming in. 2 sets, sweeps. February 18th, 40p, $85,000 and $63,000. NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 290C, $257,000. It's not that it's not that you don't hit the target that you want. It's that the interest kicks off. And then if you're not trading, you need news, like major news, not just a ripping bar. That's one thing a lot of people don't get. Not everybody. I know a lot of you guys get this, but some of you guys that haven't traded a lot of earnings reports with just calls or puts. There's all kinds of roadblocks there. You need that interest to not only trade outside of the implied move, but then you need more interest for something that's unknown right on the bell of the following day. Something like a stock split, something like everybody's getting diamonds. We announced a new car. We're making this, combining companies, something that's just not priced in. It has to be something big. Otherwise, you take your money and run. Plus, there's those sellers are always there. Just be careful of that as we get into close. We should do a video on that too. We should do a video on how to actually trade earnings reports, because it actually goes back to their current earnings report too. It's like all these earnings reports here that are misses, you can trade those as well down on the down move into their next earnings report. Anyone with good earnings, with good guidance, you can trade them up at a certain point once the interest bleeds off and track them into the next earnings season. SPY trading down now from a high of 447.68. Going to be looking for some support Pair indicator is now trending down. Still looking to get a buy into the close for a trade higher tomorrow. And let's say you were going to just buy calls. You're like, hey, I'm buying calls. You want to buy some outside the money calls for that trade? Always spreads. Always spreads. Because those will print regardless of the interest. Yeah, the play was to go hog at NVIDIA. XLE puts, February 18th, 68p, $49,000. February 18th, 68p,
Look, market on close.
$101,000.
S&P names 550 million or so to the buy side.
Buy side imbalance into the close here. We know we shouted that out early. We saw that buy side. You can still see it in the bottom right hand side right now. Dump it, baby. I want cheap calls for Friday. Give me them cheap calls for Friday. I'm not holding them into Friday. I'm just going to hold them long enough that I can sell them to some other sucker on Thursday. Nice. Airbnb $100 calls were 80 cents at the open this morning and closing at nearly $3 at the bell yesterday. Damn. That's not an earnings beat. Good point, Joel. Putin will attack tonight, assuming I long the close. Wouldn't that just be the shit, huh? Wouldn't that just be the shit? That would just be the shit, right? Everybody's pumped. Everybody's like, yeah, we're going up. And then tomorrow... then tomorrow we get an invasion. That's what we end up getting, right? Jenny Marcus making a good point that we're getting close to Friday's high of 31.80 on Amazon. He's pointing out that we want to go to 450. We'll see if we can't get it done in the cash market. They would do it into the overnight, and then we'd trade down from there. That would be the only way we get to 450. If we get to 450, right, it has to be done right now. We're not seeing it in calls. So you'd have to expect it to happen in the overnight, and then we wouldn't trade any higher. You'd be like, boom, sell the rip on the opening bell tomorrow, unless you saw a wave of calls after the bell today, possibly. If there is a sell the news event on NVIDIA, that could impact markets as well, right? Trying to look to see if anybody's talking about shorting the market into the bell today. Yeah, I think you're going to get a squeeze. I think. I mean, if you're going to trade, let me put it this way. If you're going to trade into Friday, just get some, dude, like seriously, if you want to trade into Friday, if you're going to take a long, then just put some nice sweet ass in the money put spreads 447, 450, date them for like a week after March 18th. I guarantee we're trading down. There ain't no way. Just the vault, just based on, you could pair trade it with some, I don't know if you could do VIX calls dated out that far. But trust me, by the time we get to March 18th, the bears are going to be on fire. Like straight fire. Forget Russia. The bears are going to be on fire. The shit being thrown in the walls. It's going to just be a mess. There's going to be a shit show leading into March 18th. Guaranteed. Yeah, take some nice Christian Putin spreads, baby. Trust me, 450, make it like 450, 453p. I guarantee they print. Not guarantee. I'm going to give you like 100, like a 99% chance those bad boys print heading into March 18th. That shit's almost guaranteed. You want a guaranteed trade? That's the one. That is the trade. You can't say that it isn't. You could take no trades right now. You take in the money put spread for March 18th. That shit's coming down. There ain't no market makers saving that shit. Ooh, Gerald's pointing out that QE supposedly ends March 9th. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the news is, what the rumors are. STT Voyager, yeah, brother. You're welcome for the financial advice. That's a guaranteed trade. I guarantee that one. Yeah, I'll put up shop for you. I can guarantee that we're not trading above 450 at some point heading to March 18th. Guaranteed. I'll guarantee that trade. Sorry. And I'm a bull. But the shit will be flung. It'll be like, you ever watch that? There's a comedy where a guy goes to like Mars or something and he paints uses all the food to paint on the ceiling. It's like an old school Disney movie. And he ends up being awake while everybody's asleep. And the shit's going to be smeared across the walls. There are hedge funds right now, right, that have like a boiler room full of 23-year-olds. And they're like, okay, we need to do a shit smear campaign leading up to March 18th. And they're going to fucking throw it across the fucking room. They'll be running that dump scheme shit at any moment. You think the Russian news is bad? Wait until you see the March 18th news. Even if it's not true, it doesn't even have to be true. Unsure. Yeah, Rocket Man. Quantum Leap knows that movie. Rocket Man. He's like, he gets woken up from deep sleep or something. Yeah, boiler room. Like Rocket Man, he gets woken up from sleep and he ends up like taking tube food and he paints like a Michelangelo on the ceiling. And by the time the trip is over, all the food is gone and he's dressed in like a diaper or some shit. Spy calls February 16th, 448C. Spy calls February 16th, 447C. They're going to park it right into the bell here. Yeah, I'm going to pick up some, there's some SPY puts. February 16th, 447p for $48,000. Looks like they're going to park it into the bell. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to wait for the reactions after the bell. Sometimes on this channel we will we'll wait for the reactions after the bell. If there's a quick dip from panic, you'll see a quick dip in the market. You can scoop up some calls real cheap. The apprehension between when the reports come in, and then we get to see, right? Hey, are these reports good? Are these reports bad? And it gives us 15 minutes to decide if we're going to long the market into tomorrow. We'll know in the first 15 minutes if we can long this market into tomorrow. That's one of the benefits of trading the SPY or the Qs, is that you can trade them after the bell when the reports start to come in. If you start seeing big red bars come down on some of these trades, right? Let's say NVIDIA starts red barring it down and doesn't recover. Cisco red bars it down. Fastly red bars it down. Not that they matter as much, but if you see any big red giant bars, you can usually decide then if you want to get some calls into the open tomorrow. We know that Walmart's traded down heavy and huge, so they should have a nice rip tomorrow. So we'll know after the bell if we should take a long or not. Harland Williams, baby. He was funny as fuck. I don't know what happened to him, but when he was a comedian, kind of lost the time, that movie. I'm not a pot smoker, but if you are a pot smoker, probably worth watching that one. And I think it's a Disney film. I think there was like a whole story behind it too. Like they had to cut a bunch of it out because it was a little bit more racy than it was. There was a lot of adult content in that movie. Thanks, Josh. Yeah. Yeah, and that butterfly. Will I be long on the close? Yes, I will. More than likely. Well, no. So that's the deal, right? We wait for 3. We've got 15 minutes left. We're going to wait for 4 p.m. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a break right here between now and 3:58. I'm going to leave the stream up. People talk in the chat. Nobody goes away. I've got a partner here. His name is Charlie. He will talk during the stream. And I'm going to just take a quick 15-minute break and get ready for the close. I'm not going from where we are right now. I'm not. There might be short covering into the close. There might be a trade in that between now and close. You might see a quick rip up, like a dip down, quick rip up, just short covering operation. Don't get caught in that. If you want to trade that long, you get in it and you get out of it. You don't hold it into the bell. Normally, that's my rules. I got rules, right? People say don't have rules. I got fucking rules. Like if we do a short cover, I trade that short cover and then I'm out. And then I look for a cheaper price after the bell if I'm going to long or short the next day. And then we have the special. It's beautiful right now. I've got earnings reports. You get to watch if NVIDIA is a good report before you make a trade. And if NVIDIA's got a shit report, or if they know there's a shit report, you know that you don't have to long the Qs or the SPY, and it's tomorrow. And we saw, matter of fact, one of our best trades recently, Microsoft, red bars to depths of hell. Figured out that they
Moody's
had a better
affirming
report.
Wells Fargo's credit ratings, and they're also changing raising the outlook to stable from negative. Whiskey Franklin Charlie at Moody's.
Wells Fargo with a pump. So you know if there's any like panic selling from NVIDIA into the bell, you don't have to worry about that. As soon as NVIDIA reports, like the Microsoft trade went red bars to hell first 5 minutes of the trade. All of a sudden it came out that their guidance was fucking baller. We bought calls after the bell on the Qs and the SPY, and once it came back up, by morning it didn't matter.
UK Defense Intelligence Chief saying they've not seen any evidence that Russia has withdrawn from the Ukraine border. Echoes other Western officials today.
It didn't matter at that point if the market opened flat or even slightly red. We ended up printing calls regardless because of the huge dip that took place in the after hours. It was a prime place, prime time with NVIDIA reporting to possibly take a trade long or short after the bell. SoFi Weeklies, baby. No worries, Larry. I got all you guys out there. I appreciate all you guys being here. I want you guys all to know that, okay? Follow up on BAC all day long, right? February 18th, 48C, $27,000. I want all you guys to know that I appreciate you guys being here. You guys help me become a better trader. Having you guys here, having your input. We're active with our discussions inside of the chat. I want you guys to know that we couldn't do this without you guys, period. End of fucking story. So, huge thank you to all you guys out there. I'm shocked this channel's taken off. I'm very, very shocked and surprised. Never thought I'd be doing this. I just talked to a buddy of mine and said, would you ever think that I'd be doing something stupid like this? It's bizarre. Totally bizarre. And was not expecting this at all. A little bit of resistance above here on the SPY. A little bit of secret sellers here above. See him right up here at 448.10. See if we can get a squeeze out of this or not. A little bit of an indecision candle here. So what am I going to be holding in the close? Thanks, Ben. Did you make money today, Ben? Hope you did. Thank you, Mary. You guys are all awesome out there, too. You're flat right now? You guys don't have to say thank you. It's making me feel dirty. I'm going to start crying or something. Seriously. Got some SPY calls February 18th, or excuse me, March 18th, 468C. Expansion on calls. March 18th, 468C, $679,000. Qs, March 11th, 352P, $400,000. NVIDIA calls into the bell, February 18th, 290C, $179,000. NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 270C, $373,000. God, I want to buy these calls so bad and I can't. I'm like, I just want to buy 0 dates right now. I'm like a pure gambler sometimes. I gotta like clear this out. I'm not gonna buy them. I'm not gonna do it. Like, not gonna. I want to buy calls so bad. Just like, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome out there. We're stream ever. I'm so happy to be here. Should we take a look at NVIDIA? Let's bring up NVIDIA. We'll look at Shop real quick. Then we're going to bring up NVIDIA next. Shop just smashing and bashing. Trying to regain. 745. Monster buyers down below at 720. Nice support on Shop. We're going to NVIDIA into the close. I got a shit ton of rules. Like, it's weird because the rules even involve market conditions. You know what it is? It's time and market. That's the one thing that people don't tell you is that it's okay to an extent to lose money. Believe it or not, like the more money that you lose, you don't have to lose like, you get different levels. It's really weird. Like, start out by paper trading. Always encourage paper trading, but it's different than real trading. It's not the same. And then you'll see, like, you'll get different levels. Like, you'll be like, oh, this sucks. I just lost $1,000. Then I lost $5,000. And then you lose like $10,000 and $20,000 and $100,000. Then a couple $100,000, and you'll increase your risk. You'll get more comfortable with your trades. But also along the way, the other thing that you gain is you get market experience. So all the teaching you can do in the world, all this stuff, right? And so what do? You trade with small amounts of money to start out. More NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 270C, $500,000. NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 270C, $448,000. But the key is to lose money. No one tells you that. Everyone wants to tell you that you're always going to win. It's better when you lose money and you know what losing means. You know the pain of losing money. And the biggest lessons that you're going to learn, the rules that you're going to make for yourself is, I'm never doing that again because I lost money doing that in the past, right? And it hurt. NVIDIA, 218, 270C, $474,000. And so the real way that you become a better trader when they say only 10% make it, some people come and they go, right? A lot of the coming and going is it's not meant for them. It's not the right job for them. But if you keep at it and you're like, hey, I'm just going to keep learning. I'm going to keep taking my licks, keep making mistakes. That time in market, it means more than anything. If you have time in market, even with losses, you have to go back to your job, make your money, save $100 a week, $200 a week, whatever it is, to keep learning how to trade. And you just stick with it, right? I'm telling you, it makes a difference. Facebook, February 18th, February 18th, 217.5C for $174,000. NVIDIA, February 18th, 270C, $379,000. But there's a time in market is key. Time in market is key. And I'll tell you something else. If you guys survive this market, if you survive this year in the market, you're going to become a better trader. The only problem that you could have that I could see down the road, the only problem that I had was I had a hard time adjusting to 2020. I had a real hard time going long. I did, but it was not easy. For VXX puts, February 18th, 22p, $425,000. NVIDIA calls, crazy FOMO bulls stepping in now. Made tons of money. Now they're just going to throw some cash at it. February 18th, 280C, $311,000. RK calls, February 18th, 73C, $119,000. Yeah, so just time in market. More time in market. Expose yourself to different trading styles. You might like something or something works that I teach you. You might get something from Mike DeSilva. You might get something from, you get guys out there like Vol Wizard. You got guys out there like Jedi Marcus. You got Wall Street Bets, whatever you use. Let's say you get burned on stock twits, or you get burned on YouTube videos, or you get burned by Benzinga, or whatever that. There's a bunch of shit out there you get burned by. You'll pay $1,000 a month to be in a trading room, and you'll pay that for 6 months, and you'll say, "What the fuck was I doing? All I did was lose money for 6 months paying somebody $1,000." All that kind of shit will just add to your trading profile, make you a better trader, make you tough as nails, make you not panic when you're losing.
5 minutes to the close bell in New York on the earnings front today. We'll get Cisco Systems at 5 minutes after the close, and NVIDIA at 4:20 Eastern Time. Other notables today include AIG, Allison Transmission, Applied Materials, Cheesecake Factory, Community Health, DoorDash, Hyatt Hotels, Marathon Oil, Pioneer Resources, Boston Beer, Synopsys, SunPower, TripAdvisor, and Waste Connections.
I didn't know Boston Bear was today. I would have been interested in that, in Boston Bear. More NVIDIA calls, February 18th, 290C. SPY trading back, giving back its squeeze. Small squeeze, say, not a big one. Oh, no, we'll get help. If we see NVIDIA red bar down, we'll know. I doubt that you see NVIDIA stay stable after the bell. Remember, the banks aren't buying calls for a couple $100,000. Banks are buying stock, stanks, and they will sell without a whiff. I know I was supposed to take a break and I didn't. Viacom, baby. Did an entire diatribe on Viacom this morning. Yeah, they got, so Samuel Adams, just so you guys know, Samuel Adams had basically legal fraud.
That's Daily reiterating that March is absolutely the proper time for the first rate speaking of press interview.
So Samuel Adams got whacked for basically legal fraud, right? They nailed every single fuck up that you could, and they just tore that stock down. So I'm wondering if there's any news in this ER report that could be considered positive. Christian, I do love that shit. Spy needs to take a pudding. So we'll see after the bell. We'll pay attention to any weakness in NVIDIA after the bell. And it is strong into the bell. Much stronger than anticipated, right? A little bit of weakness on the SPY hitting in the bell with 3 minutes left. Patience. Patience. I know, I'm wiggling in my chair right now. I'm like, I gotta go take a pee-pees. I'm wiggling back and forth in my chair. like a child. Josh saying gap filled to 439 into the close. Possible. Give me those cheap calls, baby. Give me those dirt cheap calls. I want those dirt cheap calls. Whew. Thankfully, I didn't buy calls earlier and hold them into the bell. Whew. Got TLT April 14th, 140C. Hit a localized bottom today in TLT. NVIDIA calls into the bell as well. 218, 290C, $182,000. Maybe they're just trying to print their equity stake into the bell. I would assume that it's a large equity stake being pumped up into the bell, not real bulls. Apple 225, 177.5C for $31,000 on the bell. 2 minutes left.
1 minute to the closing.
I'm going to look at the February 18th strikes. Man, talk about the interest still in 450Cs. Those are now up to $1.38. Still some bears holding on. SQ, NVIDIA, June 16th, 400C, $1.2 million. Bango, SQ, 225, February 25th, 115C, $500,000. A trade for SQ in the last minute of the bell here. I'm getting greedy here. Looking for some greed. Getting all kinds of spreads here. On February 18th, 450C. Flying down to 130, then up to 140. Wide spreads in the bid ask. Someone's buying NVIDIA puts at the bell. February 18th, 257.5p for $223,000. Just before the bell. Right at the bell put spot on NVIDIA. So I'm monitoring 450Cs. I haven't bought them yet. The bid ask is 131, 133. I'm just going to keep an eye on them right now. See if there's some bleed off on them. NVIDIA green barring it up into the bell. SPY weak into the bell. Everybody said no movement after the bell in NVIDIA, right? We got movement. Now down to $1.30 on calls. A little bit of weakness right now currently. We also watch, just a heads up that we do watch call flow and put flow from 4 o'clock until 4:15 in case there's any kind of wonkiness after the bell. Calls now heading down to 130, 128, 129. Nice to see weakness after the bell currently. $1.28 now. $1.27. USO selling off after the bell. $1.27 on those calls. Haven't bought them yet. I'm still looking at them. Waiting for it. After hours down. Now SPY's now down 28 cents, 26 cents. MRTX down 13%. Woof. Tesla's holding its own.
$241 million in revenue for the quarter. Misses a 247 consensus. A 10-cent miss on earnings for TRIP.
Want to get some cheap calls. Some dirt cheap calls. Let's look at NVIDIA after the bell real quick. Lots of sellers here after the bell. Just be conscious of that. Do you see that? Down below, take a look down here. It's the CVDs, buyers and sellers, right? And lots of sellers after the bell. See this big red bar above here. Banks taking profit regardless of what earnings report. USO continuing to sell off after the bell. Anybody with those puts on, we saw some puts earlier in XLE. We saw them on a couple other tickers, right? XLE. Where else do we see some puts on energy earlier? XLE puts, Oxy puts. Oil still selling off after the bell. SPY still continuing to sell off after the bell. It's 403. Not seeing any other puts after the bell right now. It was an interesting trade on that SQ trade. Wondering why SQ, someone slipped in a trade for $500,000 on SQ into tomorrow. SPY trading back down to that. If you look at the SPY, we know that there's a support level. It's trading outside of its trading channel right now. It's trading back to the upper range, right down to 446.04. SPY now down 39 cents, 40 cents. Those calls are now down to $1.20. Talk about a discount on calls, right? In reality, normally if this wasn't the news we had in FOMC minutes, I'd be looking for those 450 Cs to be down around at 60 cents. So if I was going to trade a 3-day trade on the SPY, 4 strikes away, roughly about 60 cents I want to pay for those. So if you were going to buy those, let's say, let's say you had $100. You're like, I'm going to buy, well, I guess $100 doesn't work on these, but let's say you're going to buy some SPY 450s for Friday. Normally, you would say, well, I'm not going to go in with my whole 100. I'm going to buy like $10 worth, $50 worth, and then I'm going to average down in case those 450s get drained to like 60 cents. You don't want to get stuck bag holding. It's a common practice of market makers to start discounting Friday calls between now and Friday. But we've got OPEX on Friday. Normally on OPEX on Friday, we'll have a pretty sideways day. Not always, but like this, like monthly OPEX, like a sideways day. And if we've been down in the month, we'll use sometimes, Volatility Wiz is known for this, right? That if we're down, we'll have a Thursday that rips high, like 1-2% day. Calls are starting to regain some value currently. SPY is finding a bottom. See if I can squeeze in some buys. See if I can snag them just lower maybe than $1.20. Put an order in for $1.19. Oh, there we go. Okay. See if I can buy some calls here. After the bell, we've got calls on SPY 463C, March 18th, $500,000 at 4:05 p.m. Just a heads up, there are calls after the bell on the SPY for March 18th. I got a fill on 450 Cs for $1.20. For Friday expiry, February 18th, 450 C. We'll see how those play out. And we'll stick around for the NVIDIA earnings report and see what happens. So I'm in the trade for tomorrow. I think we gap up. I think we attempt to gap up in the overnight. If we don't gap up, I find it hard to believe that we trade up to 450 tomorrow or Friday. Unless we see a wave of call action come in, I think it's going to be difficult to get us up and above and through this volatility trigger. We need to bypass the volatility trigger and trap some shorts. If we can't do that, then we're going to go down. So be aware of that. FSLY is down 25%. Yeah, call wall expansion, okay? So all the calls in the market. We saw some calls come in today for March at higher strikes, 460s and 470s. there is a call wall on the market right now at roughly 450. That is the roof, the ceiling that we can go. Now, there's a large concentration there of calls, but not as large as the 425 Ps that are out there. There's a bunch of puts down at 425, and the market makers don't want to print them. They don't want to be paying money out to someone that bought calls a month ago or 3 months ago unless there's follow through. You need new bag holders. Basically, you get all these bag holders down at 425, right? I bought calls. I want them to print on February 18th. I'm holding 425 Ps. I want them to print. And so I need someone else to buy those calls for me. So I need a reason, and the market makers and dealers need a reason, and they're hedging against this. So as soon as those hedges roll off, it should also make the market spring higher. Let's say on Monday, not Monday, but Tuesday, if those puts don't print, you're going to see you should see a spring up, a Vanna rally into Tuesday, let's say. Now the Vanna rally could take place tomorrow. If bears don't think that it's going to print, they'll cut those loose at some point, and it should turn into some form of a Vanna rally. Not like when we were in a bull market. You're not going to see 3 days of us up to 500 or something stupid like that. But you will see the hedging come off from the dealers. And unless bears step in and say, I want those to print, right? If bears say we're going doom and gloom and they start buying a bunch of puts down at 425, what they'll do is they'll print them for the original buyers. They'll cash out, take their money and run. And then the bag holders will wind up being the new round of bears. This happens for bears and bulls all the time, on both sides of that trade. We should go into this more. There's more complex ways of discussing this, but for like a dumb trader, that's all you need to know. So tomorrow, right? Where do they want to keep it? Probably not tomorrow. Friday, they probably want to keep it lower. Probably don't want to pay the 450s. They probably don't want to pay the 425s. So they'll park it right in the middle, where the least amount of strikes are, or they'll attempt to, unless bears or bulls step in to not print those tickets for people. So the more pain that they give to these bears down there, the better off they are. They could care less about printing calls higher as long as they don't print those puts lower on Friday. That's kind of a really dumbed down redneck version of explaining this. It's kind of a dumbed down version. In reality, there's a fair chance you'll see a run tomorrow and then a sideways movement on Friday. That's probably like a 40% chance. You probably have a 50% chance of us trading sideways. No, that's 40%. I'll give it another 40% chance that we trade sideways into Friday. And then I'd give it a 20% chance or less that we would trade down into 420s. It would have to be news like war would do it. Maybe just one pissed off hedge fund that's like, fuck it, I'm going balls deep in $10 billion in puts. I don't know if that would happen, but I guess you'd need something like that. It's 4:11, 4 minutes left on the cash market on the indexes. I'm dumb. I try to trade dumb, believe it or not. I started making more money when I got dumb as a trader. The smarter trader I became, the more smart I became, the more research I did, the worst fucking trades I took because I would go down the rabbit hole and my brain would keep me all fucked up in the head. And you know what's disgusting about this market? You have like text leaks and email leaks, and you have leaks in banks and hedge funds. And you know what the leak always is? The leak is never like, we had this complex trade on. The leak is always like the CEO from one company and the CEO of another company going, yeah, don't worry about it. We just bought fucking 0-date puts on this ticker. Or yeah, we went balls deep on 0-date puts on the market. And then, of course, the news is like, oh, it's the retail traders that are short. And it's like, I'm not saying retail traders buying $10 million.
$4.3 billion in revenue would miss $4.8 billion consensus of OPEX rate delta.
You know, it's not retail traders doing this shit. It's people with money doing this shit. So when they say that stupid shit to you, it's not real. It's fucking fake. It's like some fat old guy and his buddy that have power. So the closer you get to being a dumb trader, the better you can trade with those guys. We do. I still haven't done that challenge. Is if it's nothing's disgusting. It's very, very free from free market. You guys think everybody's rocket science. You know, it's the funniest part. I talk about this. I'm like, the funniest part with the market is when you guys are watching and following guys out there using big words and complex thoughts, right? Most of the time, the person behind that account is someone trying to sell something or someone trying to get an internship. They're like, you know, I've got a finance degree and I need to get hired, so I need to make inroads. I need to network. How do you network? I'm networking on Twitter. You know, but they're shot calling and they're making all these claims and bolsters on Twitter. And in reality, these guys, you know, they either have a side hustle or not that that's a bad thing, just that you guys think that it's like a trader, and it's not a fucking trader. Fucking traders don't give a flying fuck about what economists say, what finance guys say. No one gives a flying fuck what, you know, like, I don't know how to explain that better. The dumber you are, the better off you are as an investor and a trader. Hands down. Because then you can look at you can actually look at what accumulation is in a company. You can look at what distribution is in a company. You can look at how they sell down to take profit on a company. You can take trades when instead of being scared, you take trades being not scared anymore. You're like, I know exactly what's going on. It's disgusting. That's how you trade Tesla, right? So like that's the other thing. Let's talk about Tesla. Like, I'm a Tesla bull, but you got a Tesla bull that's been holding stock for 20 years. He's going to tell you to buy, right? He's going to sell puts. He's going to sell calls when he's supposed to, or she. But they're never going to tell you to sell. They're going to do it in the background, but they're not going to tell you that. They always want the stock to go up. Right? But in the background, they'll be selling puts, they'll be selling calls. You know, and then a new trader is just trying to break in to Tesla. Let's say, hey, I'm a real Tesla bull. I'm going down the rabbit hole. And yet you get these conflicting messages about when you should actually buy Tesla. And there are right times to buy Tesla. Believe it or not. There's a right time to buy Tesla. There's a right time to sell Tesla and rebuy Tesla and any other stock you can think of out there. Right? And a lot of these old traders and old investors know this. As a matter of fact, I give a lot of respect right now, believe it or not, to Meet Kevin for saying that publicly. Because he probably burned down a bunch of money that he makes, like selling shit and selling classes and whatever the fuck it is that he sells, endorsements, any of that stuff. He's probably hurt himself. And I respect him for that because he's teaching a lesson to investors that a lot of furrows don't teach. A lot of them don't. And a lot of them are pissed off at me, Kevin. And, you know, because they're just selling shit to you. And I know that me, Kevin, does that kind of shit, but he's teaching a hard lesson that investors need to know. Dash up 16% on EPS miss. Yeah, exactly. You mean I can't be like Michael Douglas and go look for earnings in company filing cabinets? I bet that shit did happen. Yeah, trade what's right in front of you. Abso-fucking-lutely, Christian. Especially right now, it's glaring. Like, it's super glaring right now. It wasn't as glaring, me neither. I still haven't met Kevin. Yeah, you have to keep going. You take your fucking knocks, get back in there, and you just keep fucking attacking. Until it starts to, you'll know what wins and what doesn't win, Brad. Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, but I'm very impressed with what he did because it's important to make that transition and shift right now. Because people are going to get fucked up in this market. I promise. People are going to get fucked up in this market. You saw it yesterday, right? You saw Facebook yesterday. I mean, how many fucking, you dropped 20 grand in calls yesterday, 50 grand in calls on Facebook, and you hold them overnight? You got fucked today. Bent over. That's real money. Like, that's somebody's real money. That shit hurts. And then you go on to like a Facebook feed, and everybody's like pumped up on Facebook going to the close. Everybody's like long and strong, woo, woo, woo. It's not that you're not long and strong. It's that you take your money and run, and you jump back in the next day in this market right now. 2020, 2021, you just buy the fucking dip and hold, right? Easy. Easy trading. All right, it's 4:18. We're waiting 2 more minutes. See what happens on let's see what happens on Nvidia at the 420 mark. And then I'm fucking out of here. You guys are savages out there. You can be down. I've been down, dude. I have been down. I have gotten my ass handed to me. Ass handed to me. Like straight up had my ass handed to me. I've walked away from trading. I've walked away for like a month at a time. Like I fucked up so bad that I couldn't even trade. I was like, I gotta stop trading. Just stop trading. Like mind fucked up. Can't talk to anybody about it. Can't explain it to people. Like devastated. Had this market fuck me up. So I get it. I get it. Did you trade before 2020? Oof. Brutal. I started trading when I was talking to somebody last night. I started trading right when the death of it was a really weird time. It was the death of the final like nail in the coffin of Yahoo Finance, and we still didn't have social media. It was like the worst time to begin trading. Like there was a time when Yahoo was like the place. It was like Twitter. It was like Wall Street Bets. It was like any other, like it was their version of that. But then the in-between years, before all the trolls and bots and all the nastiness and the weird, like Yahoo Finance became this really fucking weird place. But there was like a bunch of years there, like 2-3 years, where you couldn't even reach out to people. Like there was just nobody to talk to. There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go to be like, hey, can I talk to other people about this? It was a ghost town. People got cleaned out. Straight up cleaned out. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it's hard to start over again. It's not fucking easy. It is not, dude. The mind, your brain. Oh, somebody took an ALB trade? Yeah, Mary knows about the Yahoo. Like Yahoo was a
Nvidia reporting $1.32 on the adjusted line, beats the 122 estimate, 7.64 billion in revenue. Also a beat for Nvidia. Remember Victor Delta Alpha.
Woo! Nvidia with a beat.
Guiding next quarter revenue 8.1 billion plus or minus 2%. Non-GAAP gross margins expected at 65.2 to 67% plus or minus 50 basis points.
Boom.
And 8.1 billion compares to a 7.29 billion consensus estimate there for next quarter revenue.
You also have some trades in INTC, AMD, and SMH tomorrow off that beat. Oh, no, down 5%? I thought they beat. I'm not looking at the ticker right now. Looks like NVIDIA's got beats. Or is it just take the money and run? Let me look closer. I thought they beat. Hold on, let me look closer. Did I miss that? Hold on here. Yeah, but this news is not out in public yet. Nobody's got this news yet. Trust me, this is before anybody else has it. Let me take a look here closer. Oh, no, they missed. Oh, no, wait a minute. Hold on a second. They might have missed. I might have got that wrong. Hold on here. Was it a beat or a miss? Oh, yeah, baby. I told you we had the news before everybody. You guys crazy. You guys don't fucking believe me, do you? Sons of bitches. Is it coming back up or no? It should go back. I thought it was a beat. Just so you know, we normally get the news before everybody else. I thought it was a beat. Let me take a look here. Or is this just take the money and run? Look at that. Look at that wild candle. I think this is a beat from what I heard. Look at that trading range. 251 to 275. I think it's a beat. And the guidance is kick ass. Yeah, dude. Dude, guidance is fucking very strong. This should be ripping at some point. They beat fucking across the board. And their fucking guidance is sick. It was a fucking huge beat. Getting the news before the fucking plebs get it. Gotta get the algos to kick in. It's because nobody else has that news. We hear in the news before the plebs, I think. Unless it's a sell the news moments, possibly. Trading down at 251, then up to 275. It's crazy too. I've got well, we talked about Nvidia before, and we marked before on a previous stream. We marked 249.98 as support, and we marked 274.41 as the sell. I've got it on a chart over here. I remember we did this live on stream. So almost to the pin by 2 pennies on the support. And on above, we got it wrong on 274.41. They actually traded to 275.98. Seven Flows saying NVIDIA is going to burn those calls and pin the stock. Yeah, so we looked at NVIDIA before, prior to see where real support was. It was at 249.98. We had the sell at 274.41, and it just tagged both at both ends. It went a little bit higher on the high side. So it looks like a fishing, right? Just like in equity or in fucking currency. It looks like a fishing expedition to buy the dip. Looks like that. Like buy the dippers went down at 251 and then rode it up and sold the rip at 275.98. Gangsters. Straight gangsters. NVIDIA's guidance is fucking crazy good too. You're talking what? I mean, guidance is 10% more, maybe 12% growth, which is insane. Yeah, stop hunting. That's what it's called. Stop hunting. It's gonna trade higher. It's got to. I think it does. Or maybe what's his fate? Whatever he's saying was pin it into the open tomorrow. This looks like fucking Banks just killing it. %12 growth next quarter. That's is that next quarter? Guides Q1 very strong. Expects to announce many new products, applications, and partners for NVIDIA computing. Dude, this is a gangster fucking gangster guidance. Damn. And it's trading lower. I'd be pissed right now if I was long into this close. Thank you, the Real Fed Chairman. Hey, brother. Cheers to you. Let me see if I can get a whiskey. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a whiskey. I don't know if they're going to give me one. This is utter bullshit. It better trade up into tomorrow. The guidance is beautiful. Yeah, it's cruel, man. It better be up tomorrow. There's banks in there right now. ALB is down 11%. This is brutal. Sell the news. Makes sense to an extent, right? Oh, no, it doesn't make sense, right? Sold down from 346.36? Hell no. This should be trading up in the after hours. This looks like a scam operation. Maybe there's something in guidance we don't know. Maybe we missed something. From what I'm looking at, I'm not seeing anything. Or maybe you can see these wall of sellers here, right? Huge wall of sellers right here. Profit taking, banks profit taking. That's a huge beat. Samuel Adams with a beat. Boston Bear Company. See what they're doing after the bell. Selling off, dude. Down to 400. Reports Q4 minus 422 versus 264. The revs are down bad. This goes back to them not being able to sell whatever those like those clear things that everybody drinks, White Claws. They fucked up on that on the White Claw, and it's still affecting the stock. Still, damn. Trading down to 400. I think that was their last dip, right? Was 400? Getting wrecked. We're gonna have to look at Samuel Adams tomorrow. We're gonna have to take a look at that and see what's up. How far do they trade down? I mean, they could take a massive hit. They were down to 2020. Their low was $296. That might be a good short on Samuel Adams to continue that short down to 300. I mean, dude, they dropped from 1349 down to 400. And they're trading back to March lows is $300. They're still up. And they're only down $8 after hours. That's not that much. It's not that terrible. And they got destroyed. And I have to read their guidance overnight and see what they're saying about their future. Oh, Christian's throwing it in there. What happened? Data center and gaming missed. That's not good. Yeah, they're bullshitting. Yeah, Seltzer. So their data and gaming miss. We don't want to see their data center miss. Yes, they are, Mao. I was pretty pissed off with hey Cowboy, have a great night. I was really raging pissed about Samuel Adams and what they did. They sold all their stock. Then they didn't tell anybody about their huge problems. They should have told people. They basically committed legal fraud. They scammed the system. Yeah, it was crazy. I was raging. I was all over Twitter about it. I was so fucking pissed off. I was so angry that they didn't tell anybody. They came out like 3 days before. I think it was like a week before their earnings. Oh, data center and gaming beat, Henry's saying. From what I'm reading right here, Nvidia's beat massive. Triple H stole their lunch. Oh no, they dropped more than that. They dropped like 800 or 900 points. That was a tweet from Walter Bloomberg. That whole fiasco with Samuel Adams, that was a you just took puts on Samuel Adams and traded it down. And like you look at Samuel Adams, and then you think Piton should be valued where it's valued. Fuck that. That's bullshit. SPY recovering slightly after the bell. We'll see what SPY does overnight. I'm interested. I got some money riding on it, so we'll see what happens. Okay, you guys all have a great night. I wasn't given whiskey. I was told no. Whatever. Gotta stay sober. You guys all have a wonderful night. We have some earnings coming out tomorrow in the morning as well. What are we missing right now? I wanted to see what did Matterport do? And Cisco, I'm interested too. Cisco is important. That's a Dow component, right? Oh yeah, baby, Cisco with a huge beat. That's a that's a market waiter right there. Cisco. We got Matterport. I'm interested in that one. There's a lot of traders traded that one this week with us. Oh shit, Matterport. What happened, bruh? Trading down to 672. Damn. Some cold-hearted shit right there. Damn, Matterport. Cold as ice. You guys have a wonderful evening. Check you guys all out tomorrow. We'll trade this. We got one more day, right? We got Thursday, we got Friday. It'll be interesting to see what happens on Friday. It's gonna get wild. Got monthly OPEX. Oh shit, Fabio. Ooh, Jason's saying 600,000 shares bought on Tesla right at the bell. See if that trade plays out tomorrow. Hey, Paul, have a great night. Jason, have a great night. RS, Usri, Tom Pacheco, Doughboy Capital. You guys all have a wonderful evening. And we'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Oh, no worries. It's all good. Yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. Oh, shit. First-hand legend? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, legend. Paul, have a great night. You guys all have a wonderful evening out there. We'll catch up with you in the morning. Aaron, thank you for subscribing. I Got Options, thank you. Ben Godfrey, thank you for supporting the channel. I Got Options, thank you for supporting the channel. Real Fed Chair, thank you for supporting the channel. See all you guys tomorrow, right? I'm going to make a steak, dude. I'm starving. You guys have a wonderful evening. Hey, your wife's boyfriend, have a great night, brother. I bought the bell. I bought after the bell. NVIDIA guidance calculates earnings of 103 to 115 per share, excluding an arm write-off. Consensus estimate is 117. Thanks, Mao, for the heads up. Joe, take it easy, brother. Jacob, have a great night. Juice, Bobka, dude. See you guys tomorrow. See all you guys tomorrow.